refaire un petit tour, de les rebriefer, de bien expliquer. Surtout, ce qui va être important, c'est d'attraper les gens ici et à la salle des ministres pour les emmener au VIP là-bas.
C'est ça la priorité.
Parce que tu sais, il y en a beaucoup qui ont la balle rouge. Donc en fait, ils vont pas parce que je suis déjà à 13h45 en fait. Donc a priori, c'est d'abord le reste du monde pour voir au Sarail. Priorité au Sarail là-bas. Et après, ils sont les
Excellent.
I'm going to take everyone out, okay? I'm starting with him, and I'm going to be there. So you have to be here. I'm very sorry for that, but it's a protocol.
I will see my energy. That's
Okay,
a problem for me.
Where is your manager?
السيدات والسادة، أهلا وسهلا بكم. المرجو أن تأخذوا
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. Our opening ceremony will begin shortly. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The ceremony is going to start soon.
أصحاب المعالي، حضرات السيدات والسادة، المرجو
Your Excellencies, please take your seats. We shall start shortly.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, vous pouvez prendre vos places. La cérémonie commence tout de suite. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your places. Our opening ceremony will begin shortly.
presse. Please, it's time to go. No. It's always last one. Go. Please go.
السيدات والسادة المرجو
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will go ahead and start with the Moroccan national anthem.
And gentlemen, please take and prepare to rise for the Moroccan national anthem.
roads connect us. They are paths to our dreams and hopes. But they are also full of dangers and impassabilities. That is why one thing is most important above all.
How many people should die for us to wake up? How many broken lives does it take for us to stop? How important was that message you couldn't resist to answer? How crucial this meeting was for you to drive so fast? How bad does a helmet must look on you to get on your motorcycle without it? How hard is it for you to never forget your seatbelt? Especially when you know your life and others depend on it. Small decisions that we make can either save a life or completely destroy it. Let us all sing together. Promise to love. Take care of one another. Come into life. Let us all sing together. Come into life. Take care of one another. Come into life. My questions for the institution. What trust with the right decision? The infrastructure, the dangerous seen in perfect the cities, countrysides, or the mountains. There you must commit to a mission. The broken down red light here and there. Cities to choose, we're all supposed to share. Let us all sing together. Take care of one another. Don't let take care of one another. Time for us to rise and know our priority. Use our consciousness and commit to life. Commit to life. Commit to life. Commit to
Commit to life starts with one choice. One step towards security. Protect what matters. Every moment counts. Each individual commitment builds a more secure collective future. Every life lost on the road is a tragedy. Every accident is a broken promise. But together, let's wholeheartedly commit to life.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our hosts, Nabila Kilani and Melinda Crane.
Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, Melinda, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to be with you at the opening of this event, the 4th Global Ministerial Conference on Road Safety. This is a lofty objective. This event is placed under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, King of Morocco. This event brings together the stakeholders involved in saving lives and to make sure that people get to their destination safely, as is reflected by the motto, Commit to Life. This event is held here in the city of Marrakesh, coming from around the world, to reiterate our commitment to improving road safety and to share pioneering experiences in this field. So let us work together for a safer future on our roads. This meeting is an opportunity for developing and emerging countries to benefit from the global trends and the best practices in this regard. Today, we are continuing to work together in order to achieve the UN objective to cut the number of road fatalities by half by 2030.
Committing to life. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and also from my side, a very warm welcome to this 4th Global Ministerial Conference on Road Safety. And the film that we saw just a minute ago was a deeply disturbing and moving reminder of why we have made commitment the theme of this conference. Because the fact is that nearly 1.2 million people every year are still losing their lives to traffic accidents. And that despite all the promises that we've made, all the goals that we have set. So let us now please observe a moment of silence for all those who have lost their lives due to this very preventable global health crisis.
اسمحوا لي أيها السيدات والسادة أن أبدأ بالحديث.
Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to start talking about the country that is hosting this event, Morocco, a country that has a good record as far as improving safety on roads. And in 2017, we launched the strategy for road safety in order to reduce road fatalities by 50% by the year 2030. Morocco also set up the National Agency for Road Safety in 2017 in order to improve good governance in this regard. And this is just one aspect of the integrated efforts that are being made to improve road safety and reduce road crashes. Therefore, it is a pleasure for us to welcome the head of government, Mr. Aziz Akhannouch. Sir, you have the floor. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Your Highness Abdulaziz bin Saud bin Zaid bin Saud, Mr. Jean Todt, the Special Envoy of the UN Secretary General for Road Safety, distinguished ministers, Honorable Wali of the Marrakesh SV region, distinguished heads of the regions and of communes, distinguished mayors, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Kingdom of Morocco and to the city of Marrakesh. Marrakesh, which is steeped in history and a meeting point for different civilizations and cultures. Marrakesh is honored to host the proceedings of this fourth Global Ministerial Conference on Road Safety. Allow me first to express my sincere thanks for your active involvement in the success of this global event, which is being held under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. I would like also to thank the United Nations and the World Health Organization for the confidence that they have placed in our country to host this global conference, on which many hopes are pinned in order to exchange experiences among the participating countries and to reflect on the strategies that are likely to improve road safety at international level. Your Excellencies, road crashes are still a major problem throughout the world. They represent one of the main causes of death and of serious injuries. And in this respect, we can refer to the fact that this phenomenon leads to the death of 1.2 million people around the world, in addition to very serious injuries. And this, of course, has a major impact on the lives of many relatives of the victims, and the damage and harm caused is extensive, knowing that 2/3 of the road crashes victims are people in the working age population. The extensive efforts that are being made by the United Nations Organization and the World Health Organization to address the question of safety on roads, we reiterate the Kingdom of Morocco's commitment to work actively to reduce crashes on the roads. And therefore, we've been taking a major interest in this aspect of our lives in order to achieve the objectives of the Sustainable Development Objectives that the Kingdom of Morocco has been working on actively under the guidance of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, both at the social and the economic levels. This has led our country since this has led our country to set up the National Agency for the Road Safety on our roads, and in addition to adopting a strategic management of road safety since 2004. This has made it possible to save the lives of more than 13,000 people and thousands of injured people. And as part of managing this strategy, our country has managed to come up with a number of legislative texts and also to undertake a number of initiatives, including the adoption of a new traffic code and also new fines for violations of traffic laws, and also the technical inspection of vehicles, and improve also the infrastructure and the public transport system within the cities, and also as for the railroad system. These initiatives we are improving them on a constant basis, especially that our country will, under the guidance of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, host a major event such as the African Football Cup in 2025 and the World Cup in 2030, And of course, we're trying to do this through ambitious strategies that seek to come up with the foundations and conditions for a safer life that puts human life at the heart of our strategies and of the safe and sustainable mobility policy. Your Excellencies, if road crashes are international, their impacts are even greater on developing countries, especially in Africa, that has about 19% of the global number of fatalities. Morocco, therefore, being a member of the African continent, is looking forward to enabling the African continent to improve road safety so that this can also contribute to economic development. The Kingdom of Morocco is willing to share its experience as far as the management of road safety issues with other countries, especially with respect to the development of the mobility system and the use of modern technology and digital transformation and the use of AI. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the different challenges we are facing mean that we have to come up with a common vision and coordinate our efforts through the exchange of best practices and success stories, and apply strategies that can help us achieve the objectives of the SDGs in order to improve safety on the roads. And therefore, we hope that the Marrakesh Declaration that is future-oriented will lead to specific actions and more ambitious plans and strategies in order to rise to the challenges, current and future challenges, as far as improving road safety is concerned at international level. We look forward at the end of this conference to come up with the recommendations and practical steps, and I hope that you will spend a pleasant stay here in this magical city of Marrakesh, and that we can make the most of this event in order to benefit between us from the city and which is steeped in history. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Aziz Akhannouch, for your remarks. And now we would like to give the floor to His Royal Highness Abdulaziz bin Saud bin Naif Al Saud, Minister of Home Affairs in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to make his statement. Your Royal Highness, you have the floor. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, distinguished head of government of the Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. Aziz Akhannouch, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may Allah's peace be upon you. It is a great pleasure for me to participate in this fourth global conference on road safety and to convey to you the greetings of His Majesty King Abdulaziz bin Saud and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. May God protect them. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to His Majesty King Mohammed VI for the gracious invitation extended to us and the hospitality that we have benefited from. We would like to thank the Kingdom of Morocco for hosting this conference that is meant to promote cooperation and save lives at international level and address the constraints and obstacles that impede the achievement of that objective. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia pays special interest to the question of road safety because it has major social and economic implications each year. We lose more than 1.3 million people around the world because of road crashes, and the millions of people also suffer from serious injuries on a daily basis. And we need to find ways in order to reduce the number of these crashes and reduce them in the future. the economic, social, and health impact of these road crashes are huge, and therefore we look forward to working together to address challenges. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, within the framework of the Vision 2030 of Saudi Arabia, in order to comply with the objectives of the United Nations as far as road safety is concerned, and the action plan for 2021-2030. The Saudi Arabia tries to achieve its role as far as contributing to road safety, and we have undertaken a number of initiatives under the guidance of King, and we have set up a committee, ministerial committee, in order to address road safety issues, and we have managed to reduce the number of fatalities over the last 7 years by more than 50%. And we look forward to the future, especially that technology will be playing a key role for safety on the roads, and Saudi Arabia will benefit from AI-supported systems in order to reduce the number of fatalities and injuries on roads and to improve mobility within the urban settings. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia looks forward to contributing to these achievements of this objective, and I would like to reiterate my thanks to the Kingdom of Morocco, and I wish you a very successful conference. And may Allah's peace be upon you all.
Shukran, Your Royal Highness. Many, many thanks for sharing those very important messages with us. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we heard earlier from Nabila, our conference marks a major milestone, namely the midpoint of the UN Decade of Action for Road Safety. And our conference's co-host, the World Health Organization, has been warning for decades how important it is that road safety is truly acknowledged and that we do commit to changing what we have been seeing for decades now. The WHO has said since the very first decade of road safety that it is no accident, but the result of determined political leadership and commitment. And that's why we have made commitment the theme of this conference. Joining us now, virtually, is the Director General of the WHO, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus. The floor is yours. We are very glad that you could join us, Tedros.
Prince Abdulaziz bin Saud bin Naif Al Saud, Minister of the Interior, Honorable Minister Abdulsamad Kayu, UN Special Envoy Jean Todt, Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and friends. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. I'm honored that so many have joined us today, and I thank the Kingdom of Morocco for hosting this very important conference. I'm very sorry I can't be with you in person, although I tried my best to. I commend His Majesty the King for initiating the Mohammed VI International Prize for Road Safety. WHO is honored to be the first recipient of this prize. Nearly 1.2 million people lose their lives on the world's roads every year. They set out on a journey like all of us do every day, to work, to school, to go shopping, to see a friend, or to go on holiday. And that journey becomes their last. Road traffic crashes are the leading killer of children and young people. This tragedy is compounded by the fact that most of these are preventable deaths. We know that change is possible. The decade of action has shown that countries no matter their size or economy, can implement policies to prevent traffic collisions and save lives. Over the past decade, 10 countries reduced the number of traffic deaths by at least half. Belarus, Brunei Darussalam, Denmark, Japan, Lithuania, Norway, the Russian Federation, Trinidad and Tobago, the United Arab Emirates, and Venezuela. And 35 more countries reduced deaths by over 30%. In recent years, China and India both strengthened the safety standards for vehicles manufactured and sold in their markets. Mexico adopted landmark legislation guaranteeing equitable access to safe and healthy mobility. And the United Arab Emirates and Vietnam invested heavily in public transport. Cities such as Bogota, Kigali, and Paris have redesigned urban infrastructure to prioritize the safety of pedestrians and cyclists. These are just a few examples. I commend all of you who have worked and are working so hard for these results. You have demonstrated that we can make safer roads a reality. But we are not there yet. Far more needs to be done to meet the Sustainable Development Targets by halving road traffic deaths globally by 2030. And despite progress in some countries, much of the world is heading the wrong way. In the past decade, road traffic deaths in Africa increased by 17%. This is because in Africa and elsewhere, many countries are expanding transport systems designed for cars, not people. A safe systems approach to mobility puts people and safety first, with a focus on mass transit and other forms of efficient and sustainable transport. It prioritizes the safety of pedestrians, cyclists, and other vulnerable road users who account for more than half of all deaths. Safe and sustainable transport systems have multiple other benefits. They can help to reduce the burden of cancer, cardiovascular and respiratory diseases, boost access to jobs and education, and help fight climate change. We know what works, and we must step up action to match the scale of the crisis. The Global Plan for the Decade of Action for Road Safety 2021-2030 charts the way forward. We all have a role to play in making the global plan a reality. First, we call on governments to lead mobility strategies that are rooted in good data, backed by strong laws and sufficient funds, and that include all sectors of society. Second, we call for young people to be included in decision-making and to raise their voices for safer roads. Third, we call on academia and civil society to generate evidence and hold leaders to account. And fourth, we call on businesses to put safety and sustainability at the core of their value chains. Your Highness, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, in this complex and often divisive world, road safety is surely an issue that we can all rally around. It can help make people healthy, cities sustainable, and societies equitable. So let me leave you with this vision. This conference should be a fork in the road. There should be a before Marrakesh and an after Marrakesh. We know what needs to be done. The solutions are not always easy or popular, but we know they work and that they save lives and are a good long-term investment in sustainability and productivity. Together, we can work for a world in which everyone reaches their destination safely. Shukran jazilan. Merci beaucoup. I thank you, and I wish the best for the conference. And I hope this will be a game changer. That's what I believe. And shukran, Morocco, once more.
Director General, we thank you for that very clear call to action, for reminding us that we know what we need to do, and we are going to be working together now in the coming days to talk about all the steps and solutions that you did mention just now. The awareness that has been raised by the World Health Organization and other UN agencies helped put road safety high on the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. So how are we doing on meeting the agenda's goal of reducing global road fatalities by half within the next 5 years? That will be one of our key topics over the coming days, and it's no secret that we still do have quite a ways to go. It's an honor to welcome to the stage Jean Todt, the United Nations Secretary General's Special Envoy for Road Safety. Jean Todt, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. On behalf of the United Nations Secretary General, I express the sincere gratitude to His Majesty, the King Mohammed VI, who allowed, under his patronage, this global event to take root in Africa for the first time. To the head of the government, Aziz Akhannouch, to the Minister of Transport and Logistics, Abdulaziz, and to the Director General of NASA, Benasser Boulajoul, for their dedication, commitment that brought all of us here today together in the beautiful and historic city of Marrakesh and hosting the 4th Global Ministerial Conference on Road Safety. We have all felt the great effort and warm hospitality of the city of Marrakesh and the people of Morocco, and for that I convey my deep appreciation. I also thank our colleague and friend, Dr. Tedros, Director General of WHO, for his continued support, and the entire WHO team for their instrumental role in making this conference a success. I'm pleased to be here with you at this historic global ministerial meeting in Africa to improve global road safety. That so many of us have traveled here from all parts of the world shows a shared recognition of the importance of our mission. We did not mobilize this number of you at the last global ministerial meeting, so I see it as a very positive signal of increasing momentum. We need to be game changers. Despite years of discussions, policy recommendations, 3 previous ministerial conferences, and international pledges, road crashes continue to take 1.2 million lives every year, an entire city like Marrakesh wiped out annually. It's scary. Road safety is a silent pandemic. This is an analogy that I always use, so much that my latest book launched this week is called The Silent Pandemic on the Road. Today, I speak of this with greater urgency than ever because we have yet to achieve our goals, falling short in the first decade of action for road safety, and now clearly off track in the second. We are failing our people when we allow them to buy and wear low-quality motorcycle helmets. Basic crash tests will prove they don't protect riders against death or serious injury. We endanger our children when we make it easier for them to ride 2 or 3 on a motorbike instead of providing safer transportation options like public buses or cycling lanes. We put our most vulnerable population at risk every time we build roads and highways without signal control crosswalks, safe overhead passes, or pedestrian sidewalks. A big part of the problem is being silent on these topics and not making the safe choices when the right decisions are clear and obvious. Instead, what I see on my visits to many countries, and especially the low and middle income ones, with 93% of the global fatalities, is that there is a huge gap between the promises made in speeches and the reality on the road. For the majority of you here now, this crisis is not an abstract problem. It is a daily tragedy. And that is why we still have not done nearly enough. The situation is increasingly urgent. We are now halfway through the second decade of action. Yet, now we are near from meeting the Sustainable Development Goal of cutting road deaths by 50%. So far, only 10 nations have achieved this target. Our future will not become any simpler. We will have more competing priorities to manage and more choices to make. By 2030, the number of motor vehicles will double, putting unsustainable pressure on transport systems already struggling with urban expansion. That means more congestions, pollution, and health, social and economic costs for us all. With 68% of the global population expected to live in cities by 2050, we will be obliged to shift to a safer, more resilient mix of mobility, making public transport, walking and cycling the priority over car dependence, as called for in the Safe System approach. That is how we will break down barriers to jobs, schools and opportunities, including for disadvantaged groups, so that everyone has the chance to reach their potential. Urban planners and engineers must ensure that well-being is central to the design of all infrastructure. Why not ensure that all school zones are low speed and fitted with well-placed pedestrian crossing and sidewalk? Academia and civil society must generate evidence and innovation. Why not strengthen our data collection everywhere so that we reduce the difference between WHO figures and country data? Private sector should always ensure protection in their fleet, their value chains, their products and business practices. Why not include 2 helmets with the purchase of every motorbike, as my friend Abdulaziz Kayoud decided yesterday for Morocco? Yes, we can do it. Youth are driving force in innovation and advocacy. We should work together with the young to wake up this slow-moving emergency on the road. There is also a role for influencers. On that note, I encourage you to look for the UNGCDECO global campaign, Make a Safety Statement. Along with the government of Morocco and the support of the IOC, we launched it in 10 cities here this week. 16 global celebrities and Olympic champions, including my wife, Michelle, and Ayman El-Adoud, who are here with us today, and have lent their voice and influence. Traffic safety concerns us all, but the responsibility falls heavily on those who shape and implement transport policies. That starts with the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure, Interior, Health and Education in every nation. We do not need more talk, we need concrete and immediate action. We have the prescription and the vaccine, but we are using neither. We must close the gap between what we know and what we do. Operationally, in 2019, the UN Road Safety Fund has managed to make some progress with its limited means. We heard from Jordan, where the fund helped the government to boost the use of car seat belts. In Rwanda, it supported the government in adopting mandatory use of UN standard helmets. In Armenia, the UN Road Safety Fund assisted 3 ministries in coming together to design a real-time crash data portal that is now being used to reallocate budgetary resources to addressing trouble spots. This is real progress, but it's not nearly enough. We need more funding, and especially from the wealthier nations. But beyond money, we have to share our experiences, to hear the expertise of those who have made the most progress in saving life in their own countries. I heard developed regions to extend a hand to those still working to build a safe future. We cannot accept that helmets bought from suppliers in many countries still fail basic safety tests. We must demand better. Never forget that security and sustainable transport go hand in hand. They mold the future of our communities, determining whether they thrive or become overwhelmed by traffic congestion, pollution, and preventable death. I'm grateful to our supporters, UNECs, the Regional Commission, and all UN agencies. But again, partnerships mean nothing without results. We have to reject the complacency that let us see and feel nothing about a child or two on a motorbike without a helmet. In Europe, this will be shocking. In Africa and in Asia, it's routine. How have we allowed this to become normal? And more importantly, how do we change it? We now have 3 days at this conference to move beyond discussions and toward implementation. The silent pandemic will not stop until we make it impossible to ignore. We must light a candle here and make sure it never goes out. Let us close the gap by taking immediate steps. We should return to our countries from this conference, not just with words, but with a commitment to embed safety at the core of everything we do in transportation, because every delay costs another life. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Todd. Thank you.
Perhaps one of the keywords in our conference is commitment, that is the commitment of each one of us to a specific objective, and as part of the commitment of the Kingdom of Morocco to improve road safety and to amplify the efforts that are being made, I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Abdulaziz, Moroccan Minister of Transport and Logistics, who will announce the Mohammed VI International Prize for Road Safety.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sayyid Rais al-Hukuma.
Distinguished Head of Government, Your Royal Highness, Prince of Home Affairs in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, distinguished ministers, honorable participants, I'm very happy to announce the Mohammed VI International Prize for Road Safety. His Majesty, may God be with him, has given a strong signal by awarding a Mohammed VI International Prize that involves $500,000 that is awarded to the World Health Organization and the United Nations Road Safety Fund. Thank you very much. I think that there is also an emblem that will be, there will be one emblem that will be given out.
Can we please ask Mr. John Todd to come back on scene so you can just... Mr. John Todd, the United Nations Secretary General's Special Envoy for Road Safety, and Mr. Etienne Krug, give together this special prize from the Morocco and the Kingdom of Morocco and the King Mohammed VI. Maintenant, nous allons juste donner aussi les prix.
Going to put the prizes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. أما الآن فسنكتشف معا.
Now we shall introduce the stamp, commemorative stamp that was developed by Barid al-Maghrib, which is the Moroccan Post Office Authority. That is the commemorative stamp, as you can see. Thank you very much.
Linda.
Excellency, many, many thanks for the generosity of the Kingdom of Morocco in bestowing these gifts and also in creating both the stamp and the medal as a reminder that what we do here over the next 3 days will live on in memory as committing to life. Since the first African Road Safety Day in 2012 and the adoption then of an ambitious road safety charter, African leaders have recognized the urgent importance of accelerating action to tackle a level of road traffic fatalities that, as we've been reminded several times, remains alarmingly high, higher than in many other parts of the world. The African Union has played a vital role in galvanizing regional cooperation to exactly that purpose, and it is a great pleasure to hand over now to Dr. Amani Abu Said, Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy at the African Union. Welcome to you, Madam. The floor is yours. Very nice to see you.
Welcome.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, the merciful. Mr. Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Morocco, Excellency, Mr. the Minister of Transports from the Kingdom of Morocco, Excellency, Mr. the Special Envoy of the Secretary General of the United Nations for Road Safety, my brother, Dr. Tedros, the General Director of the WHO, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, honorable delegates, all protocols observed. Allow me first to, on behalf of Africa, to thank His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, the Moroccans and the Moroccan government for hosting this very important conference for Africa. On behalf of Africa, I would like to thank you very much. So on a personal level, I'm here in Morocco, especially in Marrakesh, the Red City, after being absent for 9 years. Of course, very delighted to be here. It's not by chance that I'm wearing red today. This event is extremely important, and it is a decisive moment. This conference, Committed to Life, brings together decision makers and experts in order to speed up the actions, in order to cut by half the fatalities on roads. Goals is, of course, perfectly aligned with the priorities of the African Union. The African Union is working in tight collaboration with the partners and member states of the African Union to reach the SDGs, but also to implement our African strategy for the Agenda 2063. I would like to thank Mr. Jean Todt, Special Envoy of the General Secretary of the United Nations for Road Safety, for his support and his advocacy in order to improve road safety in Africa, and especially his support to African countries. I would like also to thank the European Union for the UNEP, UNICA, and UNICA, and all our partners who work with us for achieving this goal. At African level, we are halfway through the implementation of our strategy, which aims at cutting by half the accidents, the road fatalities by 2030. A number of actions and progress have been made, but it's only the beginning. African Union is positioned as a key actor and initiator and coordinator of this process. The urgency of the road safety in Africa is absolutely key, and I think this has been mentioned in the previous speeches. Africa suffers from deaths and casualties caused by road crashes, much more than any other continent. We find more than 90%, 19 deaths for 100,000 residents per annum, against 15 and sometimes less than 3 in more performing countries. This plague is not only a human tragedy, it's a social tragedy as well. It is an impediment to economic development in our countries. Measures have been implemented, but the gap in terms of road safety is growing, which is particularly a source of concern for us. In spite of the challenges, important initiatives have already been put in place in order to improve road safety in Africa. A good example is the African Plan for Road Safety, developed jointly between African Union, the UN Economic Commission for Africa, and the African Observatory for Road Safety, ARSO, which has been in place in order to provide to our countries reliable data and complete data on road safety in order to orient policies and speed up actions. To this respect, we would like to commend in particular, as I said earlier, the work of the European Commission and the World Bank, who have contributed significantly to put in place a team of technical experts. Given the challenges of road safety, Africa has to work on solutions founded on reliable data. In the African Union, we consider that the improvement of road safety is the shared responsibility. Behind each figure, you have a broken family and a compromised future. And of course, it is necessary that we work together and in a coordinated manner. I would like now to just insist on a few key elements which represent the African approach to the issue of road safety. Road safety starts with the design and the planning of our roads, and should not come after. We wanted, and we have always insisted on the fact that all roads and corridors that are being put in place by the African Union comply with this aspect, therefore the road safety aspect. We insist on the inclusivity, inclusion, and I think that for us and for all, the commitment is not only for life, but also a better life, and a better life for all. So an inclusive system is especially for safety for women at any hour, any time, especially with persons of reduced mobility. With people with disabilities, road safety has to contribute to reduce gas emissions, and be environment friendly, and this is not only an issue, a problem of road safety, it's only a matter of health and climate to facilitate and ensure urban mobility for public transport, safe public transport, by avoiding informal transport systems which are dangerous and pollutants. We have to stop importing cars, second-hand cars. And here I'm calling on all manufacturers of car manufacturers, I'm calling upon all our governments, and I'm going to say it in English. Africa is not, she says in English, a dumping place for substandard vehicles. Donc c'est en anglais, the saying was in English. So in connection with the African Charter on Road Safety, this conference must enable us to contribute actively to the implementation of the 2063 African Vision. The African Union has already put in place a platform to transform the deliberations of the procedures of the conference in an action plan that would be concrete and that will contribute to improving road safety in Africa and beyond, and to improve life. The work is ahead of us is hard but stimulating and very demanding, but I'm sure that we can do it, we can manage together, we can do it. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for many. Oops. Oh, no.
It's the problem of our shoes. Many thanks to you, Commissioner, dear Madam Abu Zaid, for that very powerful and courageous mission, not only about the big aims that Africa has, but also what Africa will not do any longer. We will be very inspired by your message. Thank you. We've heard frequent mention this morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, of the grave proportions of the crisis that we're here to tackle. So just one more statistic from my side. Traffic injuries are the leading killers of young people worldwide, and they have been so for more than 15 years. And behind that statistic are tragedies like the one that was experienced by our next speaker. She's a pharmacist and senior lecturer at De Montfort University in the UK, and she lost her 8-year-old son in a motorway collision. That spurred her to become an indefatigable campaigner for road safety. She has successfully pushed for the adoption of no less than 18 national policy changes, including a commitment from the UK Department of Transport to invest over £900 million in revising the highway code and ongoing driver education. Her efforts have been rewarded with the British Order of Chivalry, the MBE, and she is also a trustee of the Road Safety Charity Break. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Mira Naran.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much. I was born in West Africa, in the beautiful country of Liberia. It was a paradise at the time, like no other. But for those who know about the tragic events in 1990, will also know of the sadness and pain when we received a phone call whilst on holiday telling us that we could not return home. I remember 6-year-old me sitting at the dinner table with my parents, looking at a map. They were deciding which country we should move to, a difficult decision for any parent. they finally decided it would be the United Kingdom, a place I love, respect, and adore. It's now my home away from home, but without the sunny weather. They wanted the safest option for their 3 girls, but sadly, safety was not guaranteed. Many years later, when my oldest son Neil was born, he was diagnosed with a rare condition at just 3 days old, which left him with over 30% brain damage. As new parents, we were heartbroken. We loved our son no matter what, but it was so hard seeing him connected to all the machines. His prognosis was poor, and he was left suffering with incurable epilepsy. Seeing our heartbreak, his doctor suggested that we have another child, a child that may bring some joy and some hope for our oldest son Neil and be his best friend. In a sense, we were given a prescription with my younger son's name on it. A dose of pure innocent love and joy, and that's exactly who he was. And as the years went on, my boy's light and love overpowered all the difficult days, and they both gave us all the strength to keep fighting, to keep trying, and to never, ever give up. On watching his little brother, Neil started to learn how to walk and talk, and slowly but surely started meeting all of his milestones. My boys were inseparable, and as I sat on the periphery of their small yet beautiful world, I was mesmerized by their love and loyalty to each other. It was a magical love story between 2 brothers. As time went on, Neil's health did continue to decline, and we were told that he may not wake up one day due to his seizures. And at just 6 years old, Dev said, "Mummy, it's okay. We can do this." He reminded me of 6-year-old me. And so, again, we lived each day to our fullest, our happiest, and our best. During the month of May in 2018, when Neil was 9 and Dev was 8, Neil suddenly became very ill, and we rushed him to hospital. And on the night of the 31st of May, Dev came late that evening to say goodbye to his big brother. It was something we had all been prepared for years. Dev jumped into Neil's bed, just like he always did. He hugged his brother so tight, just like he always did. And he gently held his big brother, telling him all about his day, just like he always did. He then kissed him, said goodnight, and left to go home. The car that Dev was traveling home in stopped for unknown reasons, and a lorry crashed into the back of the car, killing Dev instantly. 28 years later, safety was not guaranteed. I could tell you how his older brother Neil made it through that night and gave us 6 beautiful years. But the grief for his brother was overwhelming, and sadly his health did continue to decline. He died 4 months ago in my arms at the age of 16. But today, we need action, not emotions. I could tell you about the challenging journey through campaigning whilst dealing with my own grief and crippling anxiety, but today, we need action, not emotions. I could tell you that my son Dev wanted to be a brain surgeon so he could help other children just like his brother. I can't help but think of the impact he would have had in this world, saving so many lives. But today is about action, not emotions. Because year on year, day after day, minute after minute, we hear from so many broken-hearted families who go through their loss. They talk about their pain and unimaginable grief that follows a road death or a serious injury. And I am sure each and every single one of you will agree that when one parent cries, we all do. So how do we do this, and why? Today we must take inspiration from the countries and colleagues who have halved deaths in 10 years, showing that a 50% reduction is possible. Today we must learn what has worked by exponentially increasing our efforts on collaborating not just with other countries in unity, but also within our own governments, cross-developmental support to implement real impactful change. Data, technology, proven measures, and knowledge exchange will be key. Today, we must commit our pledges to designing targeted strategic, evidence-based policy frameworks and legislation based on the safe systems approach, learning not just from various modes of transport like aviation, rail, and sea, but also from health too. Because on one hand, our mission must and always should be focused on developing and providing an environment where our people and economy thrive, where we have sustainable cities, equitable society, and where people are healthy, free from isolation and loneliness. We must ensure we are focusing our efforts and really looking at this as the public health issue that it is. We must dedicate the necessary resources to target interventions by improving the quality and use of data and technology. Public education and health benefits of active travel and improving the infrastructure for safer mobility and improved public transport is much needed, because this is not just a goal of reducing road deaths. It is about cleaner air, improved vitality, a decrease in chronic diseases such as cardiovascular and respiratory diseases, and improving mental health and the well-being, because this will all help build a stronger new generation to come, our future. On the other hand, whilst it's painful to think about the acute cost that my son had to the UK economy and the long-term societal loss and contribution he would have made, it is necessary to look at these cold, hard, statistical truths. Road crashes cost most countries around 3 to 5% of their GDP. And in my son's case, his death, it was not just an unimaginable personal loss, but a societal and economical loss that we all cannot afford anymore. So I stand here with you all, shoulder to shoulder, representing the average person, the highest levels of government, the change makers and the world shakers, the ones who shape our lives. And I know you will agree with me that we all cannot afford to fall behind on our goals of reducing road deaths. And there may be days where you feel like this is a thankless task. And there may be days where you feel like progress is just not enough. There may be days where you look at your competing agendas, trying to balance everything around you, and wonder if you'll ever reach an outcome that you know can change the world. You may feel defeated. But from a mother who lost everything and who had nothing left to fight for, campaigning with nothing but faith and hope, believe me, I understand. And so I say this to you with all of my heart. Change is possible, and the one thing that we can guarantee today is that today is the day we commit to life. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا لك ميرا. شكرا.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Niran.
لننظر إلى المستقبل، إلى التحديات، إلى الفرص التي تنتظرنا في عالم التنقل. ولهذا سنتناول.
Now we will focus on the opportunities in the transport sector, focusing on climate change, sustainable trends, and emerging trends in transport. In the next session, we will be led by our colleague, Tumelo Mototani. Congratulations once again.
Achievements in improving road safety, and also many, many thanks to all of you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, who have taken part in this very important and moving opening ceremony. We have heard so many calls to action and messages of inspiration that we can take with us into the next 3 days. As Nabila said, our opening ceremony is now at an end, but please return for our afternoon program. We've got fantastic plenary sessions still in store, including the first one on the future of road safety, and the exhibition in the adjacent building is now being opened directly after the ceremony. That is open to all officials, to all ministers. We wish you a wonderful time exploring the exhibition. Thank you for your attention, and goodbye for now.
شكرا جزيلا لكم وإلى اللقاء.
Thank you very much.
plaît, on peut voilà, n'utilisez faut pas utiliser le canal de topage là. Pourquoi j'ai tout le monde? Okay, when you're ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take to your seats. We're about to begin with our plenary session next. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if I may please ask you to take to your seats. We're about to begin with our next plenary session on the future of road safety next. Thank you. so much for joining us. If I may please ask you all to take to your seats. We are about to begin with our next plenary session. For those still making their way outside, you're more than welcome to please come and join us. We will be discussing quite an important topic on the future of road safety. So thank you to each and every one of you for making time to join us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if we may begin, thank you once again for joining us. As I observe protocol, to all the esteemed guests, distinguished, honorable members representing the various governments around the world, thank you so much for taking time to join us this morning for this discussion. My name is Tumelo Motodwane. I hail all the way from South Africa, and it's an absolute pleasure to be with all of you here this morning to discuss the future of road safety. Why this is such an important conversation, I think we can't deny the challenges that still do exist when it comes to progress being made towards road safety. But what I'm also looking forward to is being joined by my panelists to see what they have implemented in their various countries to ensure that drivers and pedestrians alike continue to be safe on the road. Now, with that being said, the intersection of road safety, climate change, as well as sustainable transportation does present both challenges and opportunities, I think. And we can all agree that as urbanization accelerates in most parts of the world, mobility patterns do shift, and emerging technologies redefine how we move, how we also ask the question, how can we create safer roads while continuing to address broader imperatives of environmental sustainability as well as access to transport. Now, with that being said, as I continue to give more of our delegates time to move into the hall, please, if you're still outside making your way towards this plenary session, we are discussing the future of road safety, and it would be an absolute pleasure to have all of you joining us this morning for this topic. Now, with that being said, I would like to, in the meantime, introduce my panelists, whom I will ask to please come onto the stage and join me by having a seat. And thereafter, I will call upon our presenter, our speaker, who will give us an opening session. So, if I may please ask to come onto the stage, Andreas Carlson, the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing from Sweden, please make your way to the stage. Bridget Diogo, Associate Deputy Minister of Transport from Canada, thank you so much for coming. Welcome. Dembele Madina Sissoko, the Minister of Transport and Infrastructure from Mali. Please come onto the stage. You are welcomed. Mr. Ajay Tamta, the Minister of State Road Transport and Highways from India. Please make your way to the stage. May I also invite on to the stage Felipe Tabarot, the Minister of Transport from France. Please come onto the stage. I'd also like to invite on Fernando Grande Malasca, the Minister of Interior from Spain. You're welcome. Please come onto the stage. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Sana Kasawe, the Advocacy and Campaigns Manager for Youth for Road Safety. Thank you so much for coming on. We're about to have an interesting conversation. Before we do, though, I'd like to please ask Dr. Etienne Krug from the World Health Organization to please come on and give us an opening statement. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Good to see you again. Good to see you. Welcome. Good to you.
Thanks to Melo. So great to see you again. Excellencies, friends, let's be honest with each other. We are family. The world is in turmoil. At the beginning of this year, we are facing several interlinked crises. Multiple wars, threats to democracy, climate change, rising inequities and inequalities, and cuts in development aid. It is high time that we come to our senses and start to address some of these crises. And if there is one we can solve, it is the road safety crisis. If there is one issue we all should be able to agree on, it is that in 2025, no one should die on our roads. Nevertheless, during the 3 days we will spend together here in beautiful Marrakesh, more than 10,000 people will die on the world's roads. In fact, since the invention of the first automobile, which was soon followed by the first road deaths about 140 years ago, 50 million people have died on the world's roads. Yes, 50 million people. That's more deaths as the deaths from World War I, 3 times more of the so-called Spanish flu. It's probably more as World War I and the Spanish flu together. As we've heard already, road traffic crashes kill 1.2 million people every year. It's the 12th leading cause of deaths for all ages combined, and it is the first leading cause of death for young people aged 5 to 29. We have invented a transportation system that kills our young people day in, day out, and we accept it. We're not all equal in front of road traffic crashes. Rates of death are nearly 3 times higher in Africa than in Europe. That's why I'm also very happy we are here today in Africa to talk about this. And pedestrians and cyclists make up 26% of road traffic deaths. Walking and cycling should be the safest modes of transport. They're the more natural ones. These pedestrian cyclists very often wouldn't even be able to afford a car. There are, nevertheless, some signs of progress. The last decade was probably the first decade since the invention of the automobile where we have seen a reduction in road deaths. It's encouraging, although it was only 5% in absolute numbers, but 16% in a rate when you put this in comparison to the nearly doubling of the vehicle fleet during that time and the increase of 1 billion people on the planet during that decade. Interestingly, 45 countries during the last decade have managed to reduce deaths on the road by more than 30%. And of those 45, 10 have reduced by more than 50%, clearly showing us that a reduction of 50% is possible in 10 years. What is needed, of course, has been laid out in the global plan for the Decade of Action 2021-2030. It's a series of measures, what we call the Safe Systems approach, and which encompasses work around vehicle and infrastructure safety, working on people's behavior through good legislation, information and enforcement, better trauma care. And as was said already, this should all be based on solid data collection systems. The plan lays out a number of directions to look into more, particularly responding to the needs of our children and young people, addressing speeding, probably the leading risk factors, which can be done relatively cheaply through legislation and enforcement, through changes in infrastructure and vehicle design. Accelerating the development of technology, engaging civil society and private sector, and shifting to safe and active modes of transport, which are the healthiest ones. And to do that, we'll have upcoming 2 important opportunities: the 8th UN Global Road Safety Week, which will be celebrated from 12 to 18 this May 2025, with the theme of safe walking and cycling. And I'd like to invite all of you here to make sure you celebrate it in your countries and communities. And the upcoming UN Decade of Action for Sustainable Transport, which starts next year. Excellencies and friends, we are here in Marrakesh in the 4th Ministerial Conference for a good reason. I think what unites us is that we want to see progress on road safety in the coming years. I want to thank all of you who have come prepared to make concrete and measurable commitments during this conference. And for those of you who still want, there will be opportunities in the pledging sessions and commitment sessions this evening and tomorrow to make additional commitments. These are going to be important. These are the legacy of this conference. During this conference, as we'll do in this panel, we'll also have an opportunity to highlight the links between road safety and climate change, sustainable mobility, and poverty. These issues are very linked. But above all, I'm making a call here for political will. We live in the most sophisticated and developed world ever. And it's hard for me to understand, and frankly unacceptable, that in the times of artificial intelligence, of 5G technology, of blockchain, of exploration of Mars, we still have children, parents or grandparents killed on their way to school, to work, or to the store. Road safety is solvable, and behind all the technical solutions, the one thing we need is political will. This is a ministerial conference. It is up to the highest level decision makers to decide that enough is enough. So, to the more than 100 ministers and vice ministers in this room, it is your decision to leave Marrakesh with the firm intention to reach a 50% reduction in deaths and injuries in your countries. To the NGOs, young people, survivors and academics, as well as UN officials, it is your decision to go home and redouble efforts and help your governments achieve this 50% reduction. To the private sector in this room, it is your decision to put safety above profits. And to all of us, it is our decision to change our transport system into one for people instead of one for cars. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Krug. Thank you for presenting the facts, the data, but also reiterating the commitments that we have seen from various governments and countries around improving road safety. And I think that's what makes this conversation quite important, right? We need to understand how we could better, as a world, as governments, as countries, as private sector, as citizens, improve on our road safety for both the drivers, the pedestrians, and of course, all citizens and human beings alike. So once again, I'd like to encourage you to, join in on the conversation, listen in, and also continue once we have also had a chance with my panelists to delve deep into what this topic and theme means. So I welcome you once again, honorable members and delegates. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for joining me on this important discussion. I think if I may start with you, Andreas, representing Sweden. I mean, a country that has been a leader, I have to say, when it comes to its vision regarding road safety. I think of Vision Zero, the approach that you have taken as Sweden. How have you been adapting this strategy, would you say, Andreas, to address climate change, but also the emerging mobility trends that we are seeing?
Thank you very much for the question, Ms. Mototian, and thank you everyone for participating, and thank you for your leadership. And leadership is the part of the answer, the most important part of the answer, I think. And not just governmental leadership, not just industry leadership, not just civil society leadership. What we have seen in Sweden is what we sometimes call the triple helix model, where we work together, academia, industry, and government, to see how we can work together. It's not just one measure. You can point one measure in Sweden and say, this is the solution. This is the whole approach, the smart system approach or the Vision Zero approach, which was invented in Sweden like 30 years ago, but we have been working strategically with road safety for approximately 50 years. And what we have seen is that everyone talks about at this conference is possible. We have seen a decrease from 1,300 deaths per year to 200 last year. It's a decrease with 85% in a country with 10 million people. And we're not done yet, but thank you very much for that. We need to reduce fatalities even more. And when we see the other imperatives that this panel today are to discuss, I think it's important to see that the influence of road transportation system is so pervasive that its safety or lack of safety affects a wide range of social needs. Road safety affects education, employment, environment, health, social welfare, poverty, and so on. So in fact, road safety directly or indirectly influences many of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So what we have done now, we adopted a new strategy just 1 month ago in Sweden, a new strategy for livable and safe cities. We addresses the role of active mobility in our everyday life and highlights the importance of safe infrastructure. So we're taking the next step. And the aim is that if you put road safety in the forefront, you will be successful in all other needs as well. If you put road safety in the forefront, you will see that you will reduce emissions. If you put the road safety in the forefront, when we know that 1.2 million fatalities, of those are 400,000 connected to work. If you can work strategically with the workplaces, with the industry, that will also increase competitiveness. It will compete the nation's work with wealth. Of course, for obvious reason, every single life is worth the measure. We know that here, but to make it clear for everyone, that every nation, every government represented here at this conference, is also important to say that road safety will help us be successful with climate change, with sustainability when it comes to social affairs and welfare, but also with competitiveness in our nations. And from our conference 5 years ago, the third ministerial meeting held in Stockholm, I know a lot of you were there. One outcome of that was an academic report that will be launched during this conference. And here is concrete steps, how we can take the further steps on. And one of the areas I think we need to address and work even harder on is connected to 1/3 of the fatalities, which is connected to the businesses, to the workplaces, to transport in that field. So we can prove that this works. It's not just a silver bullet, it's the whole system approach. The Vision Zero works. We are proud of that. We are not done yet, and we are happy to share our knowledge and also to learn from you how we can continue our work.
Thank you so much, Andreas. Thank you. As I move to you, Brigitte, and placing Canada in context, I mean, we know that Canada experiences quite extreme weather conditions, from icy colds and roads to wildfires. I'm keen to hear from you, Associate Deputy Minister, how Canada is integrating climate change resilience into road infrastructure, and all of this really to improve on-road safety.
Thank you very much, and it's a real pleasure to be here today to participate on this panel. Alors, comme vous savez,
as you know, in Canada, road safety is a shared responsibility at different levels.
Government, the provinces, the territories, but it also a responsibility that involves a lot of our civil society and the road users themselves that contribute to how we address rail safety. One of the core mandate of my department, Transport Canada, is really to ensure the safety and security of the transportation system. And that includes a tremendous focus on road users. I myself, I travel 500 kilometers every week to go to and from work. And one of the thing that I've noticed on the road that put my own safety and that I need to ensure I pay attention to is risky behaviors in terms of people speeding, distracted by cell phone, and as well, I think some people are just not paying attention, and in particular when they are impaired. road safety involves other agencies. In Canada, if you're driving on the highway and you observe a risky behavior, you're able to dial a 911, report the event, and sure enough, you're accompanied through that journey with local law enforcement that would meet you at a certain point and try to take enforcement measures. And these are tools that I have been able to use myself. So over the last few years, we've made significant progress to reduce fatalities using traditional measures such as seatbelt laws, public education campaigns, and speed limitations. But we can see the opportunity that emerging vehicle technologies offer. And many of the advanced driver assistance systems such as automatic emergency braking are already demonstrating how they can improve road safety. So there are a number of things that we are doing in Canada that I can share with you. So first of all, it remains really important for us to have an agile and responsive regulatory framework. To prepare for emerging vehicle technologies, Parliament has amended the Motor Vehicle Safety Act in 2018, and that continues to enable us to issue exemptions to welcome the adoption of innovative design that do not put into jeopardy safety and compromise safety. So we are developing guidance and tools for the safety assessment for automated driving systems, and we're also developing guidelines for testing, and we will be happy to share some of the work that we are doing and those tools with anyone who is interested. Cybersecurity is an important consideration and an important concern for us as we are looking at automated vehicles. And so we have also developed resources to assess cybersecurity when it comes to automated vehicles. Of course, we continue to work with our international partners and contribute, for example, at the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. This includes participating in the World Forum for Harmonization of Vehicle Regulations and leading efforts to develop regulations for automated driving systems, both the UN regulations and the global technical regulations. We're also contributing to the Global Forum for Road Traffic Safety on a human-centered approach to automated vehicle operations. And as I mentioned, we are supporting testing and trials for these new vehicle technologies. Canada has hosted the automated vehicle test in several provinces and territories. We are providing this testing is providing valuable information and data. And as industry move forward, we will continue to working with all partners to ensure a safe transition. Finally, in keeping with our commitment to international collaboration, we are pleased to announce that Canada will co-host the 28th International Technical Conference on Enhanced Safety Vehicles. This is a conference that we are co-hosting with the United States, and it will take place in Toronto, May 12 to 15 2026. And we hope that many of you will be able to attend. We will also host the PIARC World Road Congress in Vancouver in 2027. This is a conference that will highlight global innovation in road safety.
All right.
Merci.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I move on now to Mali. And Ms. Dembele, I mean, when we talk about road safety, how exactly is Mali addressing road safety in the context of rapid urbanization as well as population growth?
Thank you very much, Madam. Indeed, Mali is faced with major security issues on the road. Mali is landlocked country in West Africa, has no maritime facade, so therefore road transport is particularly important through major corridors, which implies, of course, heavy traffic. And this means we have a significant problem with road safety. In 2023, we lost 684 lives. This is an alarming figure, which means this led our leaders to adopt a new legal framework. And thank God Mali was able to implement the decisions of the Ministers of Transport of West Africa. We now have a National Committee for Road Safety, an interministerial road safety, a national agency, and we also work with civil society organizations. Despite all these efforts, we were not able to reduce this figure significantly. We have therefore decided for transport coaches or buses can only operate in daytime to reduce the significant number of accidents that occurred during the night. These intercity coaches can only now circulate in the daytime. We have also decided to devolve our services to ensure that transport to and fro work is reduced to as much as possible, which will have a positive economic impact. And with the Ministry of Education, we have decided to include in all syllabi, be it secondary, professional, or tertiary, will now include a road safety component. And we are also implementing a vast digitalization program through, for example, speed traps, so as to enforce better existing legal framework. This digitalization through radars will enable us to document and punish all drivers who are speeding. We've also launched campaigns across the country to determine which corridors are those where there are the most accidents, and we have launched awareness-raising campaigns in partnership with grassroots organizations, the National Road Safety Agency has also signed partnerships with the police, with the gendarmerie, with the emergency services, and they are working together to ensure in the field that we have an awareness-raising campaign to which the Youth Council, National Youth Council, has been associated, as well as the local authorities along these major roads are now involved in these awareness-raising campaigns so that together we can reduce the impact of road hazards. We have many motorcycles, which, of course, tends to be favored by the youth who are more exposed to risks. Through these campaigns, which involved the youth, we will be able to reach out to as many youth as possible to ensure that we get through to them. But a key takeaway here is the human factor, which is why we now have sobriety tests which are deployed with drunk drivers held until they become sober. So as you can see, much is being deployed, and we will be communicating actively on this before we move to the application of and the enforcement of such measures. But when you look at what's been happening where we had a lot of accidents before, and in particular the reduction of the buses driving at night, we have been able to reduce the number of deaths, even if we have not yet reached the objective of a 50% drop in road deaths. As of February 2024, Mali organized the International Forum on Road Accident Prevention, where many African countries partook, and strong recommendations were made. And with all the stakeholders, we have set up a schedule for the implementation of these recommendations to improve road safety. All this to say that we are focusing on the task at hand, even if we are focused on road, given the fact that we do not have many air connections in our air links in our country, and given the fact that we are also landlocked, which makes Mali a separate case or a bit of an exceptional case. But I'm sure we will be able to succeed, and I'd like to thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dembele. Thank you for giving that context just in regards to what steps Mali is taking to address road safety due to population growth and urbanization. Mr. Ajay Damta, if I can come to you and ask, under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India, what initiatives has your government taken to address road safety?
I am proud to share that under the dynamic leader of Sri Narendra Modi ji and Honorable Road Transport and Highways Minister Sri Nitin Gadkari ji, the road transport sector of our country is moving from strength to strength on 4 pillars. A stability transport, which involves reduction of CO2 emission for the transport. B, safer movement, that is reduction in road accident and fatalities. Increased convenience via digitized age of living for the citizens. Efficient logistic, reduction in logistic cost for efficient ferret movement. In this regard, India has launched Bharat NCAP, new car assessment program. For example, also for rating vehicles based on their crash performance, helping consumers make informed decision when purchase a car. We are pushing forward the mandatory driving under the advanced safety features such as airbag, anti-lock braking system. We have launched Warrior, our Ministry of Road Transport and Highways is also enhancing road safety through cutting and technology and advanced analytics. Electronics monitoring and infrastructure of road safety is now mandatory, national highway and state highway or any urban city. The Ministry EDGE recently launched the Sanjaya Madras Metrics and Field Perfection Survey of assist state with identifying accident, black spot and take coverage action. The Initiative Management Service is introduced for the post-crash situation of national highways, guaranteed a 30 minutes response time through a satellite helpline in coordination with State Emergency Medical Network. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ajay. Mr. Felipe, let me come to you and just ask in the context of France. I mean, with the rise of micro-mobility solutions such as e-scooters that we've seen, what regulations are currently being implemented by France, in France, to ensure safe coexistence with other road users?
Thank you very much. Please allow me first and foremost to thank you for this welcome and for organizing this extraordinary conference. I've been very much impressed by what I've seen, both in terms of participation, being able to gather more than 100 ministers from around the world in today's geopolitical context. It's quite remarkable, and I would like to highlight the Kingdom of Morocco's efforts in this regard, and it shows also that road safety is truly a transversal topic. Secondly, I would also like to highlight how organizers decided to show through the films and testimonies to speak the truth. Road safety is not very headline grabbing. However, those images we saw of these bereaved families, I thought these make sense. They sometimes are difficult to watch, but it is only, I believe, through such messages that we can move our cause forward. So my experience is a bit personal. I've been a minister for 6 weeks. I shan't speak to all my predecessors have done, and they've worked well, and I would say that in France we're in stability when it comes to figures. They dropped in 2010, 2012, and then they've been kind of steady, although still too high. My own experience in the last 6 weeks, I speak to my colleagues who are ministers of transport or the interior. Those are the two ministries of permanent catastrophes and disasters. I think we are constantly called upon. Two events stood out. On top of the suicide of a train driver just before the Christmas. But two key takeaways for me is to learn the death of cyclists who use soft transport, be it walking or cycling, who are knocked down by cars on the road. And we have, unfortunately, more and more such dramatic cases. What does this mean? This means we have a cohabitation issue on the road. and we can do all we want to reduce our carbon consumption on promoting train, on maritime transport or river transport. Nonetheless, the road predominates. Even if we can reduce the carbon footprint, we're still looking at 85 and 80% of transports. So we therefore need to organize the road and ensure that it is shared safely by all, be it car drivers or new transport such as e-scooters, who, as the latecomers, believe they can do everything they want, and we must do something about this. But we also must ensure that cycling and walking is also protected and taken into account, given its health and benefits. So there is clear action that needs to be taken on this issue, and I think that collaboration will be key. As my colleagues have mentioned, we must focus on education, on training, on respecting others. There seems to be some animosity between the different drivers, incidents of road rage, threats, physical threats between different road users, means that this cohabitation is quite challenging. I shan't speak too much, but I wanted to share with you another significant experience in the last 6 weeks of my life, which have been the most difficult. But I was called one morning to be told that a school bus had an accident and a young girl, a 16-year-old, had passed. She was just going to school with her friends, and I learned on site that the driver had taken drugs before going to work. So this is something we must talk about, and I've come to realize that in our country, in France, 1 deadly accident in 5 are caused by drivers under the influence of drugs. And unfortunately, this is also true in our broader society, but significantly more impactful on transport, on roads. We have 1.9 million students going to school every day, and we have to make sure that parents can trust these drivers to not be under the influence of drugs. This, to me, is clearly a priority, which is why immediately with the Ministry of the Interior, Mr. Bruno Retailleau, to perform 30,000 spot checks in 1 week. We've checked drivers for public transport, for school buses, for alcohol and drugs. And we realized that there was about 100 drivers who were under the influence of drugs and who were performing their professional duties. So maybe 100 out of 30,000 is not a lot, but it's still 100 too many. So we've been able, given what we were able to do with the alcohol tests, spot checks on the road, I think that with the progress that has been made, we'll be able to test drivers, bus drivers, for drugs before they start their duties. And I think that we owe this to the parents of children, to the people who take public transport. If we want a truly multimodal transport system, we need security and safety, which unfortunately is sometimes lacking. And lastly, we organized in Paris a summit on artificial intelligence, and quite a few of you were there. Your government was well represented. I think we saw quite a few innovative technological solutions, and we've seen it with the presence of the Moroccan ministry, that this would provide solutions to the problems that we are all facing. I think I may have spoken too long already, but very quickly, I must say that I was not optimistic when I first arrived, but given the broad spectrum of key people here and the high quality of the testimonies and the will to make this a world priority, I believe that we will be able to achieve these results, and which is why we are present here. And I am delighted that we will be able to continue to work together. And as Mr. Todd said, this is a plague, this is a pandemic, this is unacceptable, and we must combat it together.
Mr. Fernandez, I come to you and place a closer look into Spain. I'd like to touch on the expansion that Spain has shown in its high-speed rail network, but also the public transport options that we see there now. How do these initiatives contribute overall to road safety?
Good morning. First of all, thank you. Thanks for the invitation, for being part of this global ministerial conference on road safety. And I would like to thank the Kingdom of Morocco for their very important organization of such a relevant event, which involves the participation of the UN and the WHO to tackle a question that's highly relevant for us all. That is why I would like to start by saying that road safety should be an integral part of other policies around mobility, and that's why we are talking about safe mobility. It must be part of all policies, as we have heard, around the environment, education, health, prevention of work risks, etc. That's why in Spain we talk about road safety and also safe mobility. And we have to take into account that road safety and safe mobility policies, when we talk about them, we have to have a clear idea about their efficacy and their efficiency. And we have to be aware of what we need in order to ensure that efficiency. We are gathering with different public representatives. We need an institutional organization that is capable of bringing together all the efforts, all the initiatives, and to take those actions to practice and to prioritize those measures that are considered necessary and required. And for instance, in Spain, the General Directorate for Traffic in Spain, which has turned 65 years this year, is an autonomous body, but it actually does report to the Spanish Ministry of the Interior, so the Home Office. Without any doubt, another key aspect is to not forget the importance, the relevance of the victims. The victims should be at the center of all road safety policies. They did something as important as bring us to talk not so much about accidents. They no longer talk about accidents, they talk about road violence. So we mustn't talk about accident, because if we mention the word accident, it can be interpreted as something that cannot be avoided, and that is not the case. Road accidents can be avoided, and that is why it's so important to talk about road violence. And let me add something that not everybody might like. Again, something that not everyone might like is the importance of making rules compulsory. Everybody should observe the rules. All the citizens should know what the rules are. We have just heard about the importance of drug tests, alcohol testing, etc. And this is something that we are increasing in Spain. Why? Well, because the entire number of drivers should be aware of the risks that drugs entail. That is why we are currently doing more than 6 million. And by the way, in Spain we have a total number of 27 million drivers. And we carry out 6 million alcohol tests per year and more than 150,000 per year for drugs. And this is a number that keeps increasing because we see that still 30% of people who die in car accidents in the road were under the influence of alcohol. Doesn't it sound strange after all these awareness-raising policies we carried out back then? But that's still the case. But allow me to say that 20% of deaths were not wearing the seatbelt in Spain, which is absolutely so basic and essential, something that might actually sound impossible or unheard of, because for us it has become second nature in Spain the moment you get in the car to, fasten your seatbelt. For many of us, this is second-hand, but for many others, it isn't. And 50% of those people who were not wearing a seatbelt, they would have saved their life in those accidents. So that's why, let me insist, it is very important to have those rules in place, to make people comply with them, and to fine those who don't. This is equally important. And we have said this because at the end of the day in life, everything goes down to the same thing. This also applies to road safety, to road violence, and that is the issue of the awareness and education. I think it was the director of the WHO who mentioned the incidence of road violence among the youth. It is true. I am referring to global, to worldwide numbers. In Spain, for instance, in the year 2024, the age gap, or the age line, where we had the highest number of deaths was from 40 to 55 years. If you allow me this expression, we can be somewhat optimistic because we started with road safety education with school children, and this has been part of the way they act and the way they interact on the public roads, and this is relevant. But this is no longer the case for those people who are older, and it seems that it is more difficult for them to eradicate those habits that they have, as much as you work to eradicate them. And that is also why we are putting in place training programs. This is constant learning, let's not forget. And driving should also be considered a profession, if you like, as an activity that we all do. So we are arranging and organizing safe driving courses for the whole range and for the entire number of drivers, not only when you lose your points on your driving license, but rather as a standard procedure for most people, so that they can recycle their knowledge. That's why we have come together with victims, with different associations, foundations, and many other bodies, and we need to have them on our side. We need their support because sometimes we need to do policies that can have certain social risk in terms of whether or not they would be accepted by the general public. As a consequence of what I just explained, we have a draft law that will be passed by the Parliament to reduce the number of points, always trying to look to the future. We want to reduce the alcohol intake to something very near to zero, and we need to have the civil society on our side so that these policies can have full support from the onset and do not face a lot of opposition. And finally, let me just mention international cooperation. That's why we're all here for today. So I'm calling out for that international cooperation, to share best practices, to learn from one another. And we also heard this from the representative of road safety from the African region. And let me just reinforce it. The creation of the Observatory of Road Safety for Africa, the African Center for Road Safety. It is just by collecting real data, precise data, that we can adopt the necessary prevention and response policies across Africa. And now, finally, if I may, this is something that I learned some years ago. Let me just refer to the legal aspects. This is something that the Nordics know very well, Norway, Sweden. When we talk about the SAFE framework, the entire legal framework and the legislation is based on two very clear aspects. Let's just not look, when it comes to passing new laws, on those people who are not prudent. But because even the most prudent person can, at some point, commit something that is not quite right, and even if it's just not that important, this can lead to very dramatic consequences. And secondly, all of us, the people, human beings, are weak by nature. What do I mean by this? Well, any shock, any hit can have a very negative impact for physical integrity. And these are the two main and essential points. Let me just give you an example. I'm not sure whether we'll have the chance to continue with the discussion. Maybe I'm taking too long. Do excuse me. But in Spain, we managed to reduce the speed limits for those roads which only have one lane. We have reduced the speed limit from 50 to 30 kilometers per hour. Well, the difference, and I am trying to link this to those safe systems, the difference is that if you run over a pedestrian at 50 kilometers per hour, there is a 90% probability or likelihood of them dying. At 30%, this goes down to 10%. So just to give you an idea about how weak we are, how weak our body is. So that's why I keep saying those legislation, those laws have to be channeled towards those objectives. Even the most careful person can have a careless attitude at some point with dramatic results, and we human beings are really weak by nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sana, I'd like to come to you, and I think, you know, this part of the conversation is quite important because we know that young people are amongst the vulnerable group, right, when it comes to road safety. But listening into what world leaders are saying today around the work they have done on road safety and where they predict road safety is going in the future, do you feel safe as a young person on the road? But also, how do you think we can ensure that more young people in other vulnerable groups are taken into account when we discuss road safety policies?
Thank you so much to Milu. I'm very grateful to be here. This is such a privilege as a young female change maker, working every day with hundreds of young people across the world to reshape the future of road safety. And let me be honest, I should not be the exception. This should be the norm, even in decision-making spaces, because when policies are designed without us, they fail us. You mentioned that young people are the most impacted by road traffic crashes. This is the truth. We are losing 1,000 young people every single day because of a road traffic crash. And if you think about it, this is like an airplane full of young people crashing every single day. But if this was the case, actually, the world would declare an emergency. But because it's happening on the streets slowly and silently, we are treating it as basically as something that we cannot avoid, as unfortunate cost of mobility. But what I want to stress is that the cost of inaction in road safety is measured in human lives, is measured in young people lost every single day. And as young people, and my peers agree with me, we do not accept this. Actually, 2 days ago, hundreds of young people from all over the world I basically gathered here in Marrakesh for the 3rd World Youth Assembly for Road Safety. And many of them are present here with me today, so I would like to kindly ask them to stand up. Please stand up. As you can see them wearing the colorful hoodies, you will meet them in other sessions, you will meet them in the hallways, and they will show you the great work that we have done. We created the Global Youth Statement for Road Safety, which is a clear and urgent action plan for decision makers to basically implement the youth vision for road safety. So we have created a roadmap to support you to basically change the future for us. And you asked me if I feel safe on the world roads. We do not feel safe. And basically, a lot of us are motivated to advocate for safer roads because of personal reasons, because of losing a loved one, because of losing accessibility to education, to healthcare, to many things, because of the inefficient transportation system that we have today. And the panel is about the future, right? So when we say the word future, we immediately think of technology, and we heard a lot of work that's being done worldwide related to self-driving cars, electric vehicles, AI-driven mobility, you know, autonomous vehicles. But let's be real. If we are talking about the future, who is this future being built for? It's for young people. It's for me and my peers that are present here today. And if technology is being pushed without safety, without equity, and without sustainability in mind, then it's not innovation. It's basically a business model to generate more profit that is keeping our streets dangerous. So, and as young people, we care about the future of our planet. We care about our health. We care about our environment. And we hear, you know, a lot of people calling for electrification, and we believe that electrification is not the answer. It's not the solution for road safety, because basically it's profit-driven that keeps our cities car-centric, car-dominant. And if we replace like gas cars with electric cars, this means that we will have more cars, more vehicles, more emissions, and more fatalities. So what we are calling for is investment in active mobility, in sustainable cities. We want spaces that are safe for young people to walk and cycle, where this vulnerable group of road users are safe and are protected. And I want to mention the impact that the transport system has on our health and on our well-being. Young people all over the world, many of them have cardiovascular issues, they have mental health issues, and yet they are every day exposed to the dangers of the roads. So we want to change this. We want to have the opportunity to move safely. We want a transport system that invests in public transportation, that basically, in order to reduce crashes, lower pollution, and improve our overall health. So road safety is basically an accelerator to achieve climate targets, to achieve public health targets, and it's an opportunity to reclaim our cities to the people and deprioritize vehicles. And as Dr. Tadros said in the opening ceremony, it's important to give young people a voice in the decision-making spaces. And this is actually my demand to decision makers who are present with us today. Basically, we need power. We need power in decision-making. We need real influence. We need real investment. We want to be equal in shaping the future of our transportation and of our planet. We do not want to inherit the issue of road traffic crashes. We no longer accept our peers dying on the world's roads. So let me be clear, we do not want to just be here to share our perspectives. We are asking you to put us in, to make the policies inclusive, and basically invest in youth power. And I look forward to continuing the discussion with you, and I invite you to speak with all the young delegates from your countries who are present with us today, and to endorse the Global Youth Statement, to submit a commitment that is smart and pushes forward for young people meaningful participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sana. Sana, I think what's exciting about what the room and you as young people are doing is you're taking a stand, not only asking for inclusion, but taking a stand, a united stand that is, and making your demands clear. Well, panelists, I literally have 10 minutes left with you, so I will plead with you to please, as we wrap up, only take a minute in giving your closing remarks, just in respect of time so we can make way for other plenary sessions. In just a minute, Mr. Andreas, in your concluding words, leaving this topic and delegates with something to consider as we go home, share your closing remarks, but also bearing in consideration that as Sweden, you are recognized for the advancements that you've made in technology, in road technology particularly, but also smart infrastructure. So how do you think other countries can replicate your success, I suppose, in reducing traffic fatalities from where they're based? In a minute, please.
Thank you very much. It takes longer than a minute, but so my invitation to you is to cooperate with Sweden. We are here to help, but also to learn from each other in shaping the future for the next phase for Sweden and for all other countries represented here at this conference. But I will underline what I said before. It's the whole system approach, the Vision Zero. We have the Vision Zero Academy that helps ministries all over the world with these solutions. It can be tailor-made for every country. We have good cooperation, as I said, together with our industry. Jenny from Scania is representative in this room. We have also Volvo, we have other companies that are actually very seamless part of our solutions we have made in Sweden. It's not just government that decide that we will have a Vision Zero approach. We need to work together with our automobile sector, and they are also here representative to find solutions for different markets to promote road safety. But also academia. We are very proud of the cooperation with government, industry and academia that has been the key for our success story, and where innovation, it's not a contradictory for road safety, it's actually a prerequisite for road safety technology, but also smart solutions and the vehicles, and we are happy to share knowledge and create and shape future also at that sense. So it could be slightly more than 1 minute, but we have worked with this for 50 years, so we will continue on and share our knowledge and shape the future together. And I'm really thankful for our host, the Moroccan friends here, for a fantastic conference so far. And now it's time for action. We have discussed this here. You hear a lot of initiatives taking place, but we need to put that into practice. So this will be a success in the years to come. We saw good results from the Stockholm Declaration. Now we will sign another declaration, but it's not just words. We need to put them into practice all over the globe, and Sweden is here to work together with all of you that are interested in co-working, so we can be at your market, in your work, find different solutions. It's not just copy one another measures, it's the whole system approach, the Vision Zero, so we can actually save lives. That's always happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Andreas. Ms. Brigitte, as I also come to you pleading for, to be brief on this closing remark, but also how can you advise, countries and, delegates as we finish and conclude on this topic, how to better leverage on AI and, data-driven insights to prevent collision and traffic collisions overall?
Yeah, so thank you very much, and thank you for the passionate plea from our young participants. I have to say that in Canada, we've made a lot of progress. So I'll just finish by giving you some statistics and some messages for you to take away. So in Canada, while the vehicle kilometers driven increased by 22% between 2012 and 2022, we've seen significant reduction in road casualties. So fatalities are down 7%, serious injuries down 20%, and total injuries down 29%. Unfortunately, every day in Canada, there is about 5 fatalities on the roads. And that's just too many, and still a lot of work to be done. And the progress that we have made was not possible without some partners that are here today, organizations such as Parachute or the Canadian Automotive Associations. We work hand in hand in addressing road safety. And so the message is to make lasting change, to make changes that bring everybody together. It's really important to collaborate with different organizations, different ministries in the same government, and different levels of government. The conference started today with many stories, and hearing the stories make an impact. And I think I encourage everyone to continue to share the stories of what we are living in our communities, what we are seeing on the road, and that's really a powerful means to garner commitment and to reduce the fatalities on the road. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Madame Bridget. Thank you. Madame Debele, as I come to you in conclusion, perhaps share your closing remarks with us, and also how you can advise for more cost-effective solutions in improving road safety.
Merci, Madame. Donc, comme nous sommes au mot de la fin, je profite de ces micros pour féliciter, si possible, et remercier les autorités marocaines pour l'organisation de ces cadres d'échange qui regroupent à peu près plus d'une centaine de ministres chargés de la sécurité routière dans le monde entier. Donc, merci encore. Maintenant, après tout ce que nous avons dit, c'est sûr que la sécurité a un coût. Mais pratiquement, l'Organisation mondiale de la santé, l'OMS, avec ses partenaires, doivent se pencher sur comment mettre en place au niveau de chaque pays une stratégie pour financer la sécurité routière. Parce que la sécurité routière a un coût. Quand nous prenons les infrastructures routières, au Mali, nous, on a conçu les infrastructures routières pour que les engins à 2 roues soient à part et pour que les véhicules soient à part. Vous savez qu'en matière de dimensionnement, ça a un coût sur l'infrastructure routière. Donc, et ensuite, nous devons mettre en place des stratégies.
And we should put in place strategies in order to maintain in good shape drivers that is causing more fatalities on the road. Besides, there is a lack of equipment on motorbikes, and we should put in place policies in our countries in order to be able to request vehicles that cannot be modified. So our request is on vehicles, on HR and road infrastructure. And I think that road safety should be built upon these 3 requests. And I think that we can meet the 0 accidents on our roads. And thank you very much. And put in place the right strategies to finance road safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam. Mr. Ajay, as I also plead for you to be brief when it comes to time, just in summary, your closing remarks, but also how you are, of course, addressing behavior on the road as India, some of the takeaways that we can take as well home.
To address these issues, we are executing a multifaceted approach. First, driving training and certification. We have initiated a revamp of the driver training program, ensuring that every driver not only learns the rules of the road, but is also equipped with practical skill and knowledge about safe driving practices through advanced driver training centers. Second, strict enforcement of traffic laws. Our traffic enforcement agencies have been empowered with new technologies such as digital breath analyzer, speed cameras, and AI-based monitoring system that can detect violence in real time. Public awareness campaign, third. The ministry has launched several campaigns across the country to raise awareness about this danger of speeding, driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs, and distracted driver. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ajay. Mr. Felipe, as I come to you as well, in short and in summary, please, your closing remarks, but also the power that you see in public and private collaboration in further shaping, the future and as far as road safety is concerned, but equally so on sustainable transport policies.
En une minute?
In 1 minute, you mean? In 1 minute, if you allow me, I will use 6 words. Political will. National and international political will, because alone we can do nothing. And today's meeting shows that very well. The second word would be education. Everything should be based on education. It's basic. It's a basis for road safety and for everything else. Second, it's resilience. This is what I talked about. We have to learn how to live with the other, and especially on the road. And then innovation. Innovation. There is such a boom in our societies around innovations, and we should use them. They can help. Then cooperation. Those who moved forward should help the others a little bit more. And we need to have more solidarity amongst nations and people. And at the end, I would mention action. The speeches have lasted too long, and we have to move to concrete actions now. All of these 6 words in terms of the stories we have heard here and in this conference, I think that we have our youth with us, and we have to work and deploy efforts for them. You did well in 1 minute.
Your closing remarks briefly, please, on monitoring and preventing risky behavior when it comes to the future of road safety, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I will be brief. Obviously, what we have to do is to follow up and to control and monitor all the data that we have available, hence the importance of having those necessary instruments available in order to adopt the necessary policies that can make it a real progress and to keep our efficiency. Without real data of what happens on the roads, we cannot set the necessary measures that we need. That's why it is important to have those PPPs in place that we just referred to. Road safety, as we also heard, is just not about road safety on its own right. It also comes hand in hand with the environment, with having sustainable spaces for use, and obviously we need to be very aware of all this. And this is not just about losing. Neither the public nor the private sphere should lose out. We will all win. And therefore, this cooperation, this collaboration is very much needed. And let me just repeat this. I can repeat it until I am blue in the face. Education, education, and more education. Education in values. In this world, and at the current time, we mustn't forget about the values that build democracies and that build the essential principles that makes us reasonably better and that lead to such an important thing as solidarity. Road safety policies are solidarity policies and policies for the respect of each and every one of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fernando. So now, as I conclude this discussion with you, I think you've raised the issue around policies being top-down from government, then coming to the citizens. I think you've raised quite a number of important issues that the youth want to express. As you conclude and give us your closing remarks, how can youth-led advocacy assist and play a bigger role in shaping national road safety agenda? How important is it?
Thank you so much, Tamilu. I think this conference needs to be the turning point for road safety. We need to have meaningful youth participation of young people in shaping policies for a more sustainable and a safer future of road safety, of transportation systems. Now we are in the middle of the second decade of action of road safety, and we are very far from the goal of this decade. But if the data is there, if the solutions are there, and if we know what needs to be done, then why are we not making progress? Why is road safety still not being prioritized? And my answer would be the lack of political will and the lack of inclusion in the policy-making processes. As young people, we are natives to the digital age, and I think our role in shaping policies would be related to using technology and artificial intelligence in data. Because through these tools, we can have like real-time analysis of the dangers of the road, and we can have informed policy decisions that we can push forward for decision makers. And we can also hold them accountable for not achieving the targets. I call on decision makers to invest in youth-led solutions, to invest in entrepreneurship, and to provide opportunities for young people to grow their skills, especially the young professionals in the transportation field and in the technology field. And I really hope that this conference is not just another global conference where this topic is being discussed. We need to make the change now. The time to take action is today. And young people need to be at the heart of the decision-making processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sana. Another round of applause to all my delegates and my panelists. Thank you so much for joining me. It was great talking to you, and thank you so much for being great in joining this conversation. I'll be handing over to my colleague, Melinda Crane, who will take over more plenary sessions, of course, that to follow. But thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you for another topic later. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us today. I'm Claudia Driasole-Style. I'm the director of the Health and Road Safety Program at the World Resources Institute and the deputy director of the Transport Program at the World Resources Institute. It is my honor to be here with you today, and I want to welcome my panelists. So please, if we can have Adroaldo, Wei Min, Marco, and Pedro to join me in the stage. Thank you. No particular order. Thank you. Wonderful. Very good. So today our session is Cities Safer by Design for Adaptation and Mitigation. And I have a wonderful panel here that I will ask now to introduce themselves. So let's start with you, Pedro, please.
Hi, Claudia. Hi, thank you for inviting me. So my name is Pedro Homem Gouveia. I'm a senior policy advisor for Polis. Polis is the leading network of European cities and regions advancing transport innovation, and we focus specifically on innovative policies and methods and tools that can make urban, suburban, and rural mobility more sustainable, safe, and equitable.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Pedro, and welcome. Adroaldo.
Hi. Nice to meet you. Thank you for invitation. I'm the head of the traffic agency, let's call it just like that, in Brazil. It's a national secretary. And we have to regulate nationwide norms about traffic and road safety. And we are also responsible for the campaigns and everything regarding regulation in this area. Thank you.
Excellent. Welcome, Adroaldo. Wei Min, please.
Thank you, Claudia. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Wei Min Ren. I'm the director of Transport Division from ISCAP, Economic Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. So currently, I'm also serving as a chair of the steering committee of UN Road Safety Fund. Thank you.
Welcome, Wei Min. Thank you. Marco?
Yes, thank you, Claudia. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Marco Yamaguchi. I'm the manager for the transport, the logistic division at the African Development Bank. So I'm in charge of all the strategic activity of the bank in surrounding the transport and the city included. Thank you.
Excellent. Welcome, Marco, please.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Gatshabe Winston. I'm the Commissioner of Transport Regulation and Safety, Minister of Works and Transport, Republic of Uganda.
Welcome. Wonderful. So we have a great panel today, and we will start thinking about how do we make our cities not only safe, but also ready for the climate challenges that we have in front of us. And so I would like to start with you, Adroaldo, to just give us a few words on what is happening in Brazil and how you are just merging these agendas. Please.
Thank you. It's a great responsibility, so I'm going to read a small statement.
Excellent.
First, it's an honor to be here today discussing this critical issue, how our cities can be designed to be safer in terms of mitigating road risks and its relation with climate issue. I think this immediately leaves us with the question of how to improve active mobility and public transportation. Our Ministry of Transport is very committed to translating infrastructure investments into measurable safety improvements. Our ministry have integrated road safety performance metrics into new highway concessions policies. And we also partnership with the private sector to maximize investment and highway concessions. Additionally, we are testing electric cargo trucks, which are a great problem about the safe measures in Brazil, handling regulatory adaptations to ensure decarbonization, sustainability, and safety. But infrastructure alone is not enough. Governance is at the heart of this agenda. In Brazil, Senatra, that's our agency, has extensive work in intersectoral dialogue as a regulatory organization, especially with the municipalities, which still have low engagement in Brazil. We strongly believe that road safety policies only succeed when they effectively reach the cities. In Brazil, our data shows that at least more than 80% of the car crashes happen inside the cities. This is why our agency plays a crucial role as a connector, ensuring the national policies that translate into life-saving actions at the local level. For this, we demand that the traffic institutions must establish what we call penetrance. It's our national plan to reduce traffic deaths and injuries, which is our main public policy coordinated by our agency. This plan aims to, of course, halve traffic fatalities by 2030 through an approach that includes Vision Zero and safe system concepts, which focuses on protecting vulnerable users by infrastructure and urban design. It plays a critical role in this plan by creating safer streets and improving mobility options. Senatran particularly believes that the way to solve the problem is to improve the participation of the municipalities so that they can assume their responsibility with policies to reduce fatalities. In this regard, we are also working hard to promote campaigns that provide effective communication and awareness about traffic risks, such as speed management. Finally, to make this vision a reality, we need professionals who understand both road safety and sustainability. Urban planners, engineers, and policymakers must have the knowledge and tools to design solutions that respond to the challenges of this century. The decisions we make today will define how we protect lives. Let's work together to ensure that every road we build, every policy we implement, and every investment we make contributes to a safer and more sustainable future. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Eduardo, for that statement, and really comprehensive. It's wonderful to see that your agency is leading really a very, very comprehensive taking on road safety and on climate change, right? You started your speech by saying we need walking, cycling in mass transportation. And I'm going to turn to you, Pedro, because we have had several conversations throughout these years, and I know that your statement is exactly that we need to strengthen the transport, the sustainable transport system, to see also results in climate change. So, please.
Yes. Maybe an answer in 4 brief points. First of all, well, coming from a network of cities and regions, I think it's important to outline that for us it makes little sense to discuss road safety in the abstract without a spatial reference, let's say, because there are different spatial contexts. If we would like to simplify, on the one end you have highways and motorways where walking and cycling is prohibited. On the other end, you have city streets where you want people to walk and cycle. And in the middle, you would have some, suburban roads, rural roads. And the point is that these different settings, they pose different challenges, they require different approaches, and they involve different stakeholders. So it's very ineffective to think about road safety without considering exactly what spatial setting exactly are we talking about, because otherwise we will treat everything as if it's a highway, and that has been the problem for over a century. So in all these settings, the second point is that in all these settings, and particularly in the roads that are managed by local and regional authorities, there are tough choices to be made for safety, for sustainability, for equitability, for resilience. And technology will not save us from making those tough choices. It's important that we use technology as a source of solutions, not as an alibi to escape the tough political and collective decisions we have to make. Now, the third point is that these decisions are not necessarily about taking away or forbidding. We stand for freedom of choice. But what freedom of choice are we exactly talking about? Because if we live in an environment where motorized traffic has a monopoly over space and over speed, making everything else difficult and risky, well, obviously we're talking about a monopoly. We're not talking about freedom of choice. And there are in any country, there are vast amounts of the population that do not really have the freedom to choose. They either use the car as a matter of necessity because every other option is too bad, or they can't afford the car. So they use dangerous options. So the point is that we need to provide alternatives. We need to create an environment that is safe and convenient for multimodality, so that people can walk, people can cycle, people can take public transport, and also that new shared mobility services can safely deploy. So from shared e-scooters to shared bikes to car sharing to carpooling to robo-taxis, etc. Let's keep in mind that one of the biggest obstacles today for the deployment of autonomous vehicle technology is the monopoly that motorized traffic has over space and speeds. If everybody would run at 30 kilometers per hour, robo-taxis could be deployed tomorrow with all the public and private investment that would generate. And finally, this point that I worked at the local level for 21 years, and today I work with many professionals working at the local level from across Europe and beyond. And the point is, you don't go to a street and do safety, or no, today I'm going to do sustainability, or today I'm going to do resilience. You have to do it all together. But street improvements. And it's, in a way, when we talk about safety and sustainability and equitability and resilience, we have to think that this has to work like, one for all and all for one. You have to look for the opportunities. For example, if you reduce speed, speed needs space. If you reduce speed, you free up space. That space can be used for putting in trees, creating permeability, creating shops or parklets, or, and that in turn will support, for example, the improvement of lower income neighborhoods. And I could go on and on and on. The point is these things work together. And when you approach them as a designer or as a strategist, it's not which one am I going to pick, is how can I develop a solution that touches all these buttons. That's why you need design. That's it.
That is really great. Thank you so much, Pedro, because I think you have touched the nerve here, right? We have public space that is monopolized, and I love how you use that word, by private vehicles, and it's not working for us, right? It's a space that we need for other functions now that cities are getting hotter, that cities are getting flooded, that cities are getting killer storms. So we need to rethink about that public space, and that goes through giving people opportunities, because one thing that will remain constant is that people need to go to a job. They need to get a service. So that will be constant. We just have to work with the different alternatives. I want to move to Wei Min in Asia and to tell us Asia is facing already a lot of the brunt of climate change. We have seen several cities getting to temperatures that have never seen before and floods. So what do you see that is happening in the region? Is there a conversation starting about adaptation, mitigation, and mixing that with road safety? Is the start of that conversation happened already?
Thank you, Claudia, for your question. Yes, indeed. Asia Pacific is very vulnerable to the climate change. Asia Pacific is home to the most mega cities in the world. Yeah, and also Asia Pacific accounts for nearly 60% of global road crash fatalities. So there's a connection between road safety and climate resilience. So the conversation is going on. And then from ISCAP perspective, yes, indeed, yeah, we firmly believe integration of road safety into, the funding for resilient products is crucial. It's crucial to address road safety challenges in the context of climate change. And also this entails support from at both policy and project levels. So unlike multilateral development banks, Marco will share his view later, ISCAP is not involved in any individual project's funding. So instead, we leverage our functions as a UN entity to encourage our member states in taking actions at policy levels. So first, we utilize our intergovernmental convening power to encourage our member countries to take actions through intergovernmental convening and consensus building. So one ongoing example is the upcoming our commission session scheduled to be held in April this year. The theme for this session is exactly very much relevant to the topic of our discussion. The theme is regional cooperation for resilient and sustainable urban development in Asia and Pacific. So the theme study report has already been prepared by the Secretariat, which highlights the importance of an integrated approach to sustainable development, which will be feeding the discussions among the member countries during the conference. And also a Commission resolution on this same topic is expected to be adopted at the end of the session. So because I think transport networks are the circulatory systems of the cities and also vulnerable to climate change. So I believe those concepts such as transit-oriented development, inclusive, smart, low carbon, as well as safe transport will be highlighted in the discussion as well as in the final resolution. So this is just one example. So how ISCAP use our intergovernmental as well as convening as well as consensus building power, to promote integrated approach to sustainable urban development. Secondly, we incorporate road safety into urban development related capacity building as well as technical assistance programs to support our member countries in improving the capacities of their officials. Currently, the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific for 2022 to 2026, the five-year plan adopted by the transport ministers of ISCAI member states, identified 7 thematic areas. 5 of them are relevant to urban transport development, namely urban transport, digitalization of transport, low carbon transport, inclusive transport, as well as road safety. So this enables us to design our capacity building as well as technical assistance projects in an integrated and comprehensive manner, instead of promote each of them in a separate way. So one example I can share is we developed a tool which is called Sustainable Urban Transport Index. So this tool can help cities to check the sustainability of their urban transport systems against the indicators included in this index. The most important point is that road safety is one of the indicators. So the cities can check whether or not all those indicators are met to what extent, and then to see the sustainability level of their urban transport. And this tool is really very well welcomed by our member states and already applied in, I think around 20 cities. Yeah. So in addition to that, we also, the transport team also taking every opportunities to increase the awareness or the importance of transport, particularly road safety, in a broader concept. For instance, last year, ISCAP organized the Asia Pacific Urban Forum. Transport is not the organizer of this event. It's by our sister team. But actually, we invited Mr. Ron Todd to join this forum, and then to raise the awareness of the audience of the road safety in an overall urban development program. So this is another way we promote urban road safety into the urban transport overall program. Thirdly, we collaborate with multilateral financial institutes, jointly advancing regional transport infrastructure through complementing each other's advantages. So one of the strengths of ISCAP is norm setting. In transport sector, we adopted an intergovernmental agreement on Asia Highway Network, so which includes each segment of the road transport infrastructure designated by the parties to the agreement, as well as a set of technical standards, including safety standards. And then the parties or ISCA members, they meet regularly to discuss, to update this network, and also discuss emerging issues with respect to infrastructure development, such as how to improve the resilience of our road infrastructure, to address the climate change issues. And then we invited our financial institute development partners to join this discussion. And also we share the outcomes of the discussion with them. So they think this is very useful. Yeah, this helps them to identify the right project for financing. So this is another, the way how we promote integrated approach to urban transport or sustainable transport in the context of climate change. So
Excellent.
Stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wei Min. I really, really like this Sustainable Transport Index and the fact that road safety is integrated on this, right? I always say that one of the largest investments that we have at the country level or at the subnational level are investments on infrastructure, right? Probably right after military is infrastructure, is transport. So we have every year a great opportunity to make it better, to make it safer, right? And if we use that index, we should not be seeing investments that end up in killing a lot of people, right? And it's something that sadly we are seeing still now, but we have lots of research that can help us create this type of index and guide decision makers, guide technical people that, for example, in cities, we cannot create blocks that are 500, 800 meters long, because what will happen is that speed will increase, and speed is a big problem in urban areas, as we have heard in the previous panel, right? So that index have to say the maximum needs to be 200 meters between intersections, otherwise the speeds are going to be really high. Or the width of the lanes should not be that much, because then it becomes a highway and is again increasing the speed. So I'm very interested in that Sustainable Transport Index. I think all the work that you are doing in UNESCAP will lead to have these results in Asia Pacific of having not only resilient cities, but also safe cities. And we have Marco, and Marco comes from working on the ground in several regions around the world, but right now he represents the African Development Bank, and he has examples on how to integrate road safety into resilience projects. So, Marco, to you.
Yes, thank you, Claudia. We do have the first word is that the bank's role is not only for the financing, but we do also do the upstream activities such as institutional arrangement, regulatory framework development, and pipeline development, etc. No? So when it comes to this, the safer city or the more like adaptation, the infrastructure development, that is the obviously core activity of the bank as an infrastructure bank in Africa. And in Africa is actually adaptation. I'm a little exaggerated, but yeah, I think it's true. We do have the big the program called the AAAP, the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. That is advocated by our President Adesina in 2021. They're committing ourselves to mobilize the funding of the 25 billion in the next 5 years, actually finishing this year. And then actually we already completed. The many projects come from actually our department that we are proud of. But the idea is that so again, we do the both facility, upstream and the downstream. And when it comes to the upstream, we do have the strategic partner on which is called the GCA, Global Center on Adaptation. It's an NGO based in Rotterdam, the Netherlands, who is expert, technical expert on doing the climate risk assessment. And also I always ask them to do the identification of the adaptation component for us to invest. So we have already kind of the standardized the process. At the initial stage, when we identify the potential project coming from our regional member countries or sometime at the city level, then we pass to the GCA or invite them to work with us to do the climate risk assessment or the vulnerability assessment to see that the current situation of the infrastructure or like a road network is depend on the type of the infrastructure project. But then after that, what the component we need to make investment to make this infrastructure more durable or the more sustainable. So by the time we finish this upstream work, we as a financier, that's our main the role of activity. Then we can always the blend. Already the FDB's financing is very much competitive or the sub-commercial level, as a nature of the development bank. But since we can include the climate aspect, so we can easily access to the internal or the external the climate facility, which is even attractive to the client. So we can give a more benefit to the client. Sometimes government, sometimes cities, and sometimes even private sector. We do a lot of the PPP activity as well. So these activities are kind of we already standardized. Doing the climate risk assessment, and then the blend finance structure. In terms of structuring, we do the blend with the climate fund, or we do internally also. We do have a different the climate facilities, thanks to the different donors, and so we can this triple AP program with the GCA. We do have the very good the standardized activity. And then just let me introduce. So again, we already have many projects, but one of the decent the project that I may want to touch upon is the one of the Kigali, the Rwanda. It's a Kuti project. The Kigali, the urban, the transport improvement, the project. The project is addressed to the increasing the congestion of the urban transport by redesigning the design of the road, the intersection, and also the looking at the NMT, the cycling, and then the walking street to widen. So that's all included. Also, we included, the e-bus is because of the abundance of the energy available, the renewable energy available in the country. So we also introduced the e-buses in Kigali, and also against the flooding, also big issue. So it's one of the climate the issue. Then we did also included the drainage system. To mitigate, to reduce the impact of the flooding. So we package, it's very difficult just to make a project just as a road safety per se. To our knowledge, it's not so easy. But once we can bundle all the type of social, the type of project, the maintenance, and there's something green, then we can make some tangible. It's 100 million, the $120 million project, and almost 100 million we contributed together with some climate fund, and then we invited JICA to co-finance. But so when make it this sizable, the ticket size, then we are able to step in. So this is one of the examples that we do have many projects, something like this at the city level. And so this is maybe because of so we do have a different, very interesting initiative, but maybe I stop here for now.
That is wonderful. Thank you very much, Marco. That was a very good example about your work in Kigali, and I love this idea of bundling. We are here at a Road Safety Ministerial Conference, but we all know, the ones that work in road safety, that sadly, road safety is not a priority in the governments, that we have to work very hard to make the case. So the more we bundle road safety actions with other investments, the better results we will have for both, right? So we will go next to Uganda, to Commissioner Katushabe. Before I give him the word, I mentioned to you when we were discussing about the panel that you are the ones in the panel, so I want for you to start thinking if you have any questions for your panelists, friends here, and then when we finish with the commissioner, we will ask. I have seen you, Pedro, and Marco, you know, nagging when Wei-Ming was talking. So I think there are a lot of things that you are listening to each other and you are very curious, very interested. So let's see what questions you have for your peers, panelists here. But first, Commissioner Katushabe, how is the work in Uganda in terms of road safety and climate mitigation and adaptation, please?
Okay, thank you very much. And to the panelists, thank you very much. I've heard from my immediate speaker, the banker. He says when you are looking at the mitigation measures, you don't so much go into road safety, but I think that is the banking perspective. I want to summarize this in 4 thematic areas when it comes to road safety, especially since you are talking of cities. 1 is the issue of infrastructure. 2, public transport. 3, enforcement. And then 4, traffic management. Now, those 4 thematic areas bring about what you call road safety, especially when you talk of cities. And when you talk of cities, especially now that you are talking of, like, say, Africa, you are talking of congestion, traffic congestion.
Yeah.
You are talking of air pollution, and of course, infrastructure strain. Now, for Uganda, of course, what I have mentioned may apply even in other African cities. These are common challenges within the cities, especially in Africa. So in terms of road safety, I think some of these areas we need to look at is the land use and urban planning reforms. That's very, very, very important. Issues of land use policies, issues of green space, issues of smart city integration. It is very, very, very important. If you look at most of our cities in Africa, I think the issue of land use planning is a little bit missing. The physical planners take long to look into this. But also to make it matters worse, you'll find some of these buildings we have in these cities, the plans were approved properly, how the building is supposed to be constructed, but midway, the owners of the buildings go and modify these buildings, especially what you call the basement parkings, for the vehicles which are supposed to be parking there during the day to reduce the traffic. And somebody converts what you call the basement parking into. Now, when it comes to road safety, you know what that means, because you are squeezing even the space on the road, parking the very many vehicles that are supposed to be in those buildings, and the exposure to risk is high. Because if you are going to be exposed to so many vehicles on the road, especially in terms of street parking, then you expect a number of road crashes, because even the visibility is not there. Somebody is trying to rush, and at the end of the day, you end up knocking. So the issue of land use and urban reforms is very, very, very key. Number 2, I think as countries, as Africa, as the global world, we need to look also at the strategic, integrated, multimodal approach. More often we tend to keep on singing more about roads. How do we widen these roads? How do we come up with different strategies. But I think we could also look at other areas like railway, commuter, water transport. If you have water within the catchment area of the city, you can improve that. I will give an example now. We are trying to improve our rail system commuter, not yet to the standard now, but at 5 o'clock and early morning, if you see the traffic that is moved by the commuter rail compared to the road transport, now you'll see that if all these passengers were moving maybe through the paratransit or these conventional buses, then the chances of that person exposed to the road crash is almost close to 90%. So if we do multimodal transport, which I'm happy that even it is part of the global action plan, this is very important. The motorcycles we are talking about, yes, and I can see it continues to be a big challenge to Africa, especially African cities. But once we have some of these mitigation measures, one, you are reducing on the pollution, you are dealing with the issues of climate, because if you introduce water transport and rail, they have less emissions compared to our vehicles on the road, and these vehicles are even old vehicles. Now, in the morning I was happy, in the morning session, the youth, the lady who was here, the youth, this issue of stakeholder engagement in road safety, I think it is very important, and the capacity building. We need to engage stakeholders, like what you heard the young lady saying. We should not really come and throw policies as a government to these young people because they are the future of tomorrow. I think we need to engage them. They are young, they are bright, they can give us new ideas that we can use, and we train them to improve what you call road safety. I am surprised you find a parent with kids in the vehicle, no child restraint. The kids are very busy trying to wave at some other people in the vehicle. No safety element. And then when there is an accident, a road crash, for this matter, you hear people blaming the government. What is the government doing? What is the police doing? Ministry of Works and Transport. But as the saying goes, charity begins at home. For you to move in a vehicle, you should actually start from home and tell the kid that you need to back up before even you take off. If the kid sees you as a parent driving without doing that, it's a challenge. So the issue of stakeholder engagement, I think, is also very key. But let me quickly move to what I think some areas, because in Kampala, for example, we have introduced, I've seen here some delegates from Kampala, I think Dr. Mbabas and the rest, who have done a good job. We, as a government, we've come up with a policy which we developed in 2012 on non-motorized transport to deal specifically on issues of climate change and resilient actions towards disease. For example, we have corridors where you encourage walking. Now the people should walk within the city. We have introduced car-free days. Excellent. That helps even the citizens to enjoy. You know now what kills most people in the world are lifestyle diseases. So they enjoy, they ride, they walk, they do exercise, they bring school children. And to me, that makes us tick. As civil servants in the government, we have also committed we be part of this program in spite of us being in transport. For example, cycling. Kampala capital city has a cycling day every last Friday of the month. All these are areas aimed at mitigating what you call threats to climate. But also importantly, we have now come up also with an MT guide manuals for all roads in Uganda. So for any road in Uganda now to be constructed, you must have those provisions of pedestrian walk. You must have provisions where you do cycling, etc., etc. Uganda is one of the signatories now, and I think this is the new message. I think my minister will make that commitment tomorrow. Last week, we published and gazetted the regulation on speed limit of 30 kilometers, and which to me I think is a huge step towards addressing the issue of road crashes. We have developed guides for school zones to guide the school children and whenever you're moving into those built-up areas so that you have limited speed. We think all these are measures where you encourage people to walk, to cycle, rather than driving, because these roads are made for people, not for vehicles. We want to think that all these put together will address issues of like carbon print if you encourage people to walk, to cycle. And I'm happy that the team which is here by Dr. Mbabazi have promoted all this, including all other key stakeholders in the country. So as far as I'm concerned, the issues of road safety can be addressed by identifying those critical areas, especially through road safety audits. Assess those areas that you think can trigger threats. Because when you talk of resilient, we are saying, can you withstand this? Yep. Even when it is the worst part. So these are the areas we are trying to address as Kampala, as Uganda, and I'm sure the rest of the world has also picked similar practices that can help the world to be a better place. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Commissioner Katushabe, and I really like your approach about thinking in transport in a multimodality, right? It's not a silver bullet that just widening the road and having more capacity for more vehicles, that's what is going to solve the problem, but rather giving options, as Pedro was saying. So I see a lot of commonalities in the team. And so I want to turn to you, Pedro, to see if you have any questions for our panelists here, if there is anything interesting that you would like to ask.
Yes, I'd like first to make a very short comment, because several of my colleagues in the panel mentioned this. The point about the responsibility of professionals, to highlight this. When we talk about capacity building, yes, it's about processes, it's about resources, it's very importantly about the people. I think that there are 2 points that are critical to make. Number one, that I think we talk too much about political will and too little about professional will, because professionals have a responsibility. They're not just, purely subordinates. They have a responsibility. The rights of people to health, to education, to safety, they rely first and foremost on the responsibility of professionals. Your right to education depends on the capability of your teacher, your right to health on the capability of your doctors, your nurses, your right to safety on the capability of the police, etc., etc., etc. And so your right to road safety depends on the capacity of the world who talked about them. The architects, the civil engineers, the traffic engineers, the urban planners, and so on and so forth. So what I think we must understand when we talk about capacity building, is that, if any of us would go to the hospital for surgery tomorrow, I hope not, but, and we would sit down with the surgeon and would say, so what techniques are you going to use? And the doctor would say, don't worry, I'll use the techniques I learned in the 80s when I got out of college. It works. No new medication, no new techniques, just the basic stuff. We wouldn't be happy. Professionals have a duty to update and catch up with the state of the art. That also applies, and that's often not something we talk about, but that also applies to architects and traffic engineers and civil engineers who are managing our networks. It applies to them as well. They can't just say, oh, I'm happy with the Athens Charter of the 30s. I love it. It's my aesthetical choice. No, they must learn. The point is that what they must learn is not something to add to what they know. It's radically different. We've spent 100 years training professionals and gaining experience in ensuring traffic flow, high commercial speed, etc., etc., etc. And now we have to do, well, it's not exactly the opposite, but in a way it is. So this aspect of this paradigm shift in capacity building, I think, is very important. My question has nothing to do with this. It has to do with money. Guess what? But so when we talk about funding packages at the international level, also at the national level from federal administrations, I mean, coming up, as you know, with a funding request is highly demanding from an administrative point of view. You have to fill in a lot of paperwork, okay. And sometimes you also, if you're asking for international funding, you have to have, if you're a local government, you have to have approval from your national government. Not so easy if the parties running the city and the national government are different, as is happening in some countries in Europe, for example. On the other hand, if you ask, when you go ask for funding, you basically ask for a large amount of money. But if you're working at the local level, you know, it's maybe sometimes it's too much food for you to digest. I worked with a team, and it took me 4 years to digest 3 million euros. We intervened in more than 100 very dangerous sites for pedestrians. We did spend the money, but it takes a lot of time. So, and often you need to do, like the great Jaime Lerner, who passed away recently, talked, you need to do urban acupuncture. Small interventions that have a high network effect. So you're great return on investment. But sometimes I get the impression that the funding instruments available are like a big hammer when we need screwdrivers to work at the local level. So have you considered, for example, coming up with a microcredit program to support local governments in targeted interventions? That's my question.
Please, Marco.
Now, listening to the Pedro, now I remember that we are in Morocco. We have a very good project we financed here in Morocco. The institution, it's a state, maybe, I'm sorry, there's maybe Moroccan here, but there's a state-owned bank. It's called the Fonds d'Équipement Communal. It's the infrastructure, what's it called in English? It's a community level the bank. They are mandated to support the small type of the exact adaptation, the small infrastructure, the investment by the community level or the subnational level. And then exactly you're right what Pedro said. There's a big project, small project, and actually the bank is, AFDB is not only finance a big project, of course, that's good impact. We want to show that impact, so we finance big one, of course. But in the meantime, that doesn't mean that we're not gonna support the small one. But the problem is because of our labor cost, we cannot finance one single the small one. So we do have the microfinance program. We do have the we call it agency loan, so we need to find the intermediary. Sometimes it's a bank, and so in case of the Morocco, that's a perfect case actually. The Fonds d'Équipement Communal is there perfectly they do the small scale infrastructure projects. So we did provide the 100 million, I think euro, to the FEC. And then so that they can provide on-lending facility, a small amount, to these communities. Their proposals come to the FEC, and they have a technical committee to evaluate the proposal, and also they give a technical assistance to make it the proposal better and better. That we do not step into. That's we have, of course, the agreement with the FEC. And then we do, in parallel with this, the corporate loan to the FEC, we did actually provided some technical assistance to to make the project, each project better in a greener way. And FEC has a vision to get accredited by the GCF, Green Climate Fund. And we are expert. Actually, we have a lot of experience that help our client to get accredited by the GCF. So GCF is also interested in to have a more national accredited entity rather than us as an international accredited entity. So we are aligned with the GCFs, and we are supporting. We would love to FEC to become the national accredited entity here in Morocco. So we work exactly to the point that just I remember now. so that's actually.
That's excellent. Yeah. Look, we are starting to get into details and how we do this, going from ideas to more concrete. Please, Adroaldo.
Thank you. I was thinking when my friend Pedro here said something about choice. And in Brazil, we're facing a very big problem. That's the rising number of motorcycles. And I identified some patterns in the cities that this is happening. And these are the cities that are growing, the economic growth. They're having very high economic growth. And the systems of public transportation don't grow at the same level. So maybe, and some people in Brazil maybe are blaming the rider because he's choosing this kind of transportation. Well, and I don't think like that. I think they have no choice because they have to actually choose between being in a very bad public transportation for 2 hours long to be at home or at your job, and he is obligated to find a more a better mobility. So if they don't have a choice, and I'm thinking about public transportation, and Claudia also said something about a silver bullet. There's not a silver bullet. I don't know. I'm asking you, is it public transportation the silver bullet? What do you think?
Please.
Well, yes, I don't believe in silver bullets. The point is, I believe in efficient transportation solutions. What you mentioned about Brazil, we also see in several metropolitan areas in Europe where many families are forced with a very poor choice. They do have a choice, but it's a very poor choice. You either spend all your family time in public transport, or you spend all your family money in a car. And so we need to provide choice. That's what I mean by the freedom of choice, better alternatives. Now, what makes public transport interesting, efficient, is obviously that it enables the aggregation of trips that can happen in mass transit corridors. But in the vast suburban and peri-urban areas outside of urban centers, where people have moved in with urban expansion, maybe, maybe not, for sure, that running an empty 60-seat bus is not an efficient solution. And so what we have to do, obviously, is to make it easier for people to reach the mass transit corridors for those who want to commute to the centers. But then there's another challenge, which is, well, what about the off-peak hours? What about movements within those suburban and peri-urban areas, or between corridors? You have to go to the center to go to the other area. So all this movement in this suburban metropolitan crown is a huge challenge. How can we make it more efficient? Well, certainly by walking, cycling, and shared mobility. By shared mobility, I mean, first of all, carpooling, the region of Île-de-France. So the region of Paris, 72% of it is rural. They are now investing heavily in carpooling systems, which is an asset-light business. Basically, you create an app and you fund the driver who is willing to give rides to other people. So, and then one of the problems is that we focus too much on urban centers. Everybody loves to see bike lanes in city centers, And the big problem is that nothing is being done, or very little is being done, in vast suburban areas. How can we enable the aggregation of trips, option A, so for example through demand responsive transport, carpooling, etc., or how can we enable low energy consumption trips, walking and cycling where you use your own energy. It's good for you. So that's, again, road safety is critical to unlock the potential of these networks. If we don't reduce speeds, people won't walk, they won't cycle, or they will do that as a high risk. They will not massively change behavior. So yes, public transport is important, but we need to develop the complement.
Excellent, thank you very much. And I would like to ask Marco, if you could ask women for policy, for a policy that can really trigger more investment, what will be that policy? Do you want to ask women what is missing in this puzzle so that we can get more progress on investment in road safety and climate change at the same time? If you want to converse with women and see what is going on in the African Development Bank, what do you think?
Okay, it's a question for $100, please.
All right, I think I can directly try to answer those questions. Actually, as I said at the very beginning, I think integration of road safety into project funding is really entails support from both policy level as well as project level. So for the multilateral development banks, we focus on projects. But from the UN, like ASCAP, we focus on policy. So we believe the policy could direct, the project funding. So in this connection, and also on the note just highlighted by our previous speaker from police network, there are quite a number of keywords already pointed out by our speaker, including urbanization, public transport, accessibility, shared responsibility, active mobility. I think those are the key concepts for sustainable urban transport. And also, previous speaker also mentioned the political will or professional will. It's perhaps overemphasized by speakers. So let's put those political views or professional views aside. Simply, from my perspective, I think the importance of transport networks to cities is the same as the blood circulation system to human bodies. So without a healthy blood circulation system, simply our body will lose functions. So I think investing in road safety, investing in quality transport infrastructure is just a simple, very wise decision that can make our cities safer, healthier, and sustainable. Thank you.
That is perfect. Marco.
Yeah, quickly, the linkage between policy and the finance. Again, we are venture financier, but in order to do that, we do a lot of activity, as I said. The policy, yes, I totally agree with Wei Min. And I just don't want to just sell the activity, but we did actually, the last year, we did have the 3 days policy dialogue event. We call it FDB Transport Forum. It's a perfect policy dialogue in Africa. We really wanted to have such a policy platform to discuss. We had like 20 plus the sessions, including the road safety. Thanks to the World Bank colleague who did very good moderation on that session, I remember. We had more than 30 ministers and more than the 600 participants. So we are very happy to be the coordinator, facilitator of that role. And then this is very much directly linked to the financing of us. We have a different the type of the financing product available. The different from the World Bank and IFC, we do have a one shop and having all the type of the financing. And one of them is the, we call it the PBO, the policy-based loan. That is precisely the name said that. They say it's we finance, provide the finance to the government, Ministerial of Finance, on the policy. So we about like 20% of our total lending amount is actually PBO. This is very critical, for our regional member countries. The majority so far, the majority of the use is for the governance activity, and the second now the energy, agriculture, and the water. And then now actually exactly we are thinking as a transport team to do the PBO in transport with a focus on the road maintenance and the road safety. And then NMT, the cycling, and said,
walking.
These are very difficult to make as a project, So this is very much social-oriented issue that we need to, as a regional development bank to support or take a lead in changing the modality. So we are very much, actually, we are really thinking of to have a fast the PBO. I cannot mention the name, but yeah, we are already talking with such government, and then to do this policy-based loan.
Excellent. Very, very important to have policy in place, otherwise finance cannot flow. Finally, Commissioner Katushave, do you have any question for your peer panelists here?
Well, not quite a question, but I think as the countries, what we need now to look at is beyond what you call the policy. Yeah, the policies are good, but how do they impact environment and social well-being of the citizens? So in my view, we need to come up with those, like you call them, resilient and adaptive urban planning approaches, so that we deal with these matters. Sometimes some of them need homegrown solutions. They could be unpopular, but they could also help the population to enjoy the future opportunities. So to me, the issue of adaptive urban planning comes very hand and very important in as far as cities are concerned, as we deal with issues of climate change and adaptation and mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Katusheve, please, Pedro.
I find the Commissioner's words very wise. And when we look at any city in the world, at least in any country where there is private property, what we see is that we can talk all we want about change, but in the end, the property structure, the land property structure remains. And what's left is the public right-of-way. So inside properties, it's for the owners to adapt. Everywhere else, and specifically in the public right-of-way, it's for local and regional and national authorities to adapt. So this adaptive approach, of course, you can apply it to new developments, but in, I would say, most cities, well, at least those that are more consolidated, were in the European Union, I'm talking about my context, most of what happens is, I would say, 99% is about what do you do about in what we have already. And how can we create these, how can we make our urban and suburban areas more adaptable? And I don't have an answer for that. I mean, I think there are various ways to do it. Definitely, as I said, reducing speeds frees up space. Freeing up space, you can plant trees, you can create permeability, etc. but that I think is, Commissioner, one of the, I agree with you, I think it's one of the biggest challenges that we're facing, and I'm happy that you brought it up for everybody.
Thank you very much, Pedro. And with that, we are at the end of our panel. So I just have to thank you, Pedro, Adroaldo, Weimin, Marco, and Commissioner Katushave for taking the time and having this very rich discussion. What I have heard in this conversation is that we need urban design, as Commissioner Katushave said. It all starts on how we are designing the places where we live. I have also heard that we need alternative choices. Mass transportation is not probably the silver bullet, but it's very close to it. So we have to watch where is the investment going, and how are we investing also in walking and cycling. If we want to have safe cities, we know that speed matters. And if we design our cities to have high speeds, we're going to have more fatalities. Less people are going to be willing to walk and cycle and use mass transportation. We want to put money on efficient transport, and that means bringing more people into really efficient mass transportation. Equity is important. We should not only focus on the downtowns, on the areas where people are wealthier, but distribute that. And policy and finance are critical. What I love from this conversation is that we have been already thinking on how to bundle all these needs for our people, right? We are seeing right now people suffering with heat waves, with torrential rains and floods. And that is very, very bad, but it also helps us to rethink how we can make a space in our cities for more vegetation, for more water management. How can we reclaim a little bit of the space that we have given to the vehicles? And I think there are many options that we can use. Thank you very much. It's been an honor to be your moderator today. Please join me to give them an applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's take
May I have my microphone? There we go. Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our plenary session, second plenary of the day, on empowering government's pathways to sustainable road safety financing. And I hope everybody had a good and refreshing lunch break and perhaps found time to attend one of our side events. As you know, we are starting considerably later than planned, and we're also starting with a more fluid panel than had originally been conceived. All the more reason that I am very, very pleased to greet our outstanding panelists, whom I will introduce shortly. And as we were reminded in the opening ceremony this morning, road traffic deaths and injuries impose a painful, emotional toll on those who are affected. What we sometimes forget is the enormous economic burden that they also represent, costing most countries at least 3% of their gross domestic product. Most countries across the world. That is a statistic from the World Health Organization. Measures to improve road safety, therefore, not only reduce these direct costs, but they also generate considerable, when not always easily quantifiable, benefits in many other areas, ranging from climate to health and other sectors. So there is obviously a very strong economic case for dedicating the long-term, sustainable, reliable financing streams that are needed to achieve lasting road safety improvements. And yet, in budgeting processes, road safety is often overshadowed by competing national priorities, many of them also urgent. And while massive investment goes into building and expanding transport systems and urban infrastructure, for example, measures to boost road safety are not always considered from the outset when it comes to financing. This plenary will explore how we can change that. How can governments more effectively prioritize road safety and align it with investments in other sectors to maximize shared benefits, co-benefits? What new and innovative financing models promise to boost secure and sustainable funding for road safety initiatives? How can an all-of-government approach ensure collaboration? We talked about that a great deal just now in our open ministerial. Collaboration to integrate road safety across policy areas, ranging from sustainable and equitable development to urban planning and climate protection. We have an outstanding group of experts with us to address all of these issues, and I'm very grateful to all of them for being here. Now, we will get started with an opening input from the UK's Minister for the Future of Roads and Member of Parliament for the District of Nottingham South. The British government recently announced a significant boost in funding to upgrade major roads. Let's hear what role road safety will play in this plan for change. It's a pleasure to hand over the floor to Her Excellency Lillian Greenwood.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen, friends, thank you for inviting me to speak in your beautiful city. It's an honour to be in the presence of the brightest minds from around the world, focusing on making roads safer for all users. Every year, road traffic injuries claim over 1 million lives globally, disproportionately affecting low and middle-income countries. This stark reality underscores the urgent need for strengthened country institutions and innovative financing to close the global $260 billion funding gap in road safety. The United Kingdom is proud to have played a pivotal role in the Global Road Safety Facility, GRSF, managed by the World Bank. Whilst the facility is modest, with our and other donors' contributions, GRSF was able to catalyse over $4 billion in World Bank financing that has directly benefited more than 65 million people through access to safer roads. More than 80 countries have benefited, and over 25,000 professionals have been trained in road safety topics. One example is Tanzania's 10-step plan project, which connected international expertise from IRAP with motivated stakeholders such as those in the government of Tanzania to work together and reduce road crash fatalities and injuries. GRSF has also advanced the research on key topics such as speech management, injuries and disability, and infrastructure safety. It's essential we build the evidence base on what works, and as countries face rapid urbanisation and develop new transport infrastructure to serve their populations, road safety must be at the heart of decisions and not an afterthought. In addition to support to GRSF, the UK has also committed more than £11 million to the World Bank's work on transport sector impact evaluations through the IE Connect programme, encouraging further investment in road safety by demonstrating the impacts and benefits of interventions. In December 2024, the GRSF was honoured with the prestigious Prince Michael International Road Safety Award for its contributions over the past decade. This prestigious accolade, awarded by His Royal Highness Prince Michael of Kent, celebrates the facility's exceptional financing leverage and pioneering innovations that have set new standards in global road safety. Now, whilst I am proud that the UK has some of the safest roads globally, I'm not complacent. In 2023, there were 1,624 people killed on Britain's roads. That's an average of 4 every single day. And that causes irreparable harm to families and communities, as well as Melinda pointed out, placing a huge burden on both our health services and our economy. Any death on our roads is a tragedy, and road safety remains a paramount priority for my government. We share the same commitment as everyone here today to improve the safety of our roads. So let me say a little about the work we're doing to protect road users. We've carried out the biggest overhaul to the highway code in decades, aimed at improving road safety, especially for vulnerable road users. Cyclists, pedestrians and horse riders are now given priority in certain situations when it comes to the rules of the road. But the changes also aim to initiate a more respectful and considerate culture of safe and effective road use, although as we know, behaviour change is hard. The Safer Roads Fund, an innovative, non-competitive programme, provides funding for the highest risk roads in England. To date, the fund has provided £185.8 million to improve the safety of the top 99 most high-risk roads. The programme won the Prince Michael of Kent International Road Safety Award in 2022. And I'm proud that the UK government will develop and publish the first road safety strategy in over a decade. It will be evidence-based and a product of partnership, not least ensuring that victims' voices are heard. It will end the outdated thinking of responsibility only sitting with the driver and ensure responsibility is shared amongst policymakers, those who enforce our laws, those who design our roads and vehicles, and those who use them, all of whom will be part of a multi-layered system that reinforces itself and that accepts that whilst human error is inevitable, today's levels of deaths and serious injury on our roads don't have to be. Everybody travels, be it walking, cycling, wheeling, riding or driving, and everyone should feel safe when doing so. And striving to achieve 0 deaths on our roads is our duty. I look forward to working with all of you to make that happen. Thank you.
Lillian Greenwood, thank you very much for sharing those thoughts, and we'll pick up on a number of the points that you've just made. It's now my great pleasure to introduce our panel, and I will start right here with Nicolas Pelletier-Tiberge. He is the Global Director for the Transport Global Department in the Infrastructure Vice Presidency of the World Bank, just mentioned by Lillian Greenwood. He has held leading positions managing World Bank-financed transport investments in regions including North Africa and the Middle East, Latin America, the Caribbean, and Sub-Saharan Africa. Great to have you with us. It's also a pleasure to welcome Florence Guillaume. She is an interministerial delegate for road safety for the Republic of France. It's excellent that you could be with us on this panel at quite short notice. Martin Kupka is Minister of Transport for the Czech Republic and a member of the Chamber of Deputies. He previously served as mayor of the municipality of Libenica. And of course, municipalities have a very important role to play in the collaborative effort. And I'm also pleased to welcome Paulo Ribeiro. He is Secretary of State of Civil Protection for Portugal, and he is filling in at very short notice for his minister, or for the Minister of Budget. So we are that's wrong, but for his minister. Thank you very much for joining us at such short notice. It's also a pleasure to welcome Tatiana McLean. She is Mosean. She is Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe and has held leading positions in the Moroccan government dedicated to promoting European integration. Welcome to you. Nice to have you with us. And finally, I am very pleased to welcome the I have to find you on my list, the Secretary of State of the Minister of Infrastructure of Poland, Stanislav Bukowiec. Welcome to you. Great to have you on the panel. He will be speaking in Polish, and we do have translation available for that. I'd like to begin with a first round of questions that looks at budgetary approaches to road safety. And I'll start with the country representatives and ask you to please share concrete examples from your own experience in how you are approaching budgeting. And basically all of the countries represented here on the panel have adopted road safety action plans. Many of you espouse a Vision Zero for the year 2030. So I'd like to hear, first of all, how your governments are prioritizing road safety in the budgeting process, and especially in the face of other urgent competing needs. And Florence Guillaume, if I may begin with you.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, je vais parler.
So thank you very much. So finally, I'll talk about the circular inference to tell you that the basic principle is that road safety is financed by those that actually violate the road regulations. It's not enough, but it's a virtual principle that we've been able to develop over the last 25 years, a system of automatic radars to actually punish road offenders, and the integrity of this would serve with regards to road safety, one hand, and then we have on the other part, and also be able to attribute to the delegation, the road safety delegation, with everything that's got to do with financing, doing educational campaigns, amongst others, and everything that's got to do with the risk perception aspect. There's another aspect that is financed by the territorial collectivities, because they have a huge role to play as a network and to be able to attribute an amount that could be reinvested in actually improving road safety, especially by providing part of infrastructure. And another part over the last 5 years goes to hospitals to develop multidisciplinary approaches and also equipment to actually help the victims. And then the other part goes to the agency, the French Agency for Infrastructure, for Transport Infrastructure. So this goes directly into infrastructure. So we can imagine a system that is sort of in a round cycle, and this allows us to sort of control whatever takes place, and also because we have the automatic radars or speed cameras, sometimes can actually have some difficulties to actually being accepted by the population, and the fact that we can have this thought that when you commit an infraction, that the amount of the fine is going to be reinvested directly into something that has got to do with road safety. It, in a way, it allows the general public to understand, and it allows them to also to understand the reason for which road safety in our countries is very important, you know, especially with regards to the cost of road safety, because, you know, we also the issue of choice, people that are severely hurt. And we also have economic costs and also insurance costs. So this is a system that has a value of actually reminding the population of the cost, because, you know, money from the radar actually contributes about 1 out of 10 of the general cost. So thank you very much.
Do you approach road safety in the budgeting process to ensure that it gets the priority that it deserves? And if you care to, I would also be interested in your thoughts on how you try to align road safety considerations when you also are looking at investments in other sectors, be it climate-related investments, infrastructure-related investments. But do you make an attempt to budget for those co-benefits that road safety also delivers?
Yeah, I can say good afternoon, all of you. I can say that Czech Republic is now in the phase of really very intensive construction of missing parts of the new motorways. And it's I can say the most important contribution for the better and more safer road traffic. And I can say that we have also independent state fund for transport infrastructure, and we can use this specific fund also for specific subsidies and specific programs for regions and also for municipalities, with the specific focus on, for example, the accidental locations. And we use a specific map of the black points, the places with the more density of accidents, and then we can consider also this specific criteria as the fundamental scope, the fundamental scale, also for the other consideration, which concrete projects we can contribute or we can support. And for example, I can say that this kind of the base evidence analysis of the whole territory, of the whole landscape of Czech Republic, it's definitely a very useful point for the better investments for road safety. And I can say that we really need to build the better infrastructure, which has also the better criteria, the better conditions for road safety. It's something like the priority of the state, and I can say there is the concrete investments for the new construction, for the new motorways, which are definitely the most safe infrastructure in the whole state, and as well the specific, I can say the concrete points for the subsidies, for the state support, for the better road safety in villages, cities, and also in the regions with this specific the base evidence and definitely the very well analyzed road safety analysis for the better way and for the most efficient way how to support road safety.
Thank you very much. And on to Secretary of State Ribeiro. Also, same question to you. How are you prioritizing road safety in your budgetary approaches? And do you make an effort to align it with investments in other sectors to maximize shared benefits?
Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be here and respond to your question. 25 years ago, Portugal, and with a quarter of the road traffic, Portugal recorded more than 2,000 fatalities, having reducing this figure by more than 80%. In the same period, Portugal invested 33,000 million euros in safe infrastructures, built 3,200 kilometers of higher quality and safer roads. And the period weight road crossing GDP reduced from 7 to 3%, more than half. These investments, together with an integrated road safety policy, contribute in a relevant way to save more than 24,000 lives, avoid more than 170,000 serious injuries, and more than 174,000 million euros in economic and social costs, and more than 5 times that amount invested in infrastructures and the seeds that still in their life cycle that well maintained will continue to save lives. Also, we make an effort for coordination with the different ministries, health, infrastructure, mobility, education, and municipalities. So they also contribute to funding their own measures.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I will now skip to Secretary of State from Poland, Mr. Bukovic. And again, that same question to you. How do you go about prioritizing road safety? What challenges do you face in doing that? And what helps you perhaps to include co-benefits when you're doing your budgeting?
Dzień dobry, witam wszystkich bardzo serdecznie. Jako Polska chcemy oprzeć naszą strategię na kilku elementach. Na inwestycjach, na edukacji i na zmianach w prawie.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As Poland...
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. From Poland, we would like to work on several aspects. First of all, I'll talk about investment.
Przeznaczyliśmy na budowę dróg ekspresowych i autostrad 4,5 miliarda euro.
And so over the last couple of years, we spent 4.5 billion euros on our investment processes.
Obowiązuje przyjęty przez rząd krajowy plan budowy dróg krajowych do roku 2030, a w ostatnich kilku latach te inwestycje zamknęły się liczbą ponad 5 000 właśnie dróg ekspresowych i autostrad, które mamy do dyspozycji.
And we have in place the national governmental plan for development of motorways and express roads. And over the last couple of years, we have completed about 5,000 kilometers of motorways. And also, we have been working on some of them which are pending.
Aby sfinansować te zadania, stworzyliśmy Krajowy Fundusz Drogowy, na który składają się środki zarówno unijne na budowę sieci TNT, z budżetu państwa, ale również korzystamy z innych źródeł finansowania, między innymi z opłat e-toll za przejazd samochodami ciężarowymi.
And so to be able to finance all these processes, we have developed a special fund intended for this purpose. And so this fund gathers money from different sources. These are EU sources, these are also national government sources of money, and we also add some funds from the e-toll, from tollways.
Ale widzimy, że wiele wypadków zdarza się na drogach lokalnych, dlatego od wielu lat funkcjonuje Fundusz Wsparcia Inwestycji dla Samorządów.
But our observation is that for many years we have observed, in fact, that a lot of accidents happened on local roads. So that's also why we developed funds for local government support.
W ten sposób środki rządowe nawet od 50 do 80% są jako dofinansowanie zadań, które są zadaniami lokalnych samorządów na drogi.
The governmental, the national funds in the amount of from 50 to 80% can be directed to local governments to support them in this process.
Inną inwestycją w ekologię, w klimat są środki unijne zapisane w ramach krajowego programu odbudowy i tutaj w tym roku chcemy te środki przeznaczyć na zakup 400 autobusów nisko- i zeroemisyjnych oraz blisko 100 tramwajów dla miast i gmin.
And to support the environmental friendly approach, more green approach, we have been also subsidizing municipalities in purchase of low emission or zero emission public transport vehicles. So we are subsidizing the local governments to purchase 300 low emission, zero emission buses and 100 trams.
I ostatnia już kwestia, również ze środków KPO chcemy zakupić 128 urządzeń fotoradarowych. W ten sposób będziemy mieli ponad 600 fotoradarów na naszych polskich drogach.
And another thing, the last thing I want to mention here, it is that we have been also using the National Recovery and Resilience Plan to purchase 128 more speed cameras, and this will make the total number of speed cameras nationwide 600.
Thank you very much for that. Let me now go to the two multilateral institutions on the panel, and I'll begin with UNECE, if I may, and Madam Mossian. And Europe's fatality rate due to traffic accidents is about half that of other regions of the world, despite the fact that Europe has quite a lot of vehicles per capita. So that's the good news, but there are also very wide disparities between different European regions when it comes to accident rates. So let me ask you, when you have the overview of UNECE members, what best practices do you see that are working well to ensure that improving road safety does get budgetary priority?
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to everybody. I'm actually quite happy that we have this discussion on a key topic, because you're asking what we can do. How is it that in one of the region like Europe we have less fatalities on the road? Financing is key, and that is part of the answer. But one key aspect is that we are discussing today is the fact that there is a gap in financing, and I know that my colleague from the World Bank will speak probably more about this, but there is clearly a financing gap really when it comes to the measures that we need to implement in order to achieve the goals that we have all established up till 2030. And why do we have this situation and what we can do about this? It's clear that first, the available international funding and financing for road safety is not enough. What does it mean? It means that we also have to look more to the domestic budgetary resources. And I've been listening very carefully to the examples that the representatives, the ministers have just mentioned. And also a key aspect that we have to underline is that public financing is not enough and won't be sufficient. And we have to go to more innovative approaches, and we have to really look also how we have this joint and working with the private sector. So instruments like public-private partnerships have a really special place in addressing the challenges of financing road safety. And I can talk more about this in particular, about the public-private partnerships and how we can advance road security by really having projects and infrastructure projects in particular that have this sustainability component and also the social component and the governance component embedded in them. But let me also mention, because UNECE is not only a regional commission for Europe, it's in fact we are hosting the UN Road Safety Fund, which is with the global mandate, and we have many conventions in this sector. But from the Road Safety Fund, what is important that in the last calls for proposals, the fund prioritized unlocking sustainable domestic finances to support really member states in having really financial mechanisms for road safety. And we have great examples of projects and proposals in Africa, but also in many other countries, in Honduras, Mozambique, and Philippines. For example, we have been piloting a project to identify a portfolio of road safety initiatives that can be financed through PPPs. In India, also we had the project to strengthen state road safety funds. So these are only a few examples, but I would say in replying to you, one of my key messages is to look to innovative ways of financing road safety.
And I want to come back to ask you a little bit more about public-private partnerships in just a moment in our second round of questions. But let me first go to Nicolas Pelletier-Tiberge. And last year, the World Bank created a dedicated road safety unit, and it also manages a multi-donor trust fund, the Global Road Safety Facility, just mentioned, which is aimed at catalyzing investment and also providing data on effective strategies. So could you share a little bit about what you've learned in terms of what countries that want to prioritize road safety budgeting are doing right?
Thank you, Melina, and good afternoon. So let me start answering your question by coming back to something you said in your introduction, that road safety is not only a moral imperative, it's also a good investment. And you mentioned this figure that on average, the cost of car crashes amount to about 3% of GDP, but that proportion varies quite a bit depending on the countries. Now, basically, it ranges between 2 and 6% of GDP when we factor all the direct and the indirect cost. And so because it is also an economic issue, it's not surprising that sometimes the entry point for a dialogue on road safety comes from the Ministry of Economy and Finance. And we have several examples at the World Bank where a road safety program, an ambitious road safety program, started from a request by the Ministry of Finance. I could give you one example from a few years back, which is the government of Nepal, where the Nepalese Ministry of Finance approached the World Bank and asked for financing, and this resulted in the financing of guardrails on very high-risk roads in the mountains, and that had a very significant impact in reducing fatalities. Secondly, there was a mention of the cost of achieving our road safety ambition, and you know, road safety is expensive. If you want to achieve the objective of halving the number of fatalities globally, our estimates are, and these are estimates from the Global Road Safety Facility, are between $400 and $800 billion over 1 decade. No? So that's a lot of money. The range is quite broad because it depends on the policy mix. No? You can choose to prioritize making infrastructure safer, which is very capital intensive, or you can choose to focus on enforcement and speed regulations, which is less expensive but more difficult. No? And so depending on the countries, that policy mix can vary. So to fill that financing gap in developing countries and emerging economies, multilateral development banks have prioritized road safety in their everything they do in the transport sector. I see many colleagues in the room today who are from other multilateral development banks, and we will be meeting later today to collectively take stock of where we are. But I can already share with you a few figures. The fact that over since the year 2018, we spent over $6 billion in financing road safety investments, and based on the demand that we currently receive from government, we expect that we'll be spending about $10 billion in the coming decade. No? We would like to do more because we realize that when you look at the financing gap, this is not enough, and this is where the Global Road Safety Facility comes into the picture. And I want to express our gratitude to the government of the UK to be one of the financing partner of GRSF. I mean, Minister Greenwood mentioned a couple of achievements of GRSF. I mean, we know that that's an instrument that works. It's surveyed about 75,000 kilometers of roads, giving access to about 65 million people to safe road. But perhaps one of the most interesting feature of GRSF is its leverage effect. No? So with $8 million in grant financing, GRSF was able to leverage $4 billion in World Bank financing. No? So coming back to your question of what do we tell governments who are interested in stepping up their road safety investments, I would say that one of the first thing we tell governments is to start tracking, monitoring, and evaluating their budget expenditures in road safety. And that can be done through creating specific budget lines in their budget. Good road safety data is absolutely critical, and because they can help prioritize those investments that get the highest result. And so this is why investing in crash data, crash registries, road safety observatories is always a good investment to increase the quality of road safety expenditure. Strengthening road safety management, building good institutions for road safety is equally important. And this is why supporting national road safety agencies is also one of the advice that we systematically give to government. So I'll stop there, but these are a little bit some of the advice that we give, and again, the Global Road Safety Facility is one instrument that we have been using, and GRSF is not just for the World Bank, it's administered by the World Bank, but it benefits all the other multilateral development banks that we are very eager to keep supporting in line with the Marrakesh Declaration.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now do a second round of discussion and ask everybody to keep their answers pretty brief because we started late and I know that many in the room have other commitments following this session. But I'd like to drill deeper on collaboration, on how collaboration, either within your governments, an all-of-government approach, you're an interministerial delegate, for example, how either that form of collaboration or collaboration between national governments, municipal governments, international development partners, and or the private sector, academia, and other actors can help you devise sustainable, innovative financing approaches to close that gap. It's been mentioned several times, we have a gap when it comes to road safety financing, so how does collaboration help you to close that? And again, I'll go straight down the panel and then come back to the multilaterals. So Florence Guillaume, as I said, you in a way are an incarnation of the all-of-government approach, but what other aspects of collaboration?
So effectively, we are in an ecosystem where road safety was be held by the administration, but it's also a common good, and it is on behalf of this common good that we can mobilize other sectors. The difficulty is that mobilization is done on two angles, one under the by getting the message across, and also how the other intermediary bodies actually participate in prevention. And the second aspect is with regards to financing. And these things are different, even if in the first part you can equally try to go directly to achieve the objectives. To give you a concrete example, for us, with regards to prevention, we've developed an important work over the last decade with companies to mobilize them, to allow them to manage their obligations as employers, and also when it comes to the people in charge of the safety and security of their employees. And this is an aspect of work that allows us to also repeat this message of road safety, of having a zero objective, to not only have national plans, where sometimes, and also go down to the level of the community of companies, where sometimes we trickle it down to the employees, because sometimes this kind of messages can go to a CEO to say that I do not want even one death, I want zero deaths from road accidents in my company over the year. This allows us to have the zero road accidents objective. That is what they call objective zero. This allows us to actually understand this global zero road accident objective. And this at the same time, but I would say clearly that it can be quite scary that the population sometimes believe that sometimes these obligations are not translated into reality. So today, what we're doing today with the question of acceptability and also taking enough measures and how we understand these measures. It's a bit philosophical to explain the new rules. That these may not necessarily be new constraints, but there could be conditions for the circulation. But the companies actually take part, and we have the Ministry of Transport in France this morning actually mentioned, talked about one drama in France that took place in France between which actually brings us to the point of thinking of preventing accidents, and also when it comes to the use of hard drugs. So for this, he also got in touch with the companies to talk about the prevention of the use of hard drugs and also the possibilities for their employees to actually do preventive tests and also have to maybe evolve in see the possibilities of actually having certain obligations with regards to not using hard drugs. And so we are not in infrastructure, but when it comes to behavioral science, so the different administrations and actors actually have a role to play, because the administration can actually send and communicate some messages, but the collectivities will need to actually relay these messages, and also down to the companies that can actually combine the societal responsibility of the company and also the eco behavior of the companies too, in this sense. Thank you.
Responsibility and ownership also on the part of private sector actors. Minister Kupka.
Yeah, I can say the key point is the sharing of data, because it's necessary for definitely the most effective way how to change the specific accident locations. And I can say that, for example, in Czech Republic, we have the specific center for transport research, which is focused on the statistics and also the creation of the maps, which I mentioned. And all these data are accessible for municipalities, for regions, and also for states. And it's also about the proposal how to make the most effective scale of criteria for definitely the concrete subsidies for concrete projects on the roads.
Mm-hmm. Which is also about accountability and the monitoring point that Nicolas Pelletier made. Please, Secretary of State.
Thank you. For us in Portugal is very important, the collaboration between governments and the private sector, international organizations, is essential for mobilizing resources. Thank you. In Portugal, public-private partnerships have enabled the implementation of ambitious projects that might not have been feasible through exclusive public funding. These partnerships, when well structured, ensure not only the necessary investment, but also the sharing of knowledge and innovation. In fact, the fight against road crashes can only be successful if all of society stakeholders are engaged in this cause, from the public sector to the private sector, the academy, and the non-governmental sector. For us, it's very important, this cooperation in the different stakeholders. It's the crucial thing to do.
Thank you. Secretary of State Bukiewicz.
Powiem o doświadczeniach Polski, jeśli chodzi o partnerstwo prywatno-publiczne. Tutaj są doświadczenia dobre, ale są pewne ryzyka, o których chciałbym powiedzieć.
If we speak about the Polish experiences with private-public partnership, of course there are quite a lot of opportunities here, but there are also some risks.
Kilka odcinków autostrad zostało wybudowanych przez firmy prywatne i one na długi czas mają możliwość zarządzania tymi drogami. Te drogi są płatne w przeciwieństwie do wszystkich innych dróg, które są w zarządzie państwa.
Some sections of motorway in our country were constructed by privately owned companies, and those are toll roads. All other roads are free of charge.
Jako państwo nie mamy wpływu na to, jak wzrastają, a czasem bardzo wysoko wzrastają opłaty za przejazd tymi prywatnymi odcinkami autostrad.
And as a result of this fact, the state itself has no influence on how the fees are being increased.
A innym ubocznym skutkiem tych działań jest omijanie tych odcinków płatnych przez kierowców i rozjeżdżanie dróg lokalnych.
And so if the fees indeed increase, we observe the fact that local drivers bypass those toll roads and so they overly exploit those smaller roads which are parallel to motorways.
To, co powiedział kolega z Czech, u nas też funkcjonuje pewien system zarządzania drogami krajowymi.
Exactly the same as it was mentioned by my Czech colleague, we also have the system of managing our roads.
Są przeprowadzone pomiary natężenia ruchu, a także budujemy elektroniczny system zarządzania nad właśnie drogami ekspresowymi i autostradami.
And so we have been constructing an electronic system to manage the roads and to verify the traffic.
Jeszcze chciałbym powiedzieć na temat tej współpracy, o której pani pytała. W tym półroczu Polska sprawuje prezydencję w Radzie Unii Europejskiej.
And when we speak about the cooperation, I'd like to mention that Poland has been leading the works of the Council of the European Union in this semester.
I chcemy tematy bezpieczeństwa podnieść w czasie tej prezydencji. Rozmawiamy między innymi z innymi krajami unijnymi na temat przyspieszenia prac nad dyrektywą unijną na temat kierowców.
And our intention is to elevate the works on safety on roads, and one of the acts we want to continue our activities on is the directive on driving licenses of drivers.
Tam są pewne propozycje związane choćby z tym, że będzie obligatoryjna możliwość, obligatoryjne zapisy zdobycia prawa jazdy przez 17-latków pod pewnymi warunkami.
And one of the ideas which we want to include into this regulation is that 17 years old can be allowed to be drivers under certain conditions.
Są podnoszone też kwestie, jak sprawić, żeby seniorzy byli bardziej przygotowani do roli kierowcy.
We also want to discuss how to prepare better the senior citizens to continue their driving.
I'm going to stop you there because we're getting a little bit further away from the financing question. So thank you very much for that. Let me now, in conclusion, come back to the two multilaterals. And Executive Secretary Molsian, you mentioned earlier public-private partnerships. So let me just ask you, you've heard quite a bit from the other panelists as well now about how important public-private partnerships indeed are for them. From your experience and your oversight that you have at UNECE, what incentives and safeguards and regulatory frameworks do you think are especially effective and essential for encouraging investors, including private companies, to incorporate safe traffic principles into the systems that they build?
Thank you. I think the answer to this question is actually very simple. I mean, transparency and long-term planning. So if you have clarity, what are your regulations for the next couple of years, I think that would save. But I would like actually to come back in replying to this question to one moment that our colleague, the State Secretary from Poland, mentioned about some risks that public-private partnerships bring together. Yeah. And this is what we also see in the process. And this is why, for example, at UNECE, we have developed an instrument of rating public-private partnerships in infrastructure. It's called peers. Well, and it's rating how are public-private partnerships projects complying to the sustainable development goals. You cannot just go ahead without having some indicators, some clarity, what would be sustainable, resilient in the future. And this is key. So this is what we need. We need clarity, but we also need tools to be able to assess, to support the government. And this is what we are trying to do from the UN side, to support governments when in partnering with private sector, with civil society, I don't know, you name it, with media, we need some expectations, some frameworks, how these partnerships can be really sustainable. It's not enough just to say, oh, we will commit. And I see the biggest challenge, because you've been asking what about partnerships, which partners are important. At national level, local authorities are really instrumental in this process. Private sector, yes, but I would say that most of all, it's important to have good partnerships between finance ministries or budget and the transport ministers. And I'm thinking, we are preparing, you know, in a couple of months, we have this Financing for Development Ministerial Conference in Seville. How many of us have put, or how many of the finance ministers have put road safety in their topic? So we need to elevate the road safety in the global discussions about financing for development. So this is my call. The key partnerships for addressing the gap is, first of all, to start between ministers in the same cabinet.
Thank you very much, and that's exactly going to that all-of-government approach that we talked about. Nicolas Pelletier, last word to you. And the World Bank, in fact, is launching here at the conference a new report entitled Financing Road Safety, Catalyzing the Sustainable Finance Market to Bridge the Gap. So tell us very briefly, if you would, what new and emerging instruments the report identifies that promise to leverage enough capital to actually begin to close this gap.
So we discussed earlier the financing gap for road safety, and we know that public financing is not going to be enough, and so that's why we need to explore this idea of how can we mobilize private financing. And one idea that we wanted to explore at the World Bank, and that we try to answer in this report that we just released for this conference, is can road safety tap into the sustainable finance market? And one reason why this is an idea that is worth exploring is the fact that the sustainable finance market has been growing quite considerably over the past years. Actually, over the past 4 years, it topped $1 trillion per year. And of course, I mean, there are many different financing instruments there. And we, for the purpose of our report, we try to zoom in on one particular type of instruments, which are called labeled sustainable finance instruments. And the reason why we looked at this is that these are financing instruments where the proceeds have to be used, have to be earmarked for social and environmental purposes. Now, to what our report concluded is that for road safety to tap into this source of financing, they have to follow the voluntary principles and guidance that has been established by the International Capital Market Association and the Loan Market Association and the Loan Syndication and Tradition Associations. I mean, these are all bodies that basically explain how to use the proceeds from these financing instruments, how to report on them, and one requirement is that countries have to establish a specific sustainable finance framework. Now, so I would advise you to have a look at this report, because we try to go quite deep in terms of granularity. Our conclusion is that most, if not all, of the road safety expenditures can be eligible to this kind of financing instruments if we put in place the right framework. We go to the level of advising on what are the type of metrics that need to be put in place to measure the impact. And you know, there are a number of other ideas also in this report, some other financing instruments, how you monetize the revenue from a road safety agency so that you can finance more expenditures in road safety. You know, so I would suggest to have a look at this report. It's an interesting piece. It's not science fiction, because at the World Bank we've already issued 3 bonds, road safety bonds, for a total of $150 million over the past 3 years, and they've been subscribed by investors from like Sweden, Japan, and Georgia. So this is very real, and we hope that in the coming few years we'll be able to further develop this source of financing, and also to bring some credit and enhancement products to make their financing more interesting to countries. There are some ideas there in terms of how to use guarantee products. And again, this is an area where our global road safety facility, we hope, will be useful also to guide governments.
Thank you very much. Let me just look to the countries and ask whether any of you hearing that have any comment or any response to what we've heard from the two multilaterals. Are there ideas there that you would say make sense for you as you move forward on your improving road safety journeys? Anyone?
Well, I can say that we would like to use the PPP models also for the other infrastructure projects. And also because of the highest standard of the modern and the technological equipment for the safe traffic on these roads. And for example, we have now experience with the D4 motorway, which was also built by PPP models with the highest requests for the safety. Road safety. And I can say that there are a lot of cameras which are monitoring also accidents, traffic, and also the speed of drivers. And it's definitely the concrete contribution for the road safety. And it's PPP project. There is benefits for all participants, for state, for the private company, or concessionaire, better said, and also the drivers and their safety. And finally, I'd like to say that we use PPP as well for the specific financing of the new prevention programs and for also the specific equipment for resources. And I can say that it's the damage prevention fund operated based on insurance companies' fees. It's really very useful, and we use this also for fire rescue corps in Czech Republic and also for the other parts of the integrated rescue systems, and also for financing our preventional programs, for example, campaigns. And I can say that it's also very useful PPP project for financing road safety.
Thank you. Any other closing thought from a panelist? No, I'm just seeing satisfaction on the faces of all. Then I will say many, many thanks to all of you for being part of this very rich debate, both on what kind of budgetary approaches you're currently using in order to put more priority on road safety, and how you see collaboration as part of the effort to reach our 2030 goals, halving traffic fatalities by 2030. And I think we've heard a lot both about collaboration within governments as well as collaboration between different partners, and then some of the crucial mechanisms for ensuring that we have the data and also the accountability and also the partnerships with private industry that can make us accelerate our action altogether. So many, many thanks to all of you for this. Let's give our panel a very warm round of applause, please. And our schedule is a bit fluid, but as far as I know, there will now be a short break, and after that, continuing immediately with Plenary 3, and you don't want to miss Plenary 3 because it puts the focus on Africa. So please do rejoin us for the third plenary of the day with my colleague Tumelo to look at what is happening in road safety in Africa. Thank you very much, dear audience, for your attention throughout this plenary, and hope to see you tomorrow morning for our 5th plenary. Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for joining us for our next plenary session on Focus on Africa. I'd like to invite you to please take your seats and be settled as we are about to begin with our next session. And I'm hoping that all my panelists and speakers are ready to get going, to dive into this crucial discussion. But for those who've just joined us, thank you once again. This is the Focus on Africa plenary session, and I'll be your moderator, an absolute pleasure once again to have these important discussions with you. But without any further ado, perhaps just to introduce the context around today's topic this afternoon, I think it's quite crucial that we identify how important is it to emphasize on road safety in Africa. I think when we look at the numbers alone, the urgency around implementing action couldn't have been at an alarming rate. And I think when we look at some of the stats that we have here, making up to 2% of the world's registered vehicles, we're talking here just the continent of Africa alone. We're also seeing that Africa does equally account for nearly 20% of the global road deaths that are recorded, with the highest road fatality rate per capita. So that informs us that much action needs to be taken here by our leaders. But also, these numbers are not just stats, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've seen with the videos and the ongoing discussions. We're talking here about lives lost. We're talking about families being shattered, economic setbacks, as well as higher hindrance on development across the continent. So what does the present and future look like? I'm hoping that my panelists and our following keynote speakers will give us something to be optimistic about around the future of road safety in the continent. So without any further ado, I'd like to start by introducing my panelists to please come onto the stage, be seated, and then I will introduce our first of two keynote speakers, and then I'll introduce our second keynote, and thereafter we will delve into our discussion. So with that being said, I'd like to please ask the following panelists to just come onto the stage, and as I introduce your name, please take the second seat from my left, your right. I'll take the first, and then you will, of course, complete the seating arrangement. So may I please ask the Minister of Works from Tanzania, Abdulaziz Ulega, please come on to the stage and join us for this conversation. Also joining us, ladies and gentlemen, is Honorable General Edward Katumba Wamale, the Minister of Works and Transport from Uganda. Please come on to the stage. I'd like to equally invite Mr. James Gungu from the Ministry of Roads and Transport in Kenya. Please, sir, come on to the stage. Jean-Ernest Masena Ngale, Minister of Transport from Cameroon, you're invited. Please join me on to the stage. Also, I'd like to call upon Maged Mohammed Abel Hamid, the Deputy Minister of Transport from Egypt. Please come onto the stage, sir. Please also help me welcome onto the stage, ladies and gentlemen, Simon Mijok, Minister of Roads and Bridges from South Sudan. Please come onto the stage, sir. And last but not least, Awa Sarr, the President of Alliance Francophone in Road Safety. Madam, please come onto the stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as my panelists have made their way to the stage, as I've mentioned, we've got two of our keynote speakers here to bring us important data and information. So, giving our first keynote, may I please invite onto the stage Alemu Sime Feisa, Minister of Transport and Logistics from Ethiopia. Sir, please take to the podium. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Your Excellency Amani Abuzaid, Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy of the African Union, Excellencies, Ministers of African countries, distinguished delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense honor that I address this distinguished assembly at the 4th Global Ministerial Conference on Road Safety, generously hosted by the Kingdom of Morocco in partnership with the World Health Organization here in the historic and vibrant city of Marrakesh. Under the compelling motto, one world, one road, committed to life, we are united by a shared purpose that transcends borders and cultures. This motto resonates deeply within each of us, reminding us that our collective actions have the power to safeguard millions of lives around the globe. It is a call to unity, urgency, and unwavering commitment. Road safety transcends policy. It is a fundamental human right and a matter of human dignity. Every life lost on our roads is a tragedy that resonates through families, communities, and the nations. It is a stark reminder of the urgency which we must act. Protecting human lives is our paramount duty, and ensuring safe mobility is integral to upholding the inherent worth of every individual. The synergy between road safety and socio-economic growth is undeniable. Safe and efficient transportation networks are the arteries of economic development, facilitating trade, tourism, and access to education and employment opportunities. Conversely, high rates of road traffic fatalities and injuries impose heavy burdens on healthcare systems, diminish productivity, and cultural economic potential. Addressing road safety is therefore not just a moral imperative, but an economic necessity. Moreover, enhancing green transport options is pivotal in fostering sustainable urban environment and enhancing road safety. By promoting public transportation, cycling, walking, and adaptation of electric vehicles, we reduce traffic congestion, lower emissions, and create safer road conditions. Integrating environmental considerations into our transportation policies amplifies the benefits for both people and the planet. In recent years, global ministerial conferences on road safety have catalyzed significant commitments. The Stockholm Declaration of 2020 galvanized international resolves to reduce road traffic deaths and injuries by 50% by 2030, aligning with the United Nations' second decade of action for road safety. Key commitments include strengthening the safe system approach, enhancing road safety legislation, investing in sustainable infrastructure, and leveraging data-driven decision-making. Countries worldwide are integrating these commitments into national and regional strategies, but our collective progress must accelerate. Despite these initiatives, road traffic accidents remain a formidable global health challenge, claiming approximately 1.3 million lives annually and causing tens of millions of injuries. The impact is disproportionately severe in low and middle income countries, particularly in Africa, where low motorization levels paradoxically coincides with high fatality rates. Excellencies, in Africa, the cause of road accidents are multifaceted, encompassing drivers' behavior, vehicle conditions, inadequate infrastructure, pedestrian safety issues, and environmental factors. Addressing these challenges demands a comprehensive approach, implementing stringent regulations, investing in safer road infrastructure, adopting the safe system methodology, and fostering community engagement are crucial steps. Sustained commitments, collaborative efforts, and context-specific solutions are essential for meaningful and lasting progress. Ethiopia is not an exception to these challenges. However, we have witnessed remarkable economic growth driven by ambitious reforms and steadfast commitment to inclusive development under the leadership of our visionary Prime Minister, Dr. Abiy Ahmed. Recognizing infrastructure as a cornerstone of progress, we have embarked on extensive urban and rural road development program, transforming the landscape of transportation, mobility, and connectivity to be safer and more sustainable. The corridor development program recently implementing in the country witnesses the Ethiopia's commitment to ensure safer transportation. By implementing this program, the lives of the residents of capital Addis Ababa is improved. Road infrastructure, traffic management, and public transportation integration improved, congestion reduced, lighting and visibility enhanced, separated traffic type is implemented. Moreover, to enhance our national road safety, we have implemented multifaceted strategies, policy interventions, infrastructure enhancements, technological advancements, promotion of electric vehicles, strengthening of safety-focused institutions, public awareness campaigns, and enforcement measures have collectively contributed to a notable reduction in road accidents, injuries, and fatalities. While these achievements are encouraging, we acknowledge that we stand at a pivotal crossroads. Greater leadership's commitments and collaboration are imperative to surmount the challenges that remain. We must redouble our efforts to ensure that our roads are not just pathways, but safe passages for all. As we embark on our collective journey during this conference, I implore each of us to engage actively and passionately. Let us challenge environmental thinking, embrace innovative ideas, and consider bold, transformative approaches that can redefine our strategies for road safety. Our deliberations here have the potential to chart a new course towards a future where road deaths and injuries are dramatically reduced. In conclusion, I extend a heartfelt call to action. Let us stand together, united in purpose and determination. The time to act is now. We must reaffirm our commitment to the global goal of having road traffic fatalities by 2030. Ethiopia remains steadfast and ready to collaborate with governments, the private sector, and the development partners to improve our roads, protect our citizens, and secure a brighter, safer future for generations to come. I thank you.
Minister Faisa, thank you so much for that keynote address and I suppose allowing us to have more context as we will delve into our discussion soon. Before we do though, I'd like to please welcome onto the stage another panelist that I was quite afraid would have missed his flight or would have been late, but of course the team telling me that he made it just on time because this is one of the important conversations he looked forward to attending with us today. So please help me welcome onto the stage the Minister of Transport in Cameroon, Mr. Jean Ernest Masenangale. Please come onto the stage and join us for this conversation. Thank you for joining us, Minister. A pleasure having you. Thank right next to me. But of course, I equally promised you another keynote address, I think equally important, ladies and gentlemen, in enriching our conversation. So please help me welcome to give us a keynote address from the African Union, the Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy, Amani Abozid. Please come on, Madam, to the stage. Thank you.
Everyone. I have an excellent speech written for me here, but I would like to start with a provocative point. How many African countries here present signed the African Charter on Road Safety? Raise your hands, please. Wonderful. Africa has 55 countries. Only 26 countries have signed the African Charter for Road Safety. Another question. How many countries, African countries, have ratified the Charter on Road Safety? Please raise your hands if you did. Wonderful. That's only 13 African countries out of 55. Just for all of us to know that a charter does not get into effect unless we have a minimum of 15 countries who have ratified the charter. So let me use this podium not only to give a keynote speech, but rather to call on all our African countries to sign and to ratify the Charter on Road Safety, and not to wait for 4 years again, so that the next commissioner comes and say and makes the count how many countries did or did not. I'm saying this because the matter is of utmost importance to us as Africans more than any other regions in the world. How many times did you hear this morning that Africa has the highest rate of road insecurity, of fatalities due to accidents, of serious injuries due to lack of road security? Didn't that move you? I am sure it did. But we cannot just be moved every 3 or 4 years in a conference. This has to be our daily concern, all of us. So again, I call on all of us to implement, to actionalize, to operationalize every speech that you have heard today or that you are about to hear over the coming days. We cannot just, we have had enough speeches, so let's just get into action. The second point I wanted to make is that, which I mentioned this morning, road safety is not an afterthought. This is not something that comes after we build a road or a mode of transportation and then start retrofitting. I am an engineer, but road safety and actually road design is not a matter of engineers at all. We come only as the last specialization that comes into the road. A road is first of all a social project. It has to serve a purpose for the population. It's an economic project that has to serve the economies and the businesses and the smallholders and the small farmers. And then it's also a matter of knowing the pattern, of movement, who is using the road and what time and for what purpose. And it's a matter of economists to make the specific calculations. And only then we allow ourselves as engineers to come to design a road that serves all the above. So it cannot be an afterthought, and it cannot be someone sitting in their offices imagining how the population moves, and then putting all of us in one lot, women and men. Women move differently than men. They go to different places than men. They use the roads or modes of transportation in ways different than men. So please, let us all make a serious homework before anyone starts to put even the design on paper of a road or a mode of transportation. This is very important. The third point is that we have an excellent opportunity in terms of technology. Now we have the smart technologies, we have AI, which can give us all this information instantaneously in real time. So I'm saying this because every analysis, every study, every work that we're going to do, every data we are to generate to serve the policies that we're going to implement are now at our reach. So let us grasp and harness the technology to our benefit. Let us make our cities, our roads, our transportation safe, secure, and also less polluting, healthy for our population, and ensure that every generation, every person, no matter the degree of their mobility, is able to use in the best way, whatever the economic infrastructure and the physical infrastructure that we are building. At the African Union, our Program for Infrastructure Development, PIDA, we're trying our best that the corridors are smart, that they are gender sensitive, that they are climate resilient, that they also unlock the urban, the rural areas. They unlock many of our locked countries and regions. So again, the road is a fantastic project that can, serves the whole population, but more importantly for us as Africans, the road is the physical expression of a united Africa. So let us unite as Africans. Let the infrastructure be the physical artery that serves our intra-African trade, that serves our population, our growth, our job creation, and as I say, our vision at the African Union of a united, prosperous, competitive continent. Infrastructure is there to help this vision, and I am sure that all of us, as great minds and great expertise coming together, that we are able to do it, and in the shortest of time. I spare you of my speech. I thought I share my heart and my thoughts of what I've been working on, what I've been doing, what I've learned through the many experiences that I've had in our countries with you, and I'm sure that together we will be able to address the challenge and make it a reality, a better life for all of us, and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Madame Amani, for that keynote address. I think with that being said, it says that Madame Amani asking for an all-women panel, please, next time. So I'm sure the organizers heard that. Quite important. Thank you so much. I think what we've heard from our two keynote addresses is just setting a pace for our discussion, very crucial, that is this afternoon, exploring, the realities of road safety in the continent of Africa, but also some of the successes that we can build on and the urgent action that is required to obviously align with the global goal around road safety. I think what I've been hearing echoing is that enough with the speeches, more with action. Youth advocacy groups as well, and some of the young people in the audience earlier on saying that it's enough of the talking, it's time now for action. So that will be, of course, our guiding light for this discussion. What's important is that even though we know that the goal for 2030 is to halve the road deaths that we have accounted for so far, is equally understanding that it's not just about numbers, but about really saving lives, preserving lives, protecting livelihoods, and further ensuring that safe and sustainable mobility for all is what we can all witness in this lifetime. So thank you once again to my panelists for joining me. And I think I'd like to start with you, our Minister of Tanzania, Abdallah Hamed Zulega, if I may. I want to start with, just placing the spotlight on Tanzania here for a second. We know that the country has been investing in major road projects, but perhaps, give us a summary of how you balance infrastructure expansion with road safety improvements, please.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. And first of all, let me take this opportunity to thank the Kingdom of Morocco for the warmly welcome and hosting us here in Marrakesh. and thanking very much the organizing committee. Back to the question, how do we balance the infrastructure development and road safety issues? So I think in our country, this is going together. When we do construction of our roads, we look after the road safety as well. The signals and everything, it is well taken. Before the completion of the construction of the road, we make sure that everything concerning with the safety, it is there. Before we say this road is already to be used and commissioned, it is must to be with all signals and all the protocols concerning the road safety. That is it in Tanzania. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. As we move to Uganda, Minister Edward Katumba Wamale, I mean, just like many other African nations, I think it goes without saying that Uganda equally faces significant road safety challenges, including high fatality rates and inadequate infrastructure. But what are some of the key policies and initiatives here that your ministry is currently implementing to improve road safety? But also, how do you see regional collaboration playing a role in addressing these challenges, sir?
Thank you very much. Yes, you're right on the mark. Our country is one of the most challenged. I was looking at figures and we're number 10 on the continent in terms of fatalities. And a lot of this comes because of the rapid urbanization which we are facing now, which has actually attracted in a lot of use of motorcycles. In my country, we call it bodas. These are the quickest means of transport to move people within the urban centers. And so we have, we have come up with a national plan, action plan, 2021 to 2030. It's in line with the African Charter, and we have already ratified the African Charter for reduction of fatalities. The issue of accidents and fatalities on the roads actually goes beyond just that individual who dies on the road. In an African context, one man behind him are 10 members of a family. So a loss of that one person means the life of all those 10 people will be shattered, leave alone the expenses in medical. So I think it's, as already observed, it's high time we move to real actions. And this is what we have done in my country. We have also now introduced and starting to implement the safe zones around schools, around hospitals, churches and mosques to protect pedestrians against irresponsible road users. Yeah, I think for now I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you. I want to also just come to Kenya, and Minister Kungu, perhaps you can just further elaborate here with regards to the progress that you've made as a country in road safety. However, with that being said, the Boda Boda motorcycle taxis, they've also seen quite a number of accidents and posed a challenge for the ministry and the country as a whole. What regulatory approaches, though, are working in Kenya?
Thank you very much, and let me confirm I'm not the minister. Sorry, the minister did not make it, so I'm representing, but I work in the Ministry of Roads and Transport.
Thank you, sir.
Some of the challenges we are having, especially with the Boda Boda also, the policies that we are looking at how they can have them safer, because one of the biggest challenges is that they don't use helmets. they don't even seem to have the highway code. They can ride on towards any side of the road. So what we are trying is to have public participation by a lot of sensitizations. We are approaching these groups and first training them even on the driving skills. We are also sensitizing them on the safety on the roads in terms of if they are carrying passengers, they only carry one passenger and they should have a helmet. We have also enacted a national safety action plan, 2024 to 2028, which has also elaborated on the various actions which we are planning to take. And finally, we have also done a draft investment in road safety financing, because we realize that a lot of financing and funding also needs to take some action to improve on the road safety in our country. Maybe I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as we continue to place the spotlight on road fatalities and deaths and the challenges it poses for most governments in Africa, and I think coming to you, Jean, Minister of Transport in Cameroon. Cameroon has
Well, thanks very much indeed for giving me the floor. Thanks very much indeed for giving me the floor. I would like, before anything else, as you have rightly mentioned earlier on, I've come right after for problems of plane connectivity and so for problems that we meet Africa on a usual basis. I would like to thank, before anything else, the people of the Kingdom of Morocco for the hospitality extended to us, and more particularly say a big thank you to the conveners of this important platform, because without which I wouldn't have been able to come and to participate, to come from Casablanca to Marrakesh, and I would like to thank you immensely for this contribution. So in Cameroon, I'm going to tell you that the number of fatalities that you have raised is a major, important concern, not only for the government that has made a battle of a choice for the battle for a number of reasons. The last two presentation or speeches by the president of the government of Cameroon, he hammered with force the willingness of the government to fight and struggle against this this problem, and also to reduce fatalities on the road. This plague, so to speak, if I can give you some figures, almost 3,000 fatalities back in 2011, and 1,500 and 1,500 fatalities for the same period. But the willingness of the government is so strong that the measures that have been taken aim to reduce the number of fatalities, and the government is in shape with the willingness of the United Nations to see the reduction of the fatalities on the 10 years later. We are very happy that these figures really moved from 3,300 to 2,500 with regard to the accident, from 1,500 to 900 to the fatalities. But anytime we do consider that a fatality is always a fatality, we are very sure that in the years to come, at least in the three coming years, these figures will go down drastically. And so I have talked about the willingness of the head of the state and the head of the government to reduce and bring down this plague drastically. but this goes through adopting innovation and thinking out of the box. The root causes of accidents is the human factor and the human error that represents almost 10%, and it's the equipment failure that represents more than 20%, and the infrastructure failure particularly that represents also a havoc. So the willingness of the government to work on these three factors and revamping them, and particularly all along there. So we do think, however, that the users, road users particularly, need to know the reality on the ground and need to be skilled, particularly be in the know. And this is a digitalization as process that is quite important to carry out. And so we have put in place and established via artificial intelligence, you have talked about this, which has made it possible to identify that over the trucks that are equipped with equipped with AI, there is no accident. If 309 accidents that we have been able to avoid thanks to AI, and thanks to this activity and to this application that is Iman Driver that has applied, which has been appreciated by the reform focusing on the driving license and the technical inspection, and so the equipment really needs to be in good running conditions, and so we need to reform this sector, and we have been able to carry out a quite extensive reform. The technical inspection of the equipment is carried out, particularly, and your equipment, when it is inspected, that needs to reach a level of acceptability 100%. Below this, your equipment will not be used the road. We have a data bank that will make it possible to identify all the really channels of traffic flows in the and to close, we are using more drones. Drones are being used extensively, and this battery of measures aim to enhance the awareness, more particularly of the road users, more particularly. But at the same time, since last year, the head of this government really has made of this a choice of a battle field by joining the police force and law enforcement to it. And we have noticed that last year, in quite many accidents, really, the number of accidents disappeared and was reduced drastically. And this to show you that the awareness enhancement is quite important, but there is a dose of that is of reflection that needs to be incorporated in this. So a battery of measures that needs to be put in, and we need to identify the way and means how to implement the Cameroonian plan spanning between 2020 and 2030. So is to focus on reducing the number of accidents and reducing the number of fatalities thanks to these measures. Thank you.
I want to come to you, please, Deputy Minister, and just place Egypt here in context for a moment. I know that the country has been modernizing in its highways and urban transport systems, but what safety features have been integrated into these upgrades?
I'll speak in Arabic. First and foremost, I'd like to extend my thanks to the Kingdom of Morocco for organizing this conference and also for the nice hospitality. I'd like first also to share with you the vision of Egypt adopted over the last 10 years, since 2014 up to 2024. Egypt has made big strides in terms of bridges, roads, railways, and also subways. And this has had underlying causes. For example, in the area of roads and bridges, Egypt has built 7,000 kilometers over the last 10 years, 2014 to 2024. And we actually went over to the outskirts, and we have widen the scope where that was most populated. We have built about 35 axes around the Nile River to have overall 73 axes. So the number of axes around the Nile River was low, to move from east to west or west to east, and the distance between axes was about 100 kilometers. Now it's just about 25 kilometers. In addition to that, we have built a number of 1,000 bridges and tunnels in the regions where we had intersections, and now we have free intersections. And now, in this way, we avoid having accidents in those areas. Also, we have focused on means of transportation, not just roads. We have also focused on means of transportation. With regard to railways, we have actually upgraded the whole system, and now the transportation capacity for railway has moved from 7,000 passengers in 2014. Now it's 1 million passengers per day. We have also engaged in subways and tramways, and we have new 6 lines for subways, and we are now built in about 2,000 kilometers in terms of network of high-speed electric trains linking the north to the south, east to the west of Egypt. Furthermore, we are also now setting up a network for monorail on north and south of Nile with an overall distance of 100 kilometers. And now we are also building a tramway, a busway around Cairo. All these projects that have been achieved were part of the vision to enhance road safety in the Republic of Egypt through reducing the number of accidents, and also by means of making big strides in this regard. We have also reinforced the role of means of transportation, and we have encouraged citizens actually to use public means of transportation. And this is conducive to reducing accidents and also reducing the use of private accidents, and reducing also bottlenecks and traffic jams, and by extension, road accidents. Road safety, for that matter, is not just a name as such. It should also be a moral, ethical, and human commitment to save lives. And for that matter, Egypt has adopted its plan by enhancing road infrastructures and enhancing also smart transportation mobility, and reinforcing and improving the engineering of roads, and also fighting black spots where we usually have accidents. We also, by the same token, encourage the use of public transportation, sustainable transportation systems and means. We have implemented, and we are also modernizing and passing new laws regulating traffic, including issuing authorizations and vehicle inspections. Egypt has also embarked on ways and means of addressing crises in highways. We have set up centers for that matter, and we are building the capacity of our human resources, and we are also initiating training courses for drivers, and we are waging awareness-raising campaign for the youth, especially because the youth are mostly behind car accidents. And we also cooperate with schools to extend awareness to students in syllabi. We have also set up crisis response and first aid systems. We set up hospitals and clinics on the highway for quick response in case of a crash or accident. We also train response teams in line with international standards. This is, in a nutshell, part of what Egypt has been doing and has been focusing on over the last 10 years. And we're still working on the system to really curb the number of accidents or even eliminate accidents. And we've been working with the international community to maintain our sustainable traffic system.
And heading over to South Sudan now to you, Minister Simon. South Sudan is still developing its road network. What are the biggest safety challenges, with that being said, but also how are they being addressed, Minister?
Thank you, moderator. Let me first begin with a word of appreciation to the organizers, the Kingdom of Morocco, facilitating the invitation on time, which led us to come and attend this fourth conference, because we have missed the three. The one in Russia in 2009, we were still a sub-nation, part of Sudan, but the other two in Sweden and Brazil, we couldn't attend them. So I'm happy to be here with my team. South Sudan gained its independence on the 9th of July. So in 5 months to come, it will be only 14 years. And after our independence, we didn't have a tarmac road or even engineered gravel road. And the country is large enough, about 650,000 square kilometers. So we had the first connection with our neighbor, Uganda, a road, asphalt road, financed by US, through USAID. And that is the first connection of a highway to 100 kilometers. Last year, we had to complete 270 kilometers road, and currently we are moving on with 400 kilometers asphalt road. The funding comes from the policy direction of the government of South Sudan, because maybe you may know, all of you here, that we are under sanction by UN, and this makes difficulties to attract investors. But the policy direction since 2018 is to use the little resources we are getting from oil revenue. But we have been affected with the war in the Sudan, because our oil goes through Port Sudan. And also there's been, the pipeline was ruptured, so it has stopped our revenue up to today. We made the resumption last month, but it's still, so this is how we get finances for road infrastructure. And as a policy of the government and the people of South Sudan, to single out road infrastructure, because the country has 4 modes of transport. Road transport, rail transport, which was connected with Sudan, and then air transport and river transport, we covered most of the country. You all know the country is a valley, Nile Valley, so all the waters come from the highlands of Congo and Central Africa, and the same from highland of Ethiopia and the Great Lakes. So as I'm speaking, most of the countries are under, of course, of climate change. Flooding has become another challenge for the road sector because the washing of roads. For road safety, we are including road safety in design. And this is the work of the Ministry of Roads and Bridges. Also, we have Ministry of Transport. We take the other part of the operation, like the vehicle inspection, and the Ministry of Interior or Internal Affairs takes the licensing of the vehicle plus the driving license, and then the Ministry of Health, in case of any traffic accident on the road, they will have to help with ambulances. And also the Ministry of Education. We are also putting road safety as part of our curriculum so that awareness is given at the earliest stages so that people are well with it. So government of South Sudan also is partnering with the neighboring countries. We are member of what is called Northern Corridor countries, which combine South Sudan, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi. And we are working, for example, our transport policy was worked on 2 months ago with the facilitation of Northern Corridor Transport Coordination Authority. So this policy, the government committed itself to pass it up to September at least. It must be ready. It includes even road safety, road finance, and the rest of the road sector. We are also working with the Republic of Kenya for the connection being facilitated by the World Bank because we are also part of LAMO project, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, South Sudan, and Kenya. They are also partnering in developing LAMO port. Also, we are working with Ethiopia and Djibouti, plus Uganda, to develop the corridor up to Djibouti. So building roads in South Sudan, we are mindful that we are connecting the people of South Sudan and facilitating development and service delivery because our motto takes town to villages. We are trying to make use of experience from our neighboring African countries. People leave the settlements and they just come to town and people sit idle, and this encourages criminalities and other to gain life. So with road connectivity, schools will be of the same quality, like in the capital, the hospital, and so infrastructure development is a direction of the government of South Sudan, which includes electricity and telecommunication, and also development of river ports and air transport, because most of the quick travel is on daily based on air transport to connect to the town, because roads are only mostly gravel roads, and this is one of the challenges of road safety. We have gravel roads, when it rains, it gets washed, and then develop potholes, and this encourages overturn of trucks. Also the flooding, because when waters come from the highlands, it washes the roads, so it also makes people live. For example, when you have no bridge to cross a stream, then if the car is stuck on that stream, then the people will be in danger. So these are challenges being faced by the Republic of South Sudan, and we are determined with our neighbors and the people of South Sudan working together to connect ourselves and also connect ourselves to the region. So when I speak of the port of Djibouti, our target is to take road through South Sudan to our border with Central Africa, and we will work also with Central Africa and my neighbor minister to reach Douala in Cameroon. So you will have Djibouti, you have Mombasa, you have many ports of Africa can connect you, because South Sudan is the heart of Africa, and maybe all of us here in this hall, we know the function of hearts. If it's happened, you want to see a person, whether he's alive or not, you touch the heart. This is how people of South Sudan are positioning themselves to connect roads within South Sudan. And these are not our roads as South Sudanese. It is for the whole region and the whole continent of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. As I come to you, I think having heard the opportunity to hear what our African leaders have to say about the initiatives, the action, the policies behind road safety in their countries, how do you think governments and NGOs can better collaborate more effectively to drive behavioral change, but also to improve public awareness on road safety?
Well, thanks very much indeed for this opportunity. I'd like to thank the government of Morocco, the Kingdom of Morocco, and the NARSA for this beautiful world and global conference. This is not the first I am attending. Then this first global conference in Africa is a reality and is a significant event. And so I have quite a lot of admiration for Mrs. Akhannouch talking about inclusion. Inclusion will be also talking about solidarity. There is also commitment. There is also commitment. Inclusion is truly to be able to work with between the government and also involving civil society organizations, grassroots organizations at the forefront, because civil society organizations, it's a guinea pig that works on site and with the communities and grassroots populations, involving grassroots communities. This is truly to have a return on the cost, particularly, and reducing road safety fatalities, and also to have the work done and done efficiently. And so I've been working with some personalities and some authority. We talk about doing things and doing things which taking shape and taking being turned into a tangible format in Africa, particularly in order to move forward road safety in our respective countries. And the second bullet point I would like to is the commitment. All these personalities and all of civil society organizations today in Africa, more particularly, because we are focusing on Africa and honing on Africa. They are committed, and commitment, and this deserves to be recognized and appreciated and to be accompanied and helped. And this is an opportunity for me to launch a plea to all governments, particularly who do not involve civil society organizations, to listen to the voices of the NGOs and to see their work in the reality on the ground, and to involve them as a full and fledged party for really boosting road safety in Africa. And equally, the relevant institutions to be able to create and set up programs, particularly put program at the upstream level, particularly, and this is quite an important achievement that I'm proud to have really to be able to see that we have done the advocacy and that our government has heard our voices. And so in all the schools in Senegal, but all in the supermarkets and markets, churches, mosques, centers for people with disabilities. There's a law that has been drafted and passed by Parliament. So there is to reduce speed limit, to limit the speed in front of churches and schools. And we would like to thank the Senegalese government for having heard our voice. And we hope that other governments in Africa will hear the voice and the sounds of grassroots NGOs. And this is a work for our African countries. And I have an advocacy more particularly for most vulnerable segments of our population, which are the children, and also particularly people with disabilities, to involve them closely in the design of roads, particularly in the design of infrastructure, whether roads or health infrastructure. They need to be involved because it's quite difficult to facilitate access for these people with disabilities, particularly. And I broke my leg, and it was quite difficult for me to have access to the healthcare building. And it's a plea to partnership, PPPs, and I think the partnership is quite important. That is working. Facilitating, including partnership and including are the names of the game. And I would like to laud civil society organization, and I would like to call upon people to help us fund and to include us more and more. Thank you.
I think in our last round of questions with 16 minutes left, if I may ask our panelists to be brief, but also to give their closing remarks. And when I give you, Honorable Yulega, a chance now to give your closing remarks, please also consider this question in your closing remarks, as opposed to assist all of us in the room. What innovative, low-cost interventions have shown the most success in improving road safety across African nations that you would equally want us to consider?
Well, thank you very much for the question about the innovation. Let me take an example of our country, Tanzania. First of all, we are thinking about introducing the transit-oriented development in urban planning, so as to reduce the need to commute to central business district, the CBDs, in order to access economic and social opportunities. Example, to establish satellite cities whereby people live and work within the same area. But again, second innovation approach that we are exploring is to construct the road construction, taking into account road safety for all road users, including vulnerable road users. Example, introduction of mass transit systems and walkways and cycle paths, etc. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. As I also come to you, Minister Wamale, in your closing remarks, please, if you may, also consider this question around how many African cities, we all know, are equally experiencing urbanization and rapid population growth. How do you suggest governments to integrate road safety into urban planning before congestion and unsafe road networks become unmanageable?
Thank you very much. It's quite a mouthful. I think one of the challenges, of course, in most of our African cities, or I'm not speaking because I've been in many cities on the continent, but I think there is over-concentration of development within specific centers. And that, as the Honorable Minister from Sudan was saying, attracts many people for services which they would otherwise have been able to get wherever they are. So if governments could plan if we can plan better to take developments to people instead of people running to find where development is, and this development I'm talking about schools, hospitals, and social services, then I think would reduce on the congestion in most of these centers, and definitely, if it's well spread out, then we can also look at reducing accidents. But having said that, I would like, if I may, take this opportunity to thank the Moroccan government. And I highly appreciate the interaction I've had in this conference. And my take home is that we are at different stages of development, and we have different challenges in our different countries. But there are many lessons which we are picking from here. And I would like to thank the civil society organization. In my country, we have taken full advantage of the civil society organizations, and we have worked with them very, very closely in areas of road safety, because road safety in most times does not attract a lot of funding, because it's looked at as consumptive. It's not looked at as, there's no way you can have an indication of return on investment from a road safety, because it's mainly campaign, education, and all that, and you find attracting funding is a challenge. But the civil society organization, I would like to thank you for having worked with us in synergy to ensure that we improve on the safety of our roads. Others, it still remains a challenge, but if from here, if for what I've gained from here, we have gained from here, if we'll be able to reduce road crashes even by just a 2% in my country, it will be a great achievement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you. I think as I move to our representative from Kenya, before giving you your early promotion, I want to touch on your closing remarks, and please, if you may, while you also, add on your remarks, consider this question, please, Mr. Kungu. How do you think African countries can leverage on technology and public-private partnerships to further accelerate on safer and more sustainable transport systems?
Thank you very much, and I hope the promotion will come at some point. Now, maybe one of the things I think throughout the conference, we have seen how technology is being used to improve on safety and even to improve the way of life. So I think as African countries, we have to make that shift and move to take advantage of the emerging technologies to see how we can improve in our road safety. I have in mind like the intelligent traffic systems, so that the technology can help us not only in the issues of revenue streams, like for getting fines when people infringe, but for bringing down the fatalities and the accidents. So we need to see how technology can be applied, can be leveraged to improve on our roads. Of course, as the commissioner said, the issue of designs comes at the last place, but I think we also need to have more engagement with our stakeholders of what they require. I have to confess that previously roads have been designed for vehicles, but I think now we are looking at people-centric design. So we also need to be engaging the stakeholders themselves, the road users, who are people, not really the vehicles, because vehicles are being driven by people. So I think maybe that is one of the things I would look at. Finally, I would also, there was a statement earlier in the opening ceremony about we had very good declarations and action plan in the Stockholm, but now we are still here and not much has happened. So one of the things I would really challenge is that we don't just have very good blueprints which we keep on the shelves and then we come again this time and we have not moved. So mine is to challenge all of us that we try and make sure that we commit to some action so that we move. And finally, in a very special way, I wish to thank the Kingdom of Morocco and the people for the warm hospitality which has been extended to the Kenyan delegation and also the organizers of this conference. And I think we have learned a lot. I think we are learning from each other, and we look forward to working together so that we can improve on the safety in our roads. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gungu. Thank you. Deputy Minister Abdelhamid, if I may come to you to give you an opportunity to give your closing remarks, but also please do consider this question. I think it's without a doubt, evident that Africa is one of the most vulnerable regions to climate change. We see it with floods, we see it with droughts, as well as extreme heat affecting road infrastructure. But how can governments and developmental partners, in your view, prioritize climate-resilient road safety infrastructure?
For sure, the use of transport network for electricity sustainability is one of the solutions you might resort to overcome climate changes. Well, we need to integrate here environment-friendly means with transportation. For instance, in Egypt, we are now turning all vehicles to use the vehicles. We are turning these vehicles into electricity and so on, so we can actually have more efficiency in terms of transportation. We are also enlarging infrastructure for charging e-vehicles to have these stations and to rely less on oil and petroleum. We're also now in the process of imposing environment criteria on new vehicles to comply more with the requirements in terms of gas emissions and so on. The measures we are taking in this regard are quite important, and I would like to stress that over the last 10 years, we have achieved a number of projects in all areas pertaining to transportation, and Egypt is ready and willing to share its expertise and experience with African countries in this regard, if the need arises. So we, as Egypt, are willing to cooperate in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. Minister Mijonk, if I may come to you, and I think this has more to do with reliable road safety data, which I'm sure you would agree that many African countries still lack. Minister, how can governments and stakeholders, in your view, improve data collection and transparency to drive evidence-based policy?
Thank you once again. I've just stated that our experience in South Sudan, we are managing road safety as a cluster within the government ministries. So I'm here for roads and bridges. There is Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Health, Ministry of General Education. These are a cluster of ministries working together to face issues of road safety. For example, Ministry of Roads and Bridges build roads and bridges, and then transport license the validity of the vehicle using the road. Then the licensing of driving license comes from the Ministry of Interior. Awareness begins with education and also communities. And I'm here also to repeat what was said by General Wamala, the civil society. We have a case, issues of border. This is an experience we got from our neighboring countries. First, in 2005, They came and we didn't have any vehicles, so they work like public transport. Nowadays, it has been taken over by South Sudanese, and the government is encouraging it so that it has become part of earning life for students, paying fees for families who have lost their parents to get something to put food on the table. But there are criminalities developing, like they use the bike to grab the bags from ladies or from anybody coming out from the bank. This is being handled by the security agencies, but this is very serious because in our culture we respect our mothers, sisters, and if you are not married, you have a big challenge to be a man. You must be a responsible person. So this criminality, we take it just a temporary copycat from the region, but it is not part of the lack of public transport also encourage many cars, like second-hand cars. And the government has issued a law not to bring into the country a car more than 5 years old. And I thank the Emirates because we are using to import directly from Dubai or Abu Dhabi the brand new cars directly to South Sudan. The case of road safety, it's become like a challenge, and it is a war which must be fought successfully and with no option other than success, because the figures we have been getting from the record is very alarming. And that's why in South Sudan, in my delegation now, the director for Ministry of Health, non-communicable diseases, the director of safety, all the director of traffic, all come together to join hands how to manage this challenge. And encouraging that African countries come together, whether as a region, because we are divided into 5 regions, to address this challenge, because roads connect the region. So the problem of road safety become one. For example, we fall under East Africa region, where almost 6 countries are members. And we have a policy of opening roads to member states. So it becomes a must. We manage it collectively instead sitting just isolated in a. So now any contract for highway must include element of road safety. And we are planning to have roadside station, which will have includes fire brigades and ambulances, and even towing cars, trucks, because sometimes there is hazards that the truck can break down in the middle of the road, and it becomes another danger for those who are driving recklessly. So I'm advising that let's join hands to fight these global challenges, and I'm confident we will win it successfully and save lives of our people, especially our young ones. The case in South Sudan, the young generation are now owning cars. Driving using mobile is a crime by law in South Sudan. And also, if you are found, you are driving and you are drunk, then the car can be impounded, and also you can be criminalized by sleeping in a police station on that day. And it is a taboo to wake up in the morning and you find yourself in a cell. So this is part of our endeavor to approach the road safety. And I'm happy that the world have given a chance for this challenge to be fought together, and I'm confident that we will be there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. And
well, thanks very much indeed for this very important question that you leveled. And so before anything, I would like to reassure South Sudan, who has expressed the wish to see an improved connectivity between South Sudan and Cameroon. I can reassure him there is a program underway and existing underway, and then the line that will start from Jamena and inch into Cameroon via South Sudan, going through Chad. So to respond to this question of reassurance. Now, with regard to financing, I have stressed the importance, to close my presentation, I stress the importance on the human dimension, which represent one of the root causes for fatalities, and particularly on our African continent. And on another level, we have deemed it necessary that today, more than ever before, road prevention in Cameroon, more particularly, is funded and financed about up to 10% by the road facility. And so the government of Cameroon is launching a plea to organizations and to other countries to boost and develop this facility so that it can have more financial resources. NGOs and banks are solicited at very level. This road fund and particularly it comes from tolls, are allocated to enhance the awareness and to prevent. We think that this reform, and this is what the government of Cameroon is going to revamp this road facility so that it can have additional and extra resources. Now, financing, we think and we consider that all organizations, particularly a civil society organization, indeed have a role to play. And this is the reason why, with regard to Cameroon, civil society, there is a beautiful interaction holding between public authorities and civil society organizations in my country to fight against this plague of, we consider that this is a national cause that we need to fight for. And so there is never sufficient resources. We need to have more resources to use in order to eradicate road unsafety. And so the financing is crucial. And so it's here where we can have more difficulties down the road. Cameroon, and so want really to find through the reforming this fund, a part will be allocated to decentralized local governments that will take a relay of enhancing road safety. This is quite an important data to provide you and information. In the same manner, we have solicited banks, financial institutions, to take part in what we call the premium for impounding. So my friend talked about importing second-hand cars from the Emirates, and we consider that financial institutions and bank institutions play a major role in order to really make available loans that will make it possible for people to purchase new equipment and new cars. And this is a new another aspect in the reform that could be of importance to us. To close, the government of Cameroon it really is developed ownership of the 5 pillars of the United Nations underpinning. We talked about the importance of health. We consider that is quite an important an aspect, the post-crash aspect on which we are working with quite a lot of will. All the local governments, all the administration today are working along these lines and working so that there be a better multimodality holding between the road, the rails, the air, and the maritime sector, and so if everyone works in his side, decentralized local government, banks, organizations work hand in hand, that will contribute financially, then we will have the possibility to increase these sources of funding and financing, which are the sinews of war, so to speak, particularly for turning into concrete format road safety. Thank you. Back to you, ma'am. Well, thanks very much indeed for the question leveled. It's true that age-old and obsolete cars really are a major hurdle standing in the way of Africa, more particularly in some countries. And so I think we need to draft appropriate legislation, particularly because these cars really are being dumped in our country. We need to draft appropriate legislation on the number of years, particularly whereby these vehicles need to have in order to be allowed to inch into our countries. So we need to require from the manufacturers, and here I'm turning to NCAP, so that the vehicles that are sent to us, they respond to the safety standards more particularly, and they meet the requirements of safety, and that the vehicles that are manufactured similar to what is produced in northern countries. And so these cars have less safety incorporated into them, and this is a requirement that we need to really discuss with the government and organization in terms of standards, particularly having the minimum standards for these vehicles before being shipped into Africa. Particularly, as you said, these are cars, second-hand cars, and some transportation equipment, particularly, we need to put in place a control mechanism whereby all these vehicles will be checked and controlled by professionals, and so that particularly we need also to inspect truck drivers, particularly who engage in fatigue and sobriety checks, and the publics and the states can impose and make it a requirement these self-controls on public transportation trucks. Quite many accidents are occurring in our countries, and so we have lost quite a lot of young people due to the use of these second-hand cars, and this is a terrible reality on the ground for our African countries. And this is all I can say about second-hand cars and the ways how to upgrade and enhance control of these cars before inching into our country. Thank you.
Joining them for this conversation. Please give them another warm round of applause. Thank you for contributing to this discussion. Thank you. You may have your seat. Thank you so much. Merci. Thank you. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Is my mic on? Thank you, team. As of course our esteemed delegates make their way downstairs to take to their seats, I think this is one of those quite equally important sessions where we'll have commitments and pledges from various countries. I will be directing you on how this next session will work in just a moment. So I will be inviting each country to make their way in front of the stage on the podium on my right and your left. You have 90 seconds to please say your pledges. If there's any country that hasn't given their name forward for the commitments or pledges, Antonio, please wave. On my right, your left is standing by to please take your name so that we may include you on the list to come and say your commitment or pledges. That's if you have not placed your name forward to come and place your commitments and your pledges. Please note that Antonio is standing by to, of course, allow us that opportunity for the commitments. All right, I've just been requested to ask all the ministers to make their way on the stage for a photo. Testing. All right. Delegates, if we are done with pictures, may I please request that we move on to the commitments. It's now time for the commitments, please. It's now time for the commitments from each country, please. On stage, may I request that we move on to the session with the commitments, please. Delegates, it's time for the pledges and commitments, please. May we kindly ask you to make way from the stage so that we may begin with the commitments, please. Delegates, this is a kind and humble request for us to continue with the commitments and pledges, please. This is the session for the commitments, please. Delegates, this is a humble request for you to please make your way off the stage, please. It's now time for the pledges and commitments from countries, please. Another humble request for delegates to please move from the stage, please. It's time for commitments and pledges from the countries awaiting to begin, please. All right, delegates, we're about to begin with the commitments, please. May we begin, please, so that we may keep to time? May I please request that we make our way off the stage, please, so that we may give an opportunity for each country to come and make their pledges, please.
We have to add Czech Republic as number 2. So after India, Czech, Sweden.
We now begin with the pledges. May I please ask India to make their way to the podium for their commitment, please. India may make their way to the podium, please.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates and partners, India, home to 1.4 billion people and the world's second largest road network, recognizing that the road safety is not just a policy goal, it is a human imperative. We have taken significant steps introducing strong legal reforms to the Motor Vehicle Act, expanding real-time enforcement with intelligent traffic management system, prioritizing safer infrastructure and the Good Samaritan law. But we acknowledge that our work is far from over. Today, India reformed its commitment to Stockholm Declaration to reduce road crash fatalities and injuries. This is not just a promise, it is a mission embedded into the government at every level from nation, policies to district level and implementation. How will we achieve this? Make road safety a government priority by embedding it into road infrastructure planning, vehicle design and transportation regulation. Strengthen information with technology integrated AI-driven traffic management, productive case analysis, e-surveillance to prevent violence before then turn fatal. Enhance trauma care response, ensuring immediate life-saving treatment through pre-hospital care, strengthening emergency response training, cashless emergency care, and ambulance network reform. Prioritize vulnerable groups like passenger and pedestrian by interdicting bus body safety inform and pedestrian first infrastructure. Introduction lies real-time crash data monitoring, ensuring every case is recorded, analyzed, and acted upon for targeted intervention. India is not just making a commitment today. We are building a future where road safety is non-negotiable. We urge global partners, government, and industry leaders to collaborate, innovate, and act now, because every life saved is a victory for us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. India. Up next, we have the Czech Republic. Please make your way to the podium.
Your Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Czech Republic, I would like to express our priority in road safety policy. With the UN General Assembly calling on all governments to reduce road deaths and injuries by at least 50% in 2020, our discussion and exchange of best practices is timely. Our approach to improving road safety must be innovative: education, safety systems in cars, safer road infrastructure. We are focusing on young drivers because globally road accidents are the leading cause of death for children and young adults aged 15 to 29. Last year, we introduced L17, the opportunity to drive from the age of 17 under the supervision of a mentor. And the statistics are clear. While 18-year-old drivers caused more than 1,100 crashes, resulting in 6 deaths and dozens of serious injuries, L17 drivers caused only 6 crashes with no deaths or serious injuries. After the first year of operation, the L17 program has made a positive contribution. More than 20% of young drivers, approximately 24,000 young drivers. Additionally, we target young drivers with other road safety measures: probationary driving license in the first 2 years of driving, plans to introduce hazard perception simulations into driving tests, preventive road safety program at secondary schools with accent on risk awareness, among others. We believe that the Czech roads will therefore become safer, and I declare that we'll continue to improve safety on our roads. Sharing best practices plays a huge role in improving the concept of road safety policy. That is why today we have organized a workshop with you on L17. I hope it was an inspiration for you too. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Czech Republic. Up next is Sweden. Sweden, please make your way to the podium. Do we have Sweden in the room? All right, we move on to the next country. Cambodia, please make your way to the podium.
Good afternoon, Excellency Ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, allow me to extend my sincere congratulations to the Ministry of Transport and Logistics of the Kingdom of Morocco and the World Health Organization for successfully organizing this vital 4th Global Ministerial Conference on Road Safety. Cambodia remains steadfast in its commitment to advancing road safety as guided by the Global Plan for the Decade of Action for Road Safety 2021 to 2030. Today, I am honored to share with you Cambodia's commitment on road safety as follows. 1. By 2027, Cambodia commits to establishing safe school zones to protect our children and youth from road accident guided by comprehensive safe school zone guidelines. 2. By 2030, Cambodia commits to accede to more core and road safety related UN legal instruments. 3. By 2030, Cambodia commits to reducing road traffic injuries and fatality rated to speeding by at least 50%. Last but not least, I extend my utmost gratitude to development partners, NGOs, and the private sectors for your collaboration in improving road safety in Cambodia. Your partnership is invaluable to achieving these ambitious yet vital goals. Cambodia stands ready to accelerate actions, share best practices, and further strengthen global partnership to improve road safety. Thank you for your kind attention, and I extend my best wishes to everyone in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cambodia. Up next, we have Guinea. Guinea, please make your way to the stage.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Guinean government has been committed for a few years to actually making this happen in terms of curbing the numbers of deaths on the road so that mobility can be much more sure and certain and secure. So many things have been achieved, reinforcing signposts, better roads, reducing black spots, developing, upgrading better infrastructures to identify areas of risk and staging better targeted awareness raising to the targeted audience, namely the youth, but we still have a long way to go. Our government, under the supervision of His Excellency General President, has always been calling upon us to keep our commitments and undertakings. That's why we are committed this year to making sure that lives are preserved, that futures are guaranteed for those who hit the road, so that we can actually make sure that our country ratifies the African Charter on Road Safety by the end of the year 2025. So our legislation is in line and in sync with international law. So we have initiated actually our reforms with regard to roads legal framework, and we have been revamping our traffic roads so it can become more rigorous in terms of traffic. And our participation has been made possible because we have set up this agency for road safety in Guinea that has been actually mobilizing all key players, civil society institutional players, road safety, law enforcement, so we can hold regularly awareness-raising campaigns to alert, to assist, and to act in such a way that those who take the road actually can go back home safe. This is an important commitment for us to upgrade our road infrastructure that has been taking a big chunk of our national budget. A better road, more sustainable road. This is our commitment that we'd like to reiterate here on behalf of our republic, and we are committed to making sure that declaration from Marrakesh will actually take shape in our regulations, in our behaviors, so we can have better and more secure roads.
Thailand, please take to the podium. Do we have Thailand in the room? All right, please make your way, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Thailand commits to reduce the number of people killed in traffic accidents to less than 12 per 100,000 people, and to reduce number of serious injury from road accident must be less than 100,000 people in year 2027. Thailand commits to increase the percentage of motorcyclists wearing standard helmet to 100% by 2030. Thailand commits to reduce the number of road traffic injury and kill from road accident among children and youth to 50% by the year 2030. Thailand commits that the used vehicle in the country to meet the high standard and have the quality safety standard defined by the recommend policy by UN regulation by the year 2030. Thailand commits to improve road standard in Thailand to safety for all vehicles, including pedestrians and cyclists. Thank you.
Thank you so much to you, Thailand. I think as you make your way down, just to re-emphasize, to please be as prompt as you can so that we may get through our list and make it in time. So that was Thailand on the podium, but please now welcome Côte d'Ivoire. Please come onto the stage, Côte d'Ivoire.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Côte d'Ivoire, to achieve the objectives of the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 to reduce by 50% the number of road accident victims, has adopted a plan from 2021 to 2025 that allows us to reduce substantially the number of accidents up to this day. We know a reduction of about 50% of the number of incidents from 2021 up until now, and for about 30% of the number of people killed and victims on the roads. So this strategy actually consists in the adoption of a regulation that favors the national training when it comes to automobile conduct, and also training of youth through a program of road education in the preschool and primary schools. And also we equally adopted the rules of wearing seat belts and also intelligent transport systems that rely on video verbalization of road infrastructure and actually using the point-based driver's license. So the National Road Safety Authority that actually has each month to have from 3 to the 10th organizes campaigns to create awareness amongst the population on the importance of the reduction of speed, vehicle maintenance. These have allowed us to achieve the objectives of our awareness creation and also bringing the population to adopt the best behaviors on the road. Unfortunately, the high implication of the two-cycle vehicles when it comes to accidents on the road have actually pushed the government to actually evolve the current tendency, which is seen by a proportion of about 40% of actually users of these kind of vehicles that actually they should be wearing helmets according to the norms of the United Nations. So between now and 2027, this tendency and this proportion after 90% with the norms of awareness and with an investment in acquisition of helmets that meet UN standards. Also, we hope that with this commitment and this reduction of accidents on the road, which is linked to people not wearing standardized helmets, the objective of actually reducing by 30% the victims of accidents by 2030 would be a reality in our country. Thank you.
Please welcome Nepal. Nepal, please make your way to the podium. Do we have Nepal in the room? All right. Let's move on to our next country, Uganda. Please, Uganda, make your way to the podium.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Uganda, on committing to life, are making the following commitments. One, we are going to strengthen the laws and regulations regarding the control and management of vehicles and standards. We'll improve data correction and management, not just to keep figures, but use the data to plan better for better life on our roads. We'll enforce mandatory inspection of vehicles, and we'll also improve vehicle data. We are going to strengthen our coordination, which we already have, with all the other stakeholders, especially the civil society organization, and also we are going to encourage corporate social responsibility from other members of the public. Government will increase the funding for road safety as a way of improving performance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Uganda. Up next, please welcome the United Kingdom. United Kingdom, are you here? All right, I don't see anyone from the UK. We'll move on to our next country, Mauritius. Mauritius, if you're here, please make your way to the podium. Is Mauritius in the room? All right, think not. Let's move on now to our next country, Nigeria. Nigeria, if you're here, please make your way to the podium. Is Nigeria in the room?
Your Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Federal Republic of Nigeria commits to life. The Federal Republic of Nigeria commits to meeting the decade of action by year 2030. In addition, the government of Nigeria commits to ensuring that Nigeria meets all the aspirations and requirements that can make us to have livable cities and also promote life and safety when the road is being used. Nigeria also commits to ensuring that we promote the Sustainable Development Goals and ensure that Nigeria will continue to rally other African countries using the lead agency model of Nigeria Federal Road Safety Corps to ensure that African countries, especially those within the ECOWAS sub-region, through the instrumentality of the West African Road Safety Organization, WASO, we commit to ensure that we have safe roads and our people are safe anytime they use the highways traversing through the length and breadth of West Africa. Nigeria also commits to ensuring that we align with all the relevant United Nations conventions and agreements, especially on the movement of goods, dangerous goods on the roads, ADR. Worried that Nigeria noticed a new trend where petroleum tankers that are conveying petroleum products from one part of the country to others, whenever they are involved in crashes, we have people scooping fuel, thereby igniting infernos and numerous lives being lost. Nigeria therefore commits that we continue to use the instrumentality of the ADR to ensure that the movement of dangerous goods by roads are done in line with this particular declaration. And finally, as Nigeria commits to life, we continue to work with all relevant stakeholders under the guidance of United Nations and WHO to make sure that we all commit to life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nigeria. Up next to the podium, Madagascar. Madagascar, please make your way to the podium.
Excellence. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Madagascar, Andrajuel, please allow me to express the views and the vision of Madagascar. First of all, I would like to associate with the previous speakers in thanking the Kingdom of Morocco through the Ministry of Transport and Logistics for the remarkable hospitality that has actually been bestowed on us for the organization of this global conference on road safety. Of course, Madagascar is also committed for life, to save lives. And on this point, we are committed. Within governance, we are committing to ratify the Charter on Road Safety in Africa. We also commit, our minister made a promise this year. We equally commit to, presided by the Prime Minister, to have a National Road Safety Commission with a coordination unit of road safety within the Road Transport Agency in Madagascar. I would also like to insist that, unfortunately, we have about 7,600 deaths on the basis of the WHO report 2008, and we are going to try to provide credible data to try to reduce these deaths by half or even more on the number of deaths on Malagasy roads. In terms of infrastructure, we are going to consider all the international norms with regards to new constructions, be it for roads or rehabilitations in Madagascar, in order for it to kill less people as much as possible. We're also going to have consideration regards to the vehicles and to put in place a framework to allow the importation of newer cars, and also with regards to the reform on the procedures for technical visits of cars. So the human factor, like my brother, the Minister of Transport from Cameroon, said, is an important element on the behavior of users. We are going to integrate within national education in Madagascar a road safety module. And we are also going to actually improve on the number of trainings for actors across the entire Malagasy territory. And finally, given that in the hours following accidents, we will need to actually put in efforts regards to providing care for traumatized or victims of accidents. We are going to give them free medical care. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the commitments of Madagascar. Thank you.
Madagascar. Up next, please welcome to the podium Slovenia. Slovenia, please make your way.
Dear Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear road safety warriors, dear road safety friends, I'm coming from Slovenia. This is a beautiful country in the heart of Europe with 2 million citizens. We have achieved a significant reduction of road crash fatalities from 506 in 1994 to 70 road deaths last year. For a country with 2 million citizens, even 70 remains a substantial number. Yet, this is the smallest number of road fatalities in Slovenian history. This achievement is even more remarkable considering that traffic volume has increased by 80% in the last 20 years. It seems we are on track to meet the 2030 target of halving fatalities. However, our work is far from being done. We are still far from achieving the goal of halving serious injuries. Last year, we recorded 926 serious injuries, an increase of 9% compared to the previous year. Over the years, we have improved road safety through hard work, patience, dedication, and cooperation. I firmly believe that the key to Slovenian success lies in a personal approach, commitment, and passion, starting with our Minister of Infrastructure, with myself being Director General of Roads and Road Transport, of all our colleagues, the Road Safety Agency, and all stakeholders involved. We are and will remain personally engaged as ambassadors of road safety, even when difficult and unpopular decisions must be made, even when it requires immense political will. We are also eager to share our best practices with others, as we believe that road safety is a shared responsibility that transcends borders. I believe working in the field of road safety is not a job, it's a mission. I do not say so because it is expected. I believe in it with all my heart. And because Slovenia, as you know, is the only country in the world with the word love in its name, we take our commitments to heart. And with my heart, we commit to life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Slovenia. Up next to the stage is Portugal. Portugal, please make your way to the podium.
Dear Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. With a sense of responsibility and commitment, Portugal presents itself in this session to reaffirm its clear and determined objectives in the fight for improved safety conditions on the road mobility system. As a part of our alignment with the second decade of action for road safety 2021 and 2030, Portugal was developed the National Road Safety Strategy Vision 0 2030, based on the safe system approach, and we are committed to drastically reducing the number of deaths and serious injuries on our roads by the end of this decade. In this context, we are proud to announce that our country is preparing to approve the new National Road Safety Strategy as a sign of its commitment by the end of 2030. Vision Zero 2030, which also seen as a fundamental element for the development of more sustainable and intelligent mobility, is based on the inevitability of human error and defends the need to ensure the proactive improvement of safe levels for all elements involved in the road system, namely in the 5 elements of the safe system: safe users, safe infrastructures, safe vehicles, safe speeds, and post-accident response. Thus, our strategy defines 6 key areas of intervention with specific programs and measures aligned with the 5 elements of the safe system. We are improving road safety near school by implementing 30 km/h zones and safe routes for children, by creating more 30 km/h zones in areas through traffic calming measures and acting on the infrastructure. We also have measures to rural roads, as separating the traffic flows to avoid frontal crashes. From an institutional perspective, we intend to institute procedural change, including the collection and sharing of data, classification of infrastructure safety levels, amendments of the road code, dematerialization and digitalization of processes, and detailed investigation of accidents by multidisciplinary teams, among others, which should support measures aligned with the intended approach, and which should be seen as a priority in achieving these goals. Portugal is fully committed to following a path that leads us to a reality with 0 deaths and serious injuries on the roads are not just an ideal, but a tangible reality. Thank you all for your attention, and I reiterate Portugal's commitment to safe and sustainable mobility for all. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much, Portugal. Up next on the podium is Philippines. Philippines, please make your way.
Ministers, esteemed delegates, and distinguished guests, in behalf of the Philippine government, I am honored to reaffirm our commitment to life. Road traffic injuries remain a major public health and development concern in the Philippines. It claims 11,600 lives annually. They are the leading cause of death among my countrymen aged 15 to 29 and a significant threat to children aged 5 to 14. The economic toll is equally alarming, with road crashes accounting for 2.6% of the national GDP. Over the past decade, the road safety injuries and deaths have increased by 37%. To address this crisis, we commit to enhancing road safety governance. We have integrated road safety into national policies through the Philippine Road Safety Action Plan 2023 to 2028. The government commits to reduce deaths due to road crashes by 50%, from 8 per 100,000 to 4 per 100,000 by 2028. We are also leading a national road safety summit in collaboration with UNICEF to strengthen our commitments, our national coordinations. We also manage an online national electronic injury surveillance system to track road crashes and guide policy development. Promote safe walking and cycling. The Philippine government is improving pedestrian and cycling infrastructure. The President, Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., declared the last working day of November as a National Bike to Work Day. We are also coordinating agencies to establish an active transport infrastructure guided by the Active Transport Playbook, and we have established 70 kilometers of protected bike lanes in our metropolitan areas. We also enforce key policies, including the Motorcycle Helmet Act, the Seatbelt Use Act, and the Anti-Drunk and Drug Driving Act to reduce preventable road injuries and fatalities. We have also established 15 trauma centers to provide specialized care for crash victims and institutionalized emergency medical services system to improve timely access to life-saving interventions. As we move forward, the Philippines reaffirms its full support for the Marrakesh Declaration and the Global Plan for the Decade of Action for Road Safety. We remain steadfast in our commitment to reducing road traffic deaths and serious injuries by 2028, ensuring that every road user, whether pedestrian, cyclist, or motorist, can traverse safely. In our country, we say, bawat buhay mahalaga, or every life is precious. We remain resolute in reducing road traffic deaths and ensuring safer roads for all. We commit to life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Philippines. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, is Malawi. Malawi, may you please come take to the podium.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On the onset, allow me in the first place to thank His Majesty and the entire Kingdom of Morocco through the Ministry of Transport and Logistics in collaboration with World Health Organization for organizing this wonderful conference. In the past 8 years, Malawi has managed to decrease road carnage by 28%, and also basically the serious injuries by 37%. And we believe that the 50% mark reduction by 2030 is possible, and that's why the government of Malawi commits to implement a multi-sectoral national road safety strategy building on the global decade of action by the end of the year 2030. The government further commits to improve compliance rate on drink and drive, overspeeding, seatbelt use, distracted driving, helmet wearing, and use of reflective vests. We also commit to assent to the UN Convention on Road Traffic 1968 by 2026. The government further commits to ensure that all imported and used vehicles meet high-quality safety standards. We further commit to ensure that all motorcycle riders are using standard approved helmets. And further, we commit to not just enforce the one motorcycle and two helmets mandatory on purchase, but also ensure that all motorcycles plowing on Malawi roads shall always have two helmets each and every time when they're operating on the roads. The government of Malawi further commits to ensure that we provide and have safe road infrastructure at all levels, right from design stage for both existing and new roads. We further commit to improve services and post-crash responses along all major roads, and also commit to provide steady financing towards road safety infrastructure. And then finally, the use of technology in traffic management to improve monitoring, data collection, and analysis. Despite the challenges that we have and that might be there, Malawi echoes our commitment to mainstreaming road safety issues as an integral part of our 2063 agenda. Malawi agrees that indeed the time to act is now. The intolerable death and injury toll gives the global community the impetus to do things differently. The burden of public health is too huge to ignore, and the economic cost of accidents is very significant. Malawi is more committed than ever before to achieve the goals of the decade of action. We commit to life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Malawi. Up next, please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Sweden. Sweden, please make your way to the podium.
Dear friends, to expedite progress towards the ambitious goal of reducing global road fatalities by 50% from 2021 to 2030, Sweden is committed to advancing its mission of disseminating knowledge and experiences related to Vision Zero. This initiative aims to enhance capacity building, facilitate knowledge sharing, and promote technology transfer. A key aspect of this effort is to promote evidence-based road safety measures and policies. In alignment with Vision Zero's principle of shared responsibility, Sweden continues to engage with the private sector in our ongoing efforts to enhance road safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sweden. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, is Kenya. Kenya, please make your way.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya commits to RAIF and makes the following commitments. First is to reduce the fatality by 50%. Kenya will implement the National Road Safety Action Plan 2024-2028 through the safe system approach. Two, Kenya will implement a child road safety mainstreaming by mainstreaming of road safety in school curriculum from all the way up to grade 12, and also provide safe school zones. Kenya commits to ratify the African Road Safety Charter, and finally, Kenya commits to ratify and domesticate the UN Road Safety Conventions, which it has not. Kenya commits to RAIF. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kenya. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, is Vietnam. Vietnam, please make your way to the podium.
Xin chào tất cả hội nghị.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Đoàn Việt Nam hoàn toàn đồng thuận với mục tiêu mà Đại hội đồng Liên Hợp Quốc đưa ra tại nghị quyết số 74 về thập kỷ hành động vì an toàn giao thông đường bộ từ năm 2021 đến năm 2030 với mục tiêu là giảm ít nhất là 50% số ca tử vong và chấn thương do tai nạn giao thông.
The Vietnam delegation fully agree with the goals set by the UN on the Decade of Action for Road Safety 2021-2030, with the goal of reducing at least 50% of the road traffic fatalities and injury during this period.
Với các giải pháp mà hiện nay Việt Nam đang triển khai, chúng tôi hướng tới đạt các mục tiêu mà hội nghị đề ra. Cụ thể là đến năm 2030, Việt Nam sẽ nâng cấp tất cả các cái tuyến đường xá và đẩy mạnh cái công nghệ giám sát.
And to that end, in order to achieve the goal, we'll commit to further implement the solution that has been set by the government of Vietnam and also improve the infrastructure of the roads.
Thứ hai, phương tiện tham gia giao thông đường bộ phải đáp ứng các tiêu chuẩn về chất lượng và an toàn kỹ thuật bảo vệ môi trường.
Second, we commit to ensure the road vehicle must meet the standard of quality and the technical standard, as well as the environmental protection standard.
Thứ ba là khoanh vùng các cái nhóm hành vi liên quan đến gây ra tai nạn giao thông để tập trung xử lý nghiêm minh.
Next, we commit to impose severe fine and regulation over the traffic violations.
Tăng cường xử lý người đi xe máy đội mũ bảo hiểm không đạt chuẩn.
Also, we commit to increase the handling of motorcyclists who doesn't wear the improper helmets.
Tăng tỷ lệ người ngồi trên xe cơ giới sử dụng dây an toàn và thiết bị an toàn.
We'll commit to increase the proportion of motorcyclists wearing the standard helmets to 100%.
Cấm sử dụng điện thoại di động khi điều khiển phương tiện.
Also, we commit to enforce the ban on mobile phone while driving.
Hàng năm giảm từ 5 đến 10% số người chết và bị thương do tai nạn giao thông đường bộ một cách bền vững.
And our goal is also to reduce the number of fatalities and injury from road traffic crashes by 5 to 10% annually.
Thực thi pháp luật về thời gian lái xe và thời gian nghỉ ngơi cho tài xế chuyên nghiệp một cách có hiệu quả, có thời gian nghỉ ngơi hợp lý.
Also, we commit to enforce the driving time and the rest time regulation for drivers.
Tại hội nghị này, chúng tôi mong muốn các quốc gia chung tay thực hiện các giải pháp để đạt được mục tiêu đề ra. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn.
And in that conference, we do hope that all the countries will join hands together in order to realize the goal set by the UN. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Vietnam. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our commitments for today, but the team telling me that there's a special award to be presented this evening. May I please call upon Ministerial to please come to the stage. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Tomilo. I want just to make some special awards for one person, one lady, great lady, who dedicates her life for road safety. And on behalf of the Kingdom of Morocco, I want to call Mrs. Amani Abu Zaid to come to the stage. Please give her big applause. You have to be careful.
Congratulations, Madame. Amani Abu Zaid, congratulations to you, and thank you so much, Ministerial, for presenting that award. Now, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is how we conclude on day one of the 4th Global Ministerial Conference on road safety. Please do have a restful evening. For those enjoying the gala reception, do enjoy yourselves, and we'll see you back here in the morning tomorrow for day 2. Thank you. Goodbye.